Good afternoon, everyone. How's everyone doing today? I hope you're all doing well. I feel that on the caffeine, I currently have a Advanced GG affiliated, by the way. If you want to get your own Advanced GG flavors, feel free to click the link below and get 10% off of my code. But currently I have the peach ring flavor, and it's an energy one because we're not taking Adderall today. But I need caffeine as an alternative. Hi. Hi, everybody. Get this up, my desk on. There you go. And then I need to make promo for today. I think the social go live first. This one. I think today I'm gonna do like a little bit more texturing because I had a lot of fun texturing last night. So I can see my face tracking lagging at the corner of my eye, and it's making me upset. Why? It's because of vitamins? No. Maybe I didn't restart the VTube Studio app. That's very possible. Or maybe VTube Studio has an update on my phone. Oh shit! You know what I need to check actually while we're here? In 30 minutes, thanks for your patience. As part of the agreement, like to the ink or tomorrow is free version. In 10 minutes, the VTube Studio is gonna have an update. This is a nice song. Yeah, I heard it on TikTok. It's a nice song. I like it a lot. Why do I feel like I hear things with my cat doing mischievous? Sounds like my cat is doing things that are mischievous. Hello? Is there a cat in here? I hear a cat, but I don't see a cat. Oh, I think she's out my door. She's on the other side of my office door playing with the dice. Very cute. She's been playing with one of her favorite toys is dice, which I think is really cute. This one. I might try to work on this piece today. I want to see about like exaggerating features because this is like my first time trying to do like full body art and stuff. But I think I want to exaggerate the eyes a bit to be a bit more anime, I think. I'm not really sure. Oh, ow. Open recent. I'll grab all our little guy. Those paste too. Lonely, lonely, it's so lonely. My pretty wife. yours on top. Move everyone else's. And I can move these. It is you. I'm thinking for collabs because I'm not only doing collabs anymore on Wednesdays. I want to include people's users in my thingy. Hi Oso. Hi. Hi, how are you? Hope you're having a great day. I'm just gonna flip you. Oh, you can be on this side. Hi. I just came back from work, exhausted, but now I'm chilling. I am glad that you're able to just vibe. I'm sorry that you are so exhausted. Yeah, it's a song, yeah. I love this song. I kept seeing like little animations to it, and I was like, damn. So cute. I see a lot of cute ones. I wasn't seeing a lot of like the sexy ones. Okay, that'll be for later. Close. Close. The Dante one is a classic. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, my cat's playing D&D by herself with the little tiny dice. It's a high variance dice, so it has none of the middle numbers, and it has 2 20s, 2 1s, 2 3s, 2 2s, 2 18s, 2 19s. I think that's how that works. And so she's like playing D&D by herself right now out in the hallway. Very cute. Workie before a field trip. I don't know why I capitalized that. Field trip to the back. Boogie with a suitcase. Moving in a disco. Forget about the rat race. About pop music. Talk about pop music. Oh, I hate it. If I made it. We'll trade it. How's work going? What you doing, cool cat cow? I'm just doing posts for now, and then I will be doing some video editing, and then if we have time, I want to do some art stuff. Specifically messing with a drawing that I owe the community. Who's streaming right now? Whoops. About pop music. Talk about pop music. There's Gordy. There's Gordy. BZ. I think that's it for right now. I don't know if Noble will be streaming later. We might. Obviously, we gotta have BZ up as they work on their beautiful rig. La 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 la. I'm gonna make sure I don't have extras. Okay. Oh, goodness gracious. All right. Oh, I also have to prepare content for today. What do you want to talk about? Pop music. Talk about pop music. Big eye, indeed. Do I have any? Oh my god, how is that already at 99? Pricey. Pricey, people, pricey. Comments. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. Today is Wednesday, so we have another. I think this is our last art tip, right? Yeah, hand painted textures. Dysandro, welcome on in. Thank you for the invite, the vibe checks. You got inviting vibes. I don't know if that really makes sense, but I think it does. Going to be big to the max. Art tips. These ones. Oops. Oh, I didn't put the. I'm gonna have to like copy this after I'm done with this. Hashtag stylized. Hashtag hand painted. Hashtag 3D. To the max. Oh, I'd rather just do it this way because that's already here. Hi, Moira. She's on the prowl for that dice. And it's like a neon orange dice too, so our little kitty eyes can see it well, I think. I can touch this. That's not what I wanted. One. To me, it's gonna be big to the max. My hands are so cold. Take it to the max. Take it to the max. To the max. June 2nd, June 3rd. Alright, and highlights. Touch this. Alright, what number? 24. For me, so I take it to the max. This is the top one up here, which is color grading. Yep. Take it to the max. Take it to the max. Open recent. Doo-doo. More ways than you know. Hi, Moira. Oh my god. I went to look at her because she burped. She had like a little tiny baby burp. And I was like, oh. And then she jumped. She jumped onto my desk. What you doing? Can you get down from there, please? Can you come down, please? I think I might have to move her window bed up higher. She has like a window bed, but I'm thinking maybe it's too low. Because she wants to be higher, it seems, so maybe I have to put it higher up on the window. Hi, Lovin. Hi, Lovin. Can you come down from there? Yeah, I'm talking about you. Somehow the burp made me think about how my friend's cat keeps coming over to sneeze on them and then run away. What the fuck? What a little prankster. Where you want me to sneeze on ya? You want me to sneeze on you? I'll sneeze on you. I know you don't sneeze on me, but you want me to sneeze on you? Hi, baby. Baby. That's a little prankster move. My dogs used to do that. I had like little tiny shih tzus and they would sneeze on me and then they'd leave. And I was like, what? Why? Why you sneeze on me? Lost I'm But yeah, my dog, they would, the thing is, they'd make sure somehow they'd always sneeze into my mouth. And then I'd freak out because I don't, that's gross. But like, they'd always catch you when you're like yawning. And then they'd be like, they'd sneeze. And I'd be like, you fucking, no! Not in the mouth. I know, it was gross. And they would just leave. And I'd be like, why? And the funniest thing is, our first dog did that to me. It was also a Shih Tzu. And then the next dogs we got did that to me. And I was like, but for why? Why me? Oh, I can't type. What are you doing? What are you doing? Get down from there. Ma'am. Ma'am, you're sitting on my computer's power supply. Not my power supply, but like, I have like a backup power supply, so if like if the power in my house went off, wow, violence. I have this little tiny cat figure. It just sits. And his name is Mr. Smalls, and he just sits on my desk. My cat just fucking batted at him. That's violence against your own kin. Mr. Smalls is a cat. Crazy girl. You crazy girl. Hi, Kiwi. Hi. Got comforting vibes today. I like it. I like it. I like this. I'm so glad the randomizer worked. It made me happy. In the beninging. In the beninging. Oh, fuck. I just realized what I wanted to name my stream today. Hold on. Cow. You have cow vibes. Yeah. We have frog, puppy, cow. I think we also have cat vibes. Sorry, I got distracted by my tits. Sorry. Cute vibes. Yeah. Okay, vocal sim. I got you. Oh yeah, I need to get the if you're the first one to get it, you get a 2 for 1.
I'm in my mum's car.
Mum's car.
Broom, broom.
Broom, broom.
Get out of my car.
Motherfucker, where is it?
Is it?
Where is it? I swear to God.
That's my cat right now.
You trying to
That's
laugh?
my cat right now.
This
She's
funny?
looking for the neon dice
fucking...
that she just lost in the hallway. Solo. Take care of the farm. Say that I should settle down, but I don't wanna. Did I bear everything? No, I didn't do the VOD. The VOD is the one thing I didn't do yet. Cantissimo. Cantissimo. On the run. Cantissimo. My things are kind of gaining traction. It kind of looks like, because I'm posting normally. I don't actually know. Red. I'm back in your bed. I really hold on. I just remember I was listening to Creepcast earlier today, and they said something like Glorp, you wanna glib this. And I want that as my stream title. Hold on, I gotta remember what it is though. What, do the comments talk about it? Glorb, you wanna glib this. There it is. I decided that I want to make you blind react to anime characters. I'm down. I'm actually down. That sounds fun. Okay. Glorb, you're gonna wanna glib this. Ah, goddamn. Glorb, you're gonna wanna glib this. Fucking, I don't know. I love Creepcast. Thank you for the song request. Alright, I'll set something up when I get home. Sounds good. We might do it Friday. We could do it Friday. I feel like that would be a good time to do it. When you have me. Yes, you I can tell that I'm not focusing. Yeah, it's gonna give me time to, yeah. For sure. Yeah, because then I just feel like Friday be a good day for it. Be like after we do our fun D&D stuff. Have a great time at work. Bouncing all over the place, yeah. I'm just like, literally like 5 minutes ago, I was like, I gotta upload this video. Oh, there's something on my tit. Let me look at that for a second. And then I went dead silent to look at my tit to see what was on my tit. And then I was like, oh. I'm okay. I'm okay. We're all good here. Everything's gonna be okay. To react. Not coming back. No, I'm not coming back. No, I'm not coming back. I wanted you badly. I mean, me though, just dead silent looking at your bazongas. There was like a little dot, and I didn't know if it was like lint or like, I don't know, a hair or something. And I was like, what is it? And then like I wiped it and it went away, and I don't know. I don't know. To react. I'm not coming back. No, I'm not coming back. No, I'm not coming back. Alright. I know there's stuff I want to do today. Whether we'll get it done before the collab is to be said. But I'm excited for the collab today. I went to bed telling people, I was like, I'm so excited for tomorrow. I can't wait to play in the Backrooms with my wife and my friends. So at the very least, I'll have a buddy. Have a buddy. It'll be spooky. It'll be great. I downloaded the game right before stream. I don't know if it's a tutorial. I don't know if there will be a tutorial or something. I like the vibes of this. This is very Miu vibed in my brain. Oh, Miu, thank you! Thank you for subbing at tier 1! Thank you. Oh my god, I realized it's because the song you wanted played. I can restart it if you want. I can restart the song if you want. This is such a you vibe, though. Enough ads blocking me from my wife! My wife! The ads. The Bezos. It's fucking Bezos. He doesn't want the gay pride. he can't sense that we're wives and that you shouldn't have to be charged to watch me ad free. You know? But I like the song. Honestly, I could see you doing, like, I don't know if you've seen them, but people will do, like, debut announcements. I could see you doing a debut announcement with the song. Yeah. I can see it being, like, your theme song. Alright, 24 and then 25. Ooh, I just realized, well, no, I have plenty in the backlog. I was like, YouTube really likes my art tip videos, and I realized I'm kind of sacking that. But I feel like the Did You Know will be along the similar lines of, like, wait, what the fuck? Will be in similar vein of, like, informational video. So YouTube should, like, it is really pretty with all the colors too. Hell yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I could definitely see you having, like, a debut announcement with this song in the background and, like, splashes of color and stuff. Ba, 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 ba. Okay. Oh, that's something I didn't do. Oh. I didn't put the dates on this. Gotta cook that up now because it's a great idea. Hell yeah. If you need any help with that, let me know. If you need, like, ideas for people, let me know. Because I also have to look, well, not have to, but I was also thinking about looking at getting someone for, brain, my stuff. My daboo. My brain is working really hard. 7th, 10th, yep, that makes sense. Edit dates, this will be next Wednesday. No, why does it say? Oh, save. Save. Are you with me? Save. Edit dates. It will not. Edit dates. 300. Save. Okay. That will be 11th, and this will be the 12th. 12th, save. Edit date. 13th, save. And this will come out next Monday. This will be the 9th. We'll go on top. Cool. I think that's that, I believe. Boop boop. I already know. I never checked those off. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh. You need a just like real people do. Yeah, okay, cool. And then just remove that. Yep, okay. File, save. Oh, I did click it. This is 5, right? 5, 4, 5, 5. Thank you for the song request. Came from, I will not ask you. Here we go. Load. Here we go. Not me forgetting what I'm doing already. Okay, this one. And these 3. Oh, I have to get like a worm noise. I might just look up worm. I inspect this. Ow! Ah, no! I accidentally clicked it and it gave me the worm sound. Would you love me if I was a worm? BB girl, if you were a worm, I would make you the prettiest terrarium, bigger than my own home. No, actually, I would incorporate it into my home. So that way, wherever I go, you could just follow me around the house if you wanted to. I want this noise because it's so gross. Worm Google noise. Ugh. So gross. Made me shiver. It's literally this one that's crazy. I found it. Oh, that's so gross. Ooh, 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 it's so gross. Tee tee. Alright, so let's take this one first. This is the same reaction. This can go here. You say that this is very scary like 3 times of that because I'm high. Okay, cool. Okay. Okay, I have idea for this. It's gonna take a few assets, so bear with me, chat. While I figure out all the assets that I'm gonna need for this. Thought bubble. I want, my brain's cooking. I think this one's better. Right? Did I do that with transparent background? No. Okay. This is the cloud. And I need poop. This one works. And then rubies. Ooh, you know, out of context, this really isn't gonna make sense. But this is this. I was talking about how my D&D character Biff, who is a goblin bard, had once shit rubies because a giant was like, eat these, and she was like, okay, I eat them. And then the next day, it canonically was the next day. It was when we leveled up. I got eye bite, which makes me like pour black ichor out of my eyes while I do, I think, psychic damage. So it's pretty cool. Tummy hurt. This guy. Ouch. Flip. Flip. I need like my head or something. You see, I took away the light. As you say, I took away the light. I don't know what emote to put here. I don't really have like an angry emote. I'll just do the pog face. There you go. Me pooping. Okay, so and then the next one would be this emote. This emote. Maximize it so they're the same size. And then there, and then we do boop 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 boop. Just make it black. Actually, stylish. Here's I think. Yeah, you know that works. Can we do it like mid? Remind me trolling the deep freezer while I work? No problem. Wait, what are you doing? Excuse me? Oh. Wait, I want to do shock Pikachu face. There you go. I have. Yeah, this one works actually. This one's like pretty clean. I look back to the shadows. Enjoy the shadows. This section. She knows, I think she knows. Okay, I think I know how I want to do this, and it's gonna have to change a bit. So this here. Alright, food BRB, no problem. Enjoy your food. Then we remove the link clips. Should have said this, and I should have said that. But no, now it's all about confidence, baby. make it a little bit more in. Let's crop the top of it. Retain image position. I think she knows. Change speed to 300. It might be way too fast, actually. 200? And let's see if we can. Actually, I don't think it matters all that much because I'm going to be putting something on top of it. Alright, and then we copy these, paste these, and then we delete the audio. Nothing colder than your shoulder when you pin me. You too, like you do. Position, crop, apply, retain. Just wanna make a million days. Look around. My mind's gonna feel like nothing else will feel right. I feel like listening to the movies. Position? Oh, and zoom. So hard to get, baby. Wanna give you the world. Gonna chase me. Reminded if you gave me just a little. Anyway. Oh, baby, trust me once you know. I feel like nothing else. I feel right. You can feel like. Okay, this one I'm gonna have to scoot though, because I'm very big on the screen. Magical. Then zoom position I. Just scoot it. Okay, and then I'm just gonna move this twitched handle up my forehead. Hi Zoe! Happy Wednesday. Okay, this one, I kind of want to change the speed. Change speed. Like 150. I want to see if I can elongate now. Then it's like me freaking out. Happy Wednesday. Okay, maybe we don't need this section and we can just go here. Hope you're having a great one, Zoe. Get talking to me. Shut out, it's too close for comfort. Ugh. Thinking about the worm noises, I'm getting upset again. Ugh. Just want to me why. Like, in it. Like, you get in it when you're in this bitch, you know? It's like... Blech! It's so gross. Hell yeah, haba. Or hey y'all, hi. I saw the word hell yeah and I was like, yeah, hype. But I'm good, how you doing? You sleep good? From this earth I'm in. That with Tuscan chicken pasta. Oh my goodness, that sounds good. I slept good, I'm glad. Not pasta rice. Oh, so good. Worm gift. Ew, what the fuck is that? Ew! This is so unsettling! Ew, this one is too! What the fuck? God damn! Oh, would you love me? This is disgusting! I wanted a worm gift to go with the worm audio! And I'm getting the worm gifts for the worm audios, but god damn, this is gross. My family and I love to cook. Oh my god, you're telling me that I am married to 2 people that love cooking? Oh my god. I don't know what I want. I think I want this one. It's just so unsettling. It's so unsettling. I have to do it. I don't know if I can edit this video. It's gross. I have to keep listening to the worm audio until I can edit this in well. Okay, this goes here. Oh god. Your Death Star of the bit. I have to do it. It's for the bit. I have to do it for the bit. Oh, it's so gross though. I keep ugh. This is like wriggling wet noises and I'm like ugh. Much more fun to love. But it's young and gay. You need Ryan and Mew to have a cook-off? I do. That'd be pretty cool. Be pretty cool. I'm in love with you. I'm just gonna mute this for a second. Okay. Okay, so no matter what, the motion scope can be bigger, but then I need it to be reduced down like further. Like this. Could get a shower light with food and love. I become so fat. You guys would make me so fat. Fun to love. What is young? The car hop. Pop shop. More to love. Aww. Okay, now I gotta be gross. It's so gross. It's so fucking gross. Oh, my phone's vibrating. Let me post stuff. You're not going to carefully edit the background out of it? I could try. I don't think it'd actually be that hard. I think Easy Gift can do it. Wanna rock your body. God damn. Ugh. Ugh. I want to remove background. Ugh. Remove background. More fuzz? More fuzz fix it? Yeah, there we go. Gross ass worm. You'd have Eat Me Like a Bug play when it appears. It would be funny, but it's like, I'm freaking out because the audio clip that plays there is the worm audio that plays. Because I'm reacting to the, if you look up worm on Google, it has a noise. And that's what I'm reacting to. Gross as fuck, though. I want this to start down here. I want you to start down there, and then I want you to go there. It's so gross. It's so gross. Oh, why does it do that? Oh, that's because I'm stupid. I was like, alright, body out of sight.
Wallet.
Focus dim. Why is it not going off? Hold on, let me see if the triggers are still okay.
Dude, let's kill the horse.
Dude, let's kill the horse. You heard wallet? I didn't hear it.
21.
21? Okay, well, we get a few of them. Dude, let's kill the horse. Okay, and now one day, this has got to pop in. Come on, rock that body. Rock that body. I actually think this needs to go. No, it doesn't. I'm a liar. Add track. I'm trying to. This and this. I will leave camera shake on this. Motions, speed, tilt. I need you coming now. Okay. Wish you come here. Love me now, he loves me. Hold me tight, he let me go. What am I doing? Stream, assets, emotes. Stay now. I miss you the most. We know. You care harder than most. I don't do this at all. You do now. Hi, Rainer! Thank you for the boop. I'm hoping you're having a wonderful Wednesday. I'm doing things. I miss you. Yeah, yeah. Oh, it's hard to leave you when I guess you were right here. Oh, it's hard to leave you when I get you everywhere. Oh, it's hard to thinking we could never be a pair. Oh, it's hard to reach you, but I miss you. Come here. Alright, so. I leave you and I miss you everywhere. And I don't know how to reach you, but I miss you. Come here. No, he loves me. I need a little fart noise. I need like a tiny fart noise. In the night, in the morning. This is the second time I'm using wet fart in this. That one's like too long. That one's too long. Oh, this one. That one could be good. I'm just gonna make sure these are all same. There we go. And then we take this one here. I actually want to listen to this one right now. I love Lauve. Oh. To a new city, it was falling down on me. Quickly romance in the air. There's a way that I can inside. Oh, this can be right. As the sun. I ever had a shoulder to cry on, someone to call mine. Everybody's falling in Oceans are lighting, trapped outside and wet my skin. I won't go my way. Was I no one life away? None day. What was the clip called? I want to call mine. Everybody's falling in love with you. An average day. An average encounter day. In love is for you. I'll take this color, and then I'm just gonna whoop, whoop, whoop. Actually, hi, Vex. Hi. I've been waiting for you. Not really, but kind of. I wait for everybody. I have a mental list of everybody that comes into stream daily. And I'm like, when am I gonna see them today? But hi, hope you're having a great day. I overslept like crazy, but did you sleep good? Did you sleep good? Hi, V! Hi! Happy Wednesday! Got trustworthy vibes. Oh! And thank you for the daily wackus bonkus. Need a mouse click. I was homesick today. Well, at least you gotta stay home. I slept like a rock. That sounds like pretty good eat to me. To me. Sleep like a rock's pretty fun. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, we all hope you feel better soon, because I know your summer break is coming up and it'd be stalking to start it as hold on. I think this is the command for it. I want Miu's thing to pop up in my chat box. What you have for dinner? Hi, Kieran. I'll be back later, love. No problem. Okay, I don't know what the thing is. I'll just add it. I'll just open Stream Elements and fix it. Stuff I gotta say? Huh? We love you, though. We love you. Hello, Kieran. I'm good. How are you? Update your details. Submit. I just want to fix a few things in my chat box because they don't all have. I think it's in style. No. Icon buddy, yeah. I gotta find where it is though. I always is it this one? It is. I wish I could see the list. Is there? Alive taking time to realize today my brain wasn't being nice. Understandable. I'm glad you're taking time for yourself though. That's so important. All right, Dave. Passionately sleeping, disconnected from social media and to Twitch. Understandable. Honestly, giving yourself a good social media break is a good idea. I will be doing that next month because I will be going camping for a little bit. I'll be going hiking for like a weekend, and I will probably be pretty disconnected from the world, or at least I'll try to be, because I'd like to just take time for myself, you know, to refresh my brain and stuff. I looked last night. Hell yeah. I've been finding it very comfortable to sleep on my belly. It's like a side thing. I find it really comfortable to lay on my belly when I sleep and like hug a pillow. What was I gonna talk about? Oh, I want, and I was hoping this is something maybe we could fund all together. I mean, we gotta go so long without our, well, maybe I won't be that disconnected. Don't be so sweet. It will be missed. It would just be for a weekend. But I'll be back that following Monday. But as we get, it's like it'll be, Mew, it's okay. I'll give you my phone number and you can text me. We can text. Yeah. So I was thinking, Polaroid acrylic arms. Do they have these? It's this. You know how like they have like a Polaroid? And then like you can take pictures of stuff like you're there? I will. I'm bringing my camera and everything. I was thinking like I could do something like this. I thought could be fun like this. I don't know how much it'd be to get one made, but I'd love to get one. I think it'd be cool. I feel like I have a chibi for it already. Let me look at it. Yeah, and then when I go out, because I want to go on more adventures. What, Vogress? I think is what the one I wanted to try. But I don't know their shipping stuff. It was needed, but it's going better now. Might be back to normal by the end of the week. Take your time, you know? Go at your own pace. We're always gonna be here for you. You know, make a little PNG sensor face for all the people so you can post the pics. Yeah, I'll just put BLT's face on it. I am your son. Clear custom epoxy. Oh, bro, this is only like $3. I don't know how much the tariffs are gonna be though. Of course, Kieran. I don't want a shaker one. Custom rainbow acrylic, custom hologram. I think it's custom clear acrylic. I think we could do this one. I have it every now and then. Mine keeps blasting memories at high speed and it's tiring. No, that's such a fucking mood though. No, I get it. It's okay. It's no problem. I also get that way. I was kind of in a funk. Honestly, kind of since March. And now I'm kind of getting back into it. So honestly, I get it. I'll have to DM the artist. What Sleep? It's a beautiful place where technically, okay, I shouldn't say it like this. It's just a beautiful place where the world is yours and you can make up whatever you want. No, it's not in here. It's an art of me. Mogu. And I'll get more than 4 hours of rest a night. That's crazy, dude. If I only got 4 hours of sleep, I'd be so tired. I would be so fucking tired every single day. Just cause like I love sleeping. It's my favorite hobby. That awkward moment when the depression been going on so long you can't call it see. That's what on God, bro. Wasn't too happy with the sleep tracker. Wasn't too happy with the sleep tracker on my watch, bro. That makes so much sense though. That's why I can't have those. I don't want it exposing the fact that I don't like have a like that like maybe some days I stay up later. I don't want it telling me. I think my chair. Oh, your chair is broken. No! What happened? Why? Why it broken? How did it break? How did it break? Pookie, no. Pookie, no. Use Pokemon sleep, so if you sleep bad, Pikachu gets sad and you get guilted. That's crazy. That's crazy. What? And it's your problem now? What is this? Knock? Oh my god! Oh my god! I shouldn't open anything in the deep freezer. I should never open those on stream. Polaroid. Acrylic arm. I've been sitting on it how it's not supposed to be sat on. That's kind of a mood. I kind of sit with my chair kind of tilted in a way a lot of the times. Every single day. Well, so I went back and spoiled that in the deep freezer. Oh, you're okay. You're totally fine. I saw what you posted. I like what you posted, by the way. Very tasteful. I just sweat because I clicked Kiwi's link and I wasn't thinking. I've been sitting on a weird angle to tuck my leg under and I think I broke a support. It's very possible. That is very possible. Depending on the type of chair, you could get a replacement support for it though. I'm trying to see like I want like one of these essentially. Big fan of the goblin ass. Oh, these are cute. Wait, I like this one. Go place it. He doesn't call us family. I have to do like an example picture, don't I? Sure, we'll just use this art. BC's your heart out. Tuesdays taste like penny honest. Fresh. Tuesdays taste like penny honest. I think I should just do this by hand. How did they do it? It's like a rectangle, and then, okay. So they do like a soft rectangle. That even lovingly knows their name. Back for a day or two that says no one better. Go guy should ever love. Sounds really fucking dumb and stupid. Man. But let's think about it someday. Then I could put this on top. I'll have to message Mogu about it. Make sure she's okay with me making like a charm out of this. And I like the little inner borders, I think.
No, you don't care. This one could be cute too, actually. This one. And fit in like a little corner. And go on top. Your head up to the sky. Breath and give it time. Like the one line. Your shattered frame of mind. You could always stay. Stay right here and wait. And then point curves. Bruh. Ah. There, convert to curves. Break curve. There we go. There we go. Might need to be 20. Better frame of mind. And I could do like this. And do like a text that's like hashtag hashtag milk club traveler or something. What would be catchy with it? I don't know. Main font. Milk club. Actually, we could do hashtag beyond the. It's also a call to our what is this? Better in all caps. Characters. It's also a call to the Minecraft. Thank you. It's also a call to the Minecraft server. I'll put it in the bottom instead. I feel like I have to use a real picture. I feel like me not using a real picture is kind of making me confused. I'll have to talk to Aries if she's okay with me using this chibi for it. Use this one.
Looks cute though. Yeah, look at that. I could just like take pictures with it. I think it'd be cute. And if I could find a way to attach it to my camera, bro, that'd be kind of smart. Looks like a postcard. Fuck yeah, bro. What is the 7%? Says the man behind the counter to the woman who is coming. What percent is 105? Do the same. So it looks like it fits. I don't think Aries would be against this just because like I'm not gonna sell this. This is gonna be my own thing, just for me. But I'm gonna DM them right after I'm done with this one to make sure. Alright, let me DM them. Aries. I forgot what their thing is. I'm pretty. Oh my god. No. Oh, there they are. You, I was just wondering if you'd be okay with me creating little Polaroid, little acrylic arm just for me, not being sold. Of this EB you made for me. See you. Oh, goddamn, you can barely see it because I forgot. Also, guys, you should check out Aries if you haven't. They do fucking great art. I love them so much. Okay, so if I were to do this, clear acrylic, single side printing, side front epoxy, single side printing, glitter epoxy. I think, how much does it change the price? $296? I was scared of pretty girls. How big would it be? I want it to be like, how big is 2 inches? 2 inches is like, I think I'd do a little bit bigger than like 3 inches. And then I'd want, I was thinking about the star class, but I don't know if I want the star class. The moon one's pretty cute though. The shell one would be so cute if you made one. If you made one of these, getting you the shell one would be so cute. I think I might do the moon one. Do the moon one, and then get it in an iridescent. So that'll make it quantity. I have to get 3. I can't get 1. I mean, it's $344 for 3 of them. 2 is perfectly adequate. I never said you were wrong. I never said you were wrong. I just wanted it a little bit bigger. With side epoxy makes it $4. Big even. One, yes, one could even say big. Wanna just, like, if I were to add this to the cart. Like, if you want more, you're greedy. No, you're right, though. Single side, custom career, like keychain, single side printing, crescent moon, iridescent, upload, barn. So I have to buy 3, which is a total of $12. Guys, can we crowdfund $12? You guys want to crowdfund some $12? On growth stocks? Growth stocks? I'm about to send people that send me spam messages on Twitter, dick pics. I'm making this a throne thing. Because I want it. No, wrong one. Not wrong one. Wrong one. No. I clicked too many things. Not this one. Oh, Kiwi donated $15 for it. I gotta make a thing for a thing. What? Is it a cash gift? Add wish. Add cash gift. Oh, okay. Allowed crowdfunding. We'll do 70. I think there was an artist. Okay, wait. Wait, hold on. We need to pick a spicy artist. You guys said, I think you guys suggested some in the Discord. Hold on. You guys suggested some, didn't you? Ooh, did this person take them? Wait. Oh, fuck, I forgot their name. Oh, I found them. Will always be my... Oh, that's a good point. Ooh, that's a good point. So I want... Wait, hold on. How much is an Oso? So I've always wanted a piece from an Oso as well. Okay, maybe that's a little high. I don't want our first... Because Kiwi already donated, so I want to start putting together a place for... an NSFW art fund. So I just want, like, someone, like, just to find a base price that I like and then go with that. And then if you guys have something specific, we can go from there. But maybe Sachiko. Full body is a 40. Yeah. Full body is a 40, so we'd have to set it to 40. But I lower it to how NSFW are you going? Probably not full. It's probably gonna be more like tease art. I like playful tease art. So probably something along those lines. 25. Wait, wasn't there one other artist? Hold on. This Instagram person. I also like this Instagram person. I don't know what their prices are. Those guys you can just go with. Yeah, they don't commissions info. Status close, kind of competition close. Okay. Okay. I already got the impact. Use okay. Yeah, I'll add it to the description. Okay. So this will be NSFW Art Fund. Wait, it has to be set at 25. Oh, you mean my wife, Sunny? I love her. This is a fund for getting NSFW art likely to be teased. Thank you. I was gonna ask for these. Whoa, they are for Oh, I'm not gonna be able to eat these for a little. Oh no. Oh, I'll put one in my drink, see what happens. Oh, this one's squishy. Oh. Oh god, I want to touch them, they're making me cold. Thanks. I put my grapes in the fridge because I like eating cold grapes, but I let them in there too long and now they're ice cubes. For getting NSFW art. Don't get shy about it, but if what the people want, crowd on it together. Put them in the drink. I was thinking so. I have the peach ring advanced GG drink. You know, fuck it. Fuck it. Like Frozen, shut the fuck up. I feel like grapes and cucumbers are different than fucking carrots. Or they're fucking peas. Peas and Dr. Pepper. Fucking disgusting, bro. Pose. Feel. Just in the Discord. First piece will likely be teas. Oh fuck. Pose. Check the Discord. Deep freezer channel. Make it blue. Add to wish list. Okay. How do I share it? Share. Try again. What? I can't share it. Okay, now can I share it? Jackson, ooh, I am for real. Putting this in the deep freezer. Created a grown item for a NSFW art fund. Thank you to @QE Goblin donating the first $15 15 towards this. We're gonna pin this message. For our first piece, I'll be looking to go to commission Sachiko. There you go. For the first piece, if you have any suggestions for this, please create thread on this message. Otherwise, meaning of easing slash radio. Okay. There's that. And then I want to do a different one, which is this. Jackson, ooh, I real. I apologize a million times. Beyond the barn charm. I have to upload an image. This one. Actually, let's this song is crazy. My drink is colder now because of the grapes. This is crazy. I have to eat the grapes. I have to dig out the grapes to eat the grape. This was stupid. Stupid idea. Who thought of this idea? This was silly. Ambulance doesn't fuck. Okay, the JPEG should work. Not 50. It is. Okay, but what was shipping gonna cost? Okay, so if I'm okay, so economy is like little less than 2 weeks, which is $8. Sorry. No more sitting in my chair funny for me because I had to fix it. No, that's valid. Okay, so in total, thanks. I just want to see how it's $20. Okay. Wants to take you on more adventures. So, I'd like to create a cute charm for myself. Here's to cool. Cool. Okay. No more time to open comms for new chair fund. Yeah. Bubba's gay pride song. I did. Changes in lyrics from she to he. Yep, I have. I like it a lot. No one throw money at me, but it's okay. It's okay. I'll shield you. Just have a command. We'll do like exclamation point Sunny, and it'll just always be your comm information. There's usable. It's the future issue. That's valid. That's valid. Well, we'll be sure to keep an eye on it. Oh, this is the wrong one. Click of regret. And then this part would be warm intensifies. And this would be this. Oh, that got too big. Okay. And now I think I have to do edits on the like me portion of it, like my VTuber model. Okay, so like right here. I'd like, ooh. Let me add a track so that way I can. Okay. All your clothes, I am getting so hot. I wanna take my clothes off. Wanna hear all your clothes. God damn! I can't look at the Discord anymore. I can't look at the Discord anymore. Take off all your clothes. I am getting so hot. Take my clothes off. Okay. The Gooners are winning. The Gooners are winning. You guys are gooning in my chat. The gooning in my Discord. Those are stinking. As long as you clean up after yourself, actually, it's fine. You've dropped the fund. Where's the Patreon? It's open. The Patreon does exist. I just never talk about it. I have to make my first public post, and then I have to share it. But it does exist. I just haven't done anything with it because I've been shamed. Don't shame me! Don't shame me! I've only for a week have I been back in it. Alright, I'll post it. I share this. Copy. I'm just gonna post it in the general chat. At tweet on. That's a long ass link. Hold on. I'd rather do it like this. No. Damn it. No. Rings the shame! Shame! Damn, guys, shit. I get shy about it, okay? I feel like I'm begging for money, which is my job. To be fair, my job is to beg for money. But okay, I think that's actually not bad. Oh my god, good lord, bitch, fuck. Oh my god, that scared me. Was that me or did the stream go out? Oh, is that what happened? Is that why? Stream died for a sec? Oh, weird. Weird? Weird? It shouldn't have. Maybe that was Twitch. Maybe Twitch is being weird. Piss, stop. I'm not making a piss one. I'm not making a piss one, Vex. Not now, at least. Pay me $5 and I'll do it. There's grapes at the bottom of my drink now. I want to eat them. I don't have the dexterity or the hand-eye coordination, I think. Wait, I have an idea. Wait, if I stab it. I stabbed it. Oh no, it didn't come up. What the fuck? I just have a stabbed grape. I got it. My bits are Kofi. Bits. Give me biddies. Give me biddies. Give me biddies. And then I'll even go to the lengths of being like that meme where it's like, damn, you pissing alone? Wow, you pissing like a, and then I'll do like a racehorse or like a racehorse, a tank engine, a gooner. Like I'll do a bunch of different like types of pissing. Yeah, pissing all by yourself there, handsome. Yeah. Takeo doesn't seem to understand the pillow would be more comfy to lie in. Dude, that's my cat. She lays funny. So when I sleep, I hold her. So like this is me. Sorry, I don't need to draw my boobs. Like I hold her, right? And my cat will like put her head here and then she'll like ball up, right? Right? But the other day she like laid like this. So like her like feet were like this. And then it was like her head. And her arm was there. And my arm was just kind of like raising up her lower butt. And I'm like, dude, this is so uncomfy. Like, if you just scoot down just a little bit, you'll be way more comfy. But she's like, no, I want my tummy to jut out like I would look like a little man, little baby man while I sleep. And I was like, okay. She's a weird baby, but I love her. Also, I need to download some of these clips. What was this one? So all the blood circulation in her arm was cut off. She's not that heavy, so I'm okay. But it does make my back stiff as fuck when she lays on me. Oh, yes. All right, I'll make that thing right now. Thank you, Vex, for the biddies. All right, we'll have a piss command. It goes in here. Yeah, it does. Okay. Wait, hold on. I need to copy this one because the vibe check does what I want it to. Edit appearance. Yes. Save. Edit triggers. It will be a command. It'll be a Twitch chat message. It will be this. Okay, I gotta go to therapy now. Sounds good. Sounds good. Have a wonderful therapy session. We love you so much here. Your piss command will be ready when you return. It triggers. Oh no, it's edit appearance. Actually, I'm making this yellow. What's the color of piss yellow? This one. Got mustard. Alright, I'm gonna go try to get some sleep. Have good sleep. Karen will be here probably when you awaken, so feel free to come hang out with us if you want when you awaken. Okay. Have a good stream. Catch you later if you are up still live when I get back. Hell yeah! Have a great sleep. Thank you for stopping by. Pissing all by yourself there, handsome. What's the copy pasta? Pissing all by yourself. The hair is a Sonic Hedgehog in the bathroom asking you to piss on being all by someone to take over his other character video. Is that it? A second. Pissing all by yourself there, handsome. Dang, you, dang. I need. Dang, Twitch user. You piss like a. Yeah. And then P. I'm just gonna do P adjective because I can. I don't have to change too much. P. 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 Like a racehorse. Race. Alright, so you know what? We're gonna make this funnier. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT to give me some. Cause I don't want to think of words. They logged out. Hey, I'm trying make a redeem where I say damn handsome pissing all by yourself. Dang. You piss like a insert word. I don't, but I need words. Like racehorse. What you got for me? I need a long list. Damn! It breaks their usage policies, what? Oh shit, it works! Absolutely, that's a hilarious bit. You're going kind of far. You're going for that kind of absurd yet flattering sound exaggeration like a cowboy or gas station attendant hyping someone up mid-pee. Here's a big list of fun, colorful, and over-the-top ways to say someone's pissing like a... with a mix of animals, occupations, machinery, and just weird stuff. Yes! It still worked. Racehorse is a classic. I didn't know racehorse was one word, but now we know. This is the only... this is the true usage of AI, like artificial intelligence specifically. What the fuck is like a fire hydrant sniffing hound dog? Bro, that's like a peak one. I really like that one. Like a fire hydrant sniffing hound dog. Like a camel on payday. Like an elephant. I found the keychains. Can y'all mail me one? If I found the keychain, can y'all mail me one? Yeah, probably. Probably. I don't see why not. I get 3 of them. I have to buy 3 of them. Giraffe with a garden hose is crazy. Giraffe with a garden hose. Dog that held it through the whole road trip. Damn. A wild stallion. Moose after long winters on the... A truck stop cowboy is funny. Lumberjack on his day off. Plumber with a full bladder. Thank you, Buffy! I will be sure to send it to you. Navy SEAL back from like a coal miner after a 12-hour shift is crazy! I'm doing that one. I'm doing all of these. No rush. I got you, bud. I have to order it first, so. Bar bouncer after 6 Red Bulls. How about a gooner after 6 Red Bulls instead? A gooner after 6 Red Bulls. Thank you, Buffy. It means a lot. Honestly, it means a lot that you would put that money towards the charm and not the NSFW art. I'm gonna be honest. The teacher, long haul trucker in a caffeine coma. What's the little guy print on Patreon? So chat picks a little guy for us to make, and then we make it on stream, and then I post the STLs. So if you wanted to get it printed, you can, and then I can have like another clause that like if you pay me X amount, I can print it for you and send it. A big top burger. I want my own friend. That's valid, Bobby. But yeah, that's what that is. What was I gonna say? But yeah, that's what the little guy is. So every month we'll make a little guy. And maybe it can be BLT with a bunch of different hats, or it could be a frog. Like we could theme it. Like it could be BLT most times of the year, doing different things with different hats and different outfits. Or we could do like in Halloween, maybe we can make like a little ghost guy, or at Christmas we can make a little like Christmas tree guy. Like it just kind of depends. We can monthly it'll be like I'm going to hook it on my screen as a totem of power. Fuck yeah, dude. Fuck yeah. A pressure washer? You piss like a pressure washer is good. Pressure washer. An open dam floodgate. A floodgate, you piss like a flood. You want a floodgate. A power washer. Pressure washer. A pressure washer. A steam powered engine. Let's go. Damn, Kiwi be wanting to support the Patreon, which means a lot. Thanks, guys. Sprinkler on meth is crazy. Sprinkler on meth. Can I say that? I'm gonna say Coke. You piss like a sluice in a storm? What's a sluice in a storm? Jet engine. You piss like a jet engine. Funny and absurd. A water tower with commitment issues? I like it. Damn Niagara Falls. Boy, you fried too. Yeah. That's another one. I want to do like, damn, you piss like you frying chicken. An artificial passageway for water fitted with a. Oh, it's like a dam in a storm. I can do that. Gimme. It'd be very coincidental if Buffy's the one that got this because he knows that word. A hose with no off switch. Hose with no off switch. A biblical flood reenactment? I like it. I like it. God's own super soaker? Oh my god, these are all really good. Mountain Dew sponsored. Like Big Man Blastoise, that's a really good one. That is also a really good one. Hold on, I'll do that one next. Like Big Man Blast. I'm gonna do it in caps though, because that's that we gotta put respect on that name. Soda can shaken by Satan himself? Oh my god, I love these. Soda can shaken. Can I have a few more absurd imagery? Like a hose big dam. Little hose. Oh, little hose. Little hose big dam. Like you got a little hose. Like you got a little hose with big dam. You piss like you got a little hose. But a big dam. The Hoover Dam, finally a storm cloud. Poseidon's personal garden hose. That's funny. Poseidon's personal garden hose. I like that one. Oh, I forgot the O. A haunted urinal with a cloud that's becoming emotional. Wait, I kind of want this one. The ocean trying to abolish the end credits. A slip and slide powered by regret. Yeah. That one pipe in Mario with trauma. That's crazy. Okay, I think that's pretty good. I just remove all the extra quants. You got save. Okay. Now it should work. God damn it, I crashed Sammy. I had to reopen Sammy again. I had to run it through admin though. No. I'm just gonna run this. I don't hear it saying anything though. Place is two shot apparently. P position, arrange object, P pause. Yeah, adjective. This is just piss. Yeah. What did I do wrong? P respectfully and P. What the fuck? Okay. Hold on. Copy button, save. Oh, did I not have a close bracket? No, I have a close bracket. Is it the comma at the end? No. Vibes. Button ID. Could it be this? This command. Yeah, it worked. I think. This? Like an undefined. Did I do this wrong? P adjective. I think I maybe had to change this one. Maybe I change this. I already have something with adjective as it. Hey Elaine, what did you do before you came to the collab? I made a piss command. Yup. That's me. That's Elaine. Listen, Vex sent me $5 to make a piss command. And I have to respect that. Why is it still undefined? Oh, it's because I didn't fix this one. $PP. Save. Why is it still undefined? Ah! God damn it. Yeah. But it is, right? Vibes, pause. Adjective, effectively and username, okay. And Twitch, users. I ain't gonna crash out, I am. I just wanna know what I piss like, man. It's a variable window. Ray 35, position A, undefined. Yeah, that's... That. Did I miss something? Is one of them broken? Like a long... comma. Ah, these ones are wrong. Is this the problem? Wow. It would be, yeah, it's adjectives dot. I literally didn't change anything. What do you mean? Okay, hold on. Do a pop-up message. 190. These didn't get sense, nice. Okay, so hell yeah, we did it. I mean, this needs to be deleted. Save. Okay, nice. Okay, I found the problem. It was the button ID that was a problem. I didn't have the button ID and it needed to grab the button ID. Hog! Oh, I have to run down here for fucking piss command. Alright, cool. Alright. Knew you could do it. Thank you, wife. Alright, what's this? Maybe we could do this one. I just have to edit it a little bit. Which one has one save? This one. Do this one. I'm just gonna save all these in here. This is, yeah, no, what is this one? Oops. This one could work too. Oh, this one. I could do that one. The saxophone one is crazy. Oh yeah, this one? I'm like going around with a saxophone. Thank you for the cheek pat, Mew. I'm getting grabbed. I can make a funny thing out of this, actually. Alright, let me split them. Twitch. A Niagara Falls? Oh, fuck. Think of the wellness check. Dislike. Okay. A racehorse. And a giraffe, a wild stallion, a truck stop, a coal miner, a Navy SEAL, a long haul, a broken fire hydrant, like a pressure washer, like a floodgate, like a steam powered engine, like a sprinkler. Oop, oop. Like a water, like Niagara Falls, like you chicken, like a hose, like gods, like a Mountain Dew sponsored geyser, like Big Man Blast Us, like a soda can't shake it by saying itself, like you got a little hose but a big dam, like Poseidon's, like okay. Okay. There you go. Alright, let me see, we could do lethal. Did I do 3 per? Yes, 3 per. And we have 8. I think that it should be Cult of the Lamb, Cult of the Lamb. Maybe we can get another Cult of the Lamb one. And then we could do like these 3 and then lethal repo. But without it, this will be 7. So lethal repo. And then cult. So this will be Cult of the Lamb. So I think in their name is Schnitzel Eulogies this time. Like, oh, you're right. You're right. You are correct. Oh, wait, no, I fixed that. I fixed it. I fixed it. I fixed it. I fixed it. I need to just put this one in the Cult of the Lamb one as well. Okay, cool. You got the slip and slide one? No. Are there any games you enjoy? Hand painted. It's like TikTok's not liking my videos, and I don't know why. Never mind, I'm a liar. Okay. We're gonna go vibe with Gore. Pop us on the pad for BLT. With Gore, pop us on the pad for BLT. What do you mean? Oh, are you gonna stream with Gore? Are you streaming with Gore? Is that what you're telling me? I got you. If that is the case, I've got you. Gore's not live yet. Is Gore live? Gore should be around here. Okay, I will. I will do that. Oh wait, there they are. Okie dokie, have fun. Alright, let me... No, you're good. You are okie dokie. If it was a problem, you would know. You would have already known, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. No. Okay, I'm just gonna vibe in here. That way, I'm already in there. Because I have 30 minutes, so I kind of want to do some other stuff really quick. And by other stuff, I mean I want to mess around with drawing. Because I don't know how to draw full people. I can draw chibis, but not like full-ass people, so... Wife, I might need to DM you about it later. Because you draw goob. There's also an art style that I want to try to reference with this as well. I'm gonna put it here. Chibis are gift. Our gift? Our gift. Chibis are cute. I like drawing chibis. That's all I know. And even then, I don't really know how to draw chibis. Oh my god, my eyeballs are so big. Yeah, this is the art style that I kind of want to replicate, I think. So I'm trying to, like, understand what I like about it. Oh my god. Cute. Yeah, it's Damn Dahlia's art. I really like her art. I'm just gonna kind of reference it for a little bit and see if it changes anything. I'm just kind of dicking around, see what I like, what I don't like. What I understand, what I don't understand. Cool, okay. Do blue. Okay, so... Do I see thigh pudge? You do. My art, unfortunately, will not show thigh, but... Yeah, okay, I think that looks okay. Okay, I think I would make the face rounder. Maybe, like... This is not the right brush. No! Do I have the BLT brush in this? I don't think I do. I have this one, though. I have drawing pudge and squish. I know, it's so fun. We do, like, a... Do like this. Like, softer elbows, maybe? Because there's actually has, like, actually, there's just a bit more angle. I just love the way they draw this. Might make the boobs a bit more extended out. Like rounder boobies. Even rounder boobie. I think the biggest thing is like the like the face. I think right now the biggest thing is the face, because the body is like exaggerated in the ways of making it like a bit sexier and a bit more feminine, but it's like I think the face is the biggest thing that sticks out to me, at least. So I'm gonna look at more of Damn Dahlia's art. I think they have more art. Yeah, the body is always what I draw first because the face can be so hard to get. Yeah. Like, I always have an image in my brain. I'm like, yep, that's what I want it to look like. And then it doesn't look like that. And then I fucking cry, dude. This is another one that they did. I'm gonna move this over a little bit. Yeah, they have a more rounded face, I think, overall. So, I know. It affects me because I don't even take commissions, but I love their art. Like, I love how crisp their lines are, too. Sorry, excuse me. I think this is, like, a good reason, like, a good example of, like, how much I like, just, like, like bold line or like just like solid line art. I'm like, yeah, it's color. Is this a better image quality? It is 'cause it's bigger. Yeah, there you go. It's like I just love like the solid lines. I'm driving my identity, I'm doing my answer. Somehow my sleep deprived brain popped off. I believe, bestie. You're so talented. Hi, Shadow. Hi. Have you played Call of Duty with Aura yet? How is she liking it? Ah. Just want to marry them. She's liking Warzone. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. The other game mode is a bit more sweaty, I'd say. Alright, let's try like a rounder face. Like a rounder face? Ugh. This doesn't make sense to me. My brain does not like this. It's funny, the first match I was playing with her, we both had snipers and was just 12 wombo combo people. I am surprised that Aura's doing sniper first, but like very impressed. Very impressed. Oh my god, my arm is getting pinched on. It's making me unhappy. Okay, there we go. 1, 2. Oh, I was like, what? But no, I'm glad that she's liking it. Let's do the face first. What if this is the other sheep girl. I want to look at the other sheep girl. Where are you? What are you? Where do you go? I want to see the eye shape. Boop. Very straight. I see Dahlia. Yeah, I'm referencing their art style because I really want to be able to draw like them. They have. I don't know if they do. It'd be cool if they did. Merch down blue sky hands like I think what's gonna be on their Insta is not gonna be their art, but it'd be cool if. That's what I thought. She's really good. Yeah, I love her voice. Her voice is really good. I just really wish she had more of her art because I really like her art. And it's like, damn, I want to draw like that. But all I got is like 2 images, so yeah, we make do. So it's more angular, is what I'm noticing. Is like it's more angular, but still soft. Like everything has a bit of a bow to it, but when it changes angles, I think it's like a bit sharp. I could also reference Cryptid Cuddler's art. I really like TT's art a lot. I look at TT's art. They don't really have like their eyes, which is fine. It's how they draw their thing. Yeah, they also do very bold lines, which I like a lot. Okay. I think okay. I think I'm just gonna lower this. I know. Their art drives me crazy. I want to be able to draw like that, but I don't know how to do it. Bolder lines. I think a lot of it's like symmetry. They use a lot of symmetry, which I don't mind. I quite like it actually because I use symmetry quite a lot in my art. But unfortunately, the pose that we're doing just isn't that symmetrical. It's very asymmetrical. Okay. It's definitely the rounder face shapes though that I'm noticing. So. Like, Doing just a little bit of an art study before we go on a field trip. Hi, Mr. Wacky. I love how they do. I know. I love big eyelashed eyes. I think they're so pretty. Is that how the jaw works? I feel like I'm doing this wrong. I'm being too structured with it. Maybe I am. Maybe I am. I don't know. I don't know where to go with this, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I have the sketch, but it's like I'm doing a sketch over a sketch. Maybe I need something more dynamic from TT, so that way I can get... Yeah, like this. Okay. I think. Let me get a circle in here. Ooh. The shirt is tied so tight they cracked ribs to accentuate hips. Hey man, don't hate on what you don't have. You know? Just because you can't have, you know, sexy ass ribs don't mean that they can't smile. Sketching over a sketch honestly isn't bad. I rough sketch and screen sketch over yeah. Yeah, I think it's just hard for me because it's kind of like I'm trying to learn new art style while I don't even understand my own. So it's kind of like, wait. Just do it like this and like this. So if that's the head, and then they shorten. They shorten the face. Maybe I should not do it this way first. I'm like trying to unlock the fundamentals that I went to school with in my brain, and then but also like learn. So like, face is a bit more. What's happening? I see a thingy in the thingy. This is a different thingy. My brain's thingying wrong. Oh, it's geese. Okay. Oh, ah! Okay. Just, you know, just have fun with it. I think that's the biggest thing. I just need to have fun with it. And then do the face. Chub the face up a bit. But like at an angle. Yeah, it's like whatever angle the shoulders are at, the jaw would line up the same. So it's kind of like this jaw would be, I think, like here. Maybe. Oops. Oops. And then the neck. I think. And you'd have like, I saw like a video on like neck muscles and I retained none of it. How would titty work? Titty go out like this, and then but titty line like that. Yes, yes, that makes sense. And then I like that thing's still off. Hold on. I'm gonna keep sketching until I understand. Okay, so this and that off. I'm gonna go from this image actually. So let's say the head's here. Oops. That's a lot longer than I thought it. Actually, wouldn't the circle be here? And then it would be like, oh my god, please. Because this is like the back of the head. And you have the jaw that sits here. And then we would shorten it. And the eyes are sitting like this. And we lower it. And use a different color. And do it like this. So I want to be able to show off a bit more of the neck than this one does. Oh no, slow down now, you know. I think that doesn't look terrible. And let's go back to here. I'm going to rasterize. I'm going to flip it white. And then we have the shoulders going like this. And then the body's kind of like going this way. Yeah. And then you have the hips. Except we thinned up the arms and stuff and made the hands smaller to be more dainty. Alright, I'll go all night. Oh. Alright, I'll go all night. No, I love to get out my way. Trying to lose control. Or my tetas. Here. No. Yeah, my love. Trying to lose control. God damn it, I feel like I made the tetas really big. Tetas should stop here. It's running down my street. No. Yeah, you know I love to get on my low, back around and lose control. This is kind of like, and then when you look at, next to each other, it's like okay, I have the same thing, so it's kind of like this. That's straight across. No, because wouldn't it be like this? Wouldn't it follow that to like a lesser degree? I think so. So I would have my other teta start like this. I think. And then you'd have it like this. I think it might stretch up more. Those dancing on the streets. Just carve it in. Yeah, it is. It's for I did a subathon a while back to celebrate my birthday, and whoever gifted the most subs got to have a commission for me. They got to have any art for me, and it was Rainer, and they requested that I do some type of like community art. So we're doing this, but all the limes will be Peepo Sits, and it's art that I drew. Where are they? Oh, Peepo Sits. Art projects, 2D art, commissions. Where are my Peepo Sits? Peepo Sits. Peepo Sits. He's really tiny, because he's meant to be small. And so I'm gonna hold all of them. I don't know if you see, no, because it's like, it would be smooth. It would be smooth. Come. Rainer with the goat ideas, yup. And now I'm trying to decide how I draw the fucking rest of this. Which would be the arms next. If you ever need me to make some guidelines, I can help. Yeah, maybe. Because, like, I don't know if this looks right. I'm, like, kind of guesstimating while also trying to, like, cartoonize the proportions. Make them a bit more feminine. I just want to rip the arms from my sketch that I already did. Give me your arms. Give me... You see what I could do? Do you want me to send you the image? I can send you the image if you want. Oh, wrong thing. Not later. Yes, please. Okay, got you. I got you. Selection only. Export. Save. Alright. Okay. So with this one, I'll send back in a minute. No problem. Take your time. You can even do it after because we have collab in 9 minutes. I think this would come out a bit more. God damn it. No wonder it was weird. And if we're lining this up with the boobie, like there, I think. I feel like I made the head too small. Yeah, because the head should be the width. Okay, so like that. I feel like the hands are kind of big still. It's like, hold on. The I feel like this feels better. I'm more that butt. It's a little bit off. I say, yeah. Any more like this? One bigger butt. One bigger butt. Okay. Then let's fix the hand, which I feel is too big. I think that's more equal. I don't know how I feel about the boobies though. Oops. Where is the crotch? That's the real question. Where does the crotch go? And the crotch would go like here or something? Or like there? Does this make me look like I got a tall cooter, chat? Do I look like I have a tall cooter? I think that's okay. It's like okay-ish. I mean, not that it matters. Yes? Oh, okay. Okay. I just like how matter-of-factly that was just, yes. Not like it. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Okay, let's see how well I did this. I love you, Sonny. Thank you. Alright, let's see how well I did this. Okay. Okay. Okay, we wanted the head to be a little bit smaller, so I'd say, like, match it. Song freaking me out. Hi, V! Okay. Okay, okay. Oh, I think you did the arms better than I did. You so did the arms better than I did. Have fun. Oh, I made the torso too short too. I know, right? I was talking to Pixels about it originally, and we were like, his hands are big. Like, what the fuck? I guess it has to be to hold that many lemons. Got a bit of that leg showing right here. I fucked it up here, so it's like you got more of that butt. More hippage. More hippage. More chubby hippage. Men's have big hands too. Yeah, they're just so disproportionate. Okay, so I think the other thing is like this hand. For how relaxed I make the neck, the arms are too tight, I think. So I have to fix that. Thank you, Sunny, by the way. Also, Sunny, if you wanted to hang out and chat, since I'm just sitting in here, you could totally come and hang out if you want. Make them even shorter. We have little stumpy arms. Yeah, I can sit in the... I can sit in the upper place. And sit in the other collab. And set that up because we have a minute. We have a minute. What? Okay, I didn't realize that it was so soon already. Okay, hold on. I gotta save. Oh my god. Oh my god, I didn't realize. I'm gonna just give myself a little bit more. Yeah. BLT, you gotta go over there, buddy. Hi, Noble. Why not give? Wait. Okay. Hello. Oh my god, my wife. My wife. Where's my wife? Wife, why are you over there? Oh, cause I never gave you a roll, cause I'm stupid. Drag. Hi. Hi.
It's like I gotta fix my audio. For some reason, all of my audio things reset. I love it when that happens for no reason. It's so good. Properties. That one works at least. Music. That should be.
Unplug my cam lamp.
Gaming with the gay mod during Pride Month.
Media.
Gaming with the gay ma during. Am I gay ma?
Very
Am I gay
partial.
ma? My wife. I mean, it would make sense. I got married to the beautiful Miu in Gay Pride Month.
Let me grab your guys' Fuji tick.
Baba.
Going in my lap. Need to be the what? Where'd my popping one go?
I'm gonna boot up this game. Nut. Do you want to do a share chat?
Yeah. I'll set that up in 10 seconds.
Sure. And I'll pop open the gaming stream. Gaming.
No,
Thank God. Oh, goodness.
Yeah.
Everything okay?
There we go.
Yeah,
Everything is working.
cool.
Awesome.
Is there a tutorial in this game, the Backrooms, that I should have done before we got right here? For this current position in time?
Yep.
That's a great question that I did not do that.
Oh no, why did it launch in VR version? Uh-oh.
Oh no.
What do you mean there's a VR version?
Right.
When I
And now
did
there's
the
an
escape
epilepsy
backrooms
live?
together, it didn't do a tutorial, it just throws you in. So I don't know if this one will.
Wait, if I launch it again?
Oh, nice.
Kiwi says yes. Okay. Wait, yes to me being gay ma, or yes to
Wait, what's a gay ma? What is
I
that?
don't know. I think
That's a
it's
new
gay
one.
mother.
Maybe that
No.
would make sense.
I would be
No.
gay ma. Like yo-yo ma. The
Yo-yo ma.
one guy? Yo-yo
Hey,
ma.
yo,
Yeah,
ma,
like
let me whisper in your ear.
Alright,
I'm gonna make my
Let's
person
chat.
smaller.
Oh, okay.
There we
Your
go.
chat will be in the couch.
Let me turn on.
And Miu, you are free to join this. It won't do anything because you're not. I think. Are you streaming? Hold on, let me
No, I
assume.
haven't streamed yet. No.
Okay, so if you want, you can still join it. To see like the multiple chats together, but
Yeah,
Let me see.
there we go.
this-
And
Miu,
that should be working now.
and mobile.
And
There we go.
Like gamer,
Wait.
gay mother, gay ma. Oh, what? I think I get it. Done. No, it's not done.
also, I forgot to say thank you, Clover, for the kind words. I got a new stinger, and it goes. It's very cool. It's very nice.
Hell
It goes
yeah,
blurp, blurp,
that's
blurp.
cool. Oh my god, there's
Yeah.
so many backrooms things in here.
Yeah.
2019.
Oh, where
Backroom
is?
survival.
I need to double check this is working.
The
What's this
backrooms
here?
game.
Okay.
Hi, Ghost. Bro, where is this game? How am I supposed to link the category of this game if I can't find the game?
I would say maybe it might be horror.
I put escape the backrooms.
Oh! I just put the backrooms. There we go. We're good.
Yeah, that'd do it. Also, I
Yeah,
love the
you do it.
Fujitech models. Those are fucking adorable.
Aren't they?
Oh my
Aren't
god.
they? Aren't
Thank
they
you.
cute?
Precious. Oh, man.
Are we doing push to talk in game?
Yeah, we can. Or you could do voice activation in game. But we'll probably use the in-game things.
Yeah.
If we are, to make sure that the Fuji's text still work, if you want, if you go into your voice and volume Discord settings, you could just turn your output volume down. That way the Fuji text still work on the stream.
I'll just
That's
put it
like
on
up
push
to
to
you.
talk. I thought I'd ask.
Oh, that works too.
Yeah.
Easy clap.
Audio. Master volume at 100. What could possibly go wrong if I do that?
So many things.
Mm.
There it is.
Oh, I have my settings all on ultra. Please don't do that.
Always be
Audio quality.
fine. Probably.
Graphics. I know nothing about this game. Frame rate
Well,
60. Motion blur off.
Close.
Show names. Oh, is it global nicknames or server nicknames? Server
Oh.
nicknames?
Almost fall on my chair.
Don't fall.
My chair is so broken.
Oh, what? So like when you sit on it, like what? Like is it just tilting really hard or?
Yeah, because like it's one of those crisscross chairs. I got a big old booty, and I was trying to like sit sideways to like so it was like longer and I could tuck my feet under. But I was like leaning too hard in certain ways, and some of the supports I think popped like in the hydraulics.
Oh.
So like if I
Damn.
lean too far to one side, like I almost fall. And if I lean
Big old booty.
Like old booty. It's a cheap chair, so I'm not surprised. I just didn't want to buy another one.
I've always wanted to try one of those crisscross chairs. They look kind of comfy.
What's
They
a
are.
chair?
It's just like a chair that's like wider in the seat and stuff, and like a little bit longer, so you can sit crisscross. And it doesn't have like arms on it. Usually, it doesn't have like arms on it, so there's like nothing like in the way.
It's just better if you say
Uh-uh.
crisscross applesauce, then it kind of gives you more space to do crisscross applesauce.
Mm-mm-mm.
I'm putting one in the couch. That's what it looks like. The booty cannot be contained by support. No, chat. We have to support it.
Support me, guys.
Multiplayer.
Yeah, I'll even put a photo in there. Mine's pink.
Server.
Let's see if this works now.
That's cute. 4.
My chair's pink. My desk is pink. My monitor stands
Oh, that's
pink.
cute.
I wonder what my favorite color is.
You enable the share chat?
Start change. Sorry, my bad. Yep, there you go. There we go.
No, good.
New
Easy peasy.
game.
Everyone can say hi.
Normal, Hard nightmare.
Yay!
That's crazy.
Oh,
Normal. Mew the mermaid, real, not clickbait. I know, real. HD 4K popping.
I came out of the ocean just for this.
Hell yeah. We keep you in we heave a bathtub into the gaming room just so you can play with us.
Just give me a wet towel to put on my legs.
We need a mic
the
peeking counter.
SpongeBob.
Oh yeah, probably. Oh, I might peek my mic. We'll see. We'll see. Last time we played Lethal Company, I think. No, last time we played Repo. I didn't peek my mic even though I screamed.
Oh.
So we'll see.
Advanced screaming.
Advanced screaming. Alright, invite friends. This is gonna be great. I don't know anything about this game.
HD.
Fantastic.
That's not what I want. I wanted shift tab, thank you. HD screaming, exactly.
Yeah.
What?
Is Mr. Goids coming?
He should be. I also... What is he watching? Oh, he's watching the fucking... That one show where Gordy Ramsay goes into restaurants.
Yeah.
Oh, I used to watch that all the time, but the name is blanking me all of a sudden.
Sir.
Also, it's nice to meet you officially, Noble.
Yeah, it's nice to meet you too. You go by Miyu?
Miyu, yeah.
Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. It's the first time I can say a name right for once. Holy shit. Oh my God.
It's like a more peaked way to say meow. Meow.
The based version of
my
Meow.
What is happening?
I can't do that too loud or else my cat will actually start doing that. Oh God.
What is this?
They're like dogs. They just start howling or yowling, I guess.
Oh no.
They're good. They're good kitties. They're just loud.
I get it. I have one cat, I look at him and he just starts meowing at me.
Yeah. Do you meow back?
Mew, don't I have you on Steam?
I sent you the friend code, but I don't know if you replied to it.
Hold on.
Give me a sec. I can get you a new one.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I thought I took care of that, but
it happens.
Deltarune Day. What is that?
Deltarune new chapter came out today, I think.
Huh.
I'm strawberry milk on Steam just because I'm too lazy to change it.
Well, that's a mood. That's a mood.
Like years ago when I first made a Steam account, my Steam name is the Mystical Mermaid. And so it's like fortuitous. Oh, I closed my Steam.
The way we said
I just realized
you should not be able to peek it, and Lord knows you tried last time. That said, we did have to change one thing. Yeah, so we'll see. What were you gonna say? Sorry.
I just realized that Tuesdays would be a terrible day for collaborations on video games because Steam does their fixie stuff.
Oh, the
on
update?
Tuesdays.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, very consistent too. They just every Tuesday. Petting my kitty before I ignore them for the next few hours. Good kitty.
It's sleepy time for my cats. They've already had their dinner.
Aw.
Yum, 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 yum.
I gave them a can of wet food as well to try and calm them, but we'll see how that works.
Ow, my knee. Oh god, this is going great, guys.
My leg.
My leg, my mermaid leg. I don't know how humans can sit in these chairs.
You keep just slipping. I just see you like slowly slipping out of it. Mermaiden.
Mermaiden.
Are we talking about the cool mermaids or the mermaids that eat people?
Cool mermaids. No eating people.
Oh, okay.
I
We
mean,
cool,
I
we
think
cool.
both are cool personally.
Oh. No.
Strictly non-human diet.
Okay,
eat humans
Damn.
too.
Oh, that's smart though, because you know we're not that tasty. I mean, I'm not a human. I
Too
would taste
chewy.
like cow at meat.
Everyone thinks I taste like blueberries. I actually taste like raspberries.
But
Oh,
raspberries is so much
interesting.
better than blueberries.
I mean, I taste like blueberries.
Oh no! Raspberries
No.
by now.
Floridian slip, it's fine. It's
Miu, do you want me to tag you with your Twitter, or do you just want me to put Miu for now?
You can tag mine, yeah.
I hit the strawberry.
I forgot what your Twitter is. I have to find it again. My brain is dying.
Everything should be all the same. Just me the mermaid. I made it simple for myself and everybody else.
Oh.
The mermaid.
I taste like someone whispered strawberry into another room. I hate it. Like fucking like a LaCroix. A real LaCroix. Strawberry LaCroix.
I'll eat that hint of strawberry. Nom, 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 nom.
You don't even look when you pass by. Don't know.
I have my Discord set perfectly so that I can see the chat, the Twitch chat too.
Hell yeah.
Would you like me if to boop Gordy? I don't know if that would help
if
or
you
not.
want. I typed in his chat that it is time, but then his chat told me to be patient and wait till this episode was over, so
Oh,
Oh
you got
God, what? Oh my God.
It's okay. It's okay. No, it's cool. They're like, be patient. It's close to the end. So I was like, okay.
That must be a really good video.
They're watching. What the fuck is that Gordon Ramsay show called? Hell's Kitchen.
The Hell's Kitchen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hell's Kitchen.
Well, I guess I'll keep working on my art.
It looks like the video's down at least.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not in a rush. I'm just vibing.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
I
All right, so
can work on
he
my
knows. He
planner.
knows. He just said he has to be at a collab. All right, we cool. So if you want, we can do introductions, or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, guys. I'll go first.
Yeah, you go first.
Or maybe you go first now. No.
Why? What the fuck? You're the one that brought up the idea.
Okay, fine. I'll go first.
Yes.
Okay, bye. You go second.
Yeah. Okay, I can accept that.
Hello, everybody. My name is Noble. I am a slime chef. I cook the food. I have a blowtorch. I have swam with the hot dogs. And I have pissed on every culinary culture known to man. And I'm going to do it again.
That's crazy, dog.
It's very true. Like, all that is true. Also, I do a pretty good Kermit the Frog voice. But
Kermit the Frog here.
You were the second person I know that can do a Kermit the Frog voice.
I love people that can do Kermit the Frog.
They're all fake. I'm the real OG. The real.
Oh damn!
Real
What Miss Piggy tastes like, bro? Tell me the truth.
Ham.
Damn.
Oh God. But
all right.
I don't know. I think that's about it. Yeah.
Pog. Well, it's lovely to meet you, Noble. I've never met you totally. First time meeting you, wink. Wink.
Wink. Wink
I
wonk.
can't wink. Fuck.
I'm going next now, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, hi, I'm Elaine, known as maincoow on all my socials. I have been told I am the physical embodiment of whiplash because I do everything and anything, and I might be doing one thing 1 second, and the next second I might be making up his chat command, so it's
Nice.
real. I was paid $5 to do it.
Hold on, let me see. That'll work. Yeah.
Pissing all by yourself there, handsome.
I guess it's...
My thing
No?
just says I'm making pics. Hey, Grady.
Hi,
Hello.
Gordy.
Do you guys want to be on audio yet, or are you guys working some stuff out still?
No, we're good. We were doing introductions.
Oh, bet.
My wife is doing her introduction.
Yeah.
All right.
My wife.
Maybe.
Okay. Oh, I'm nervous. It's my first introduction, guys.
It's gonna be great. So, okay, they already know you have a fat ass. Anything you say from here on out, you know, you'll be fine.
Yeah,
Oh, shit, I almost fell out of my chair. Hi, I'm Mew the mermaid, streaming straight from the shore. I used to live deep under the sea, but now I'm here to make some waves, make some friends, and maybe figure out what a meme is. I don't know what that is, but I've heard of it a little bit. Let's discover the surface world together, one stream at a time.
Nice.
Oh, I'm like shaking.
I gotta make a
love
Will Smith meme. Oh, hold on. While we wait for Gordy to get here, I'm gonna make. Oh, that was so cute. I gotta make that Will Smith meme where he's like showing off his wife.
Be safe, lose him. Oh my god.
Oh my gosh, she's wearing a pink dress too. Oh my god, this meme is perfect.
Would you like to do an introduction, Gordy?
Oh yeah, sure. Hold up, my VR opened. Give me a second.
Yeah, I know that shit scared me, bro.
The same thing.
There we go. Hello, my name's Gordy. I'm a pumpkin VTuber. I play horror games mainly. That being said, I'm just hanging out, just vibing. I would love for you guys to introduce yourselves as well.
Again?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, no, you're good. Don't worry, Strawberry.
Yeah, you're good. You did it after the fact.
You
got a 2-for-1. You got a 2-for-1 day, you know?
Huh?
I'll do it
You
again.
did the
Let's
2-for-1
go.
deal. She did it both on both streams.
Okay.
Oh wait, who is it just you streaming, Elaine, or is it is anybody else
It is
streaming?
also Noble. It's also Noble,
Yeah.
so I do have a shared
Hell
chat
yeah.
on the couch right
Perfect.
above
Yeah.
the crisscross chair.
All right, I'm gonna pop it up. I'm gonna join the shared chat. Hopefully, my PC can handle it.
I believe in your PC.
I will go again. Here we go. Introduction. My name.
Oh god, he's doing the Kermit.
I'm doing it. I'm gonna jump.
Okay, go for it.
No.
He's doing it.
Oh,
He's doing it.
My name.
He's pulling his name out.
I'm pulling my name out. It's huge. No, all right. So my name is. God damn it. My name is Noble. I am the slime chef. I have been known to piss on culinary cultures. I have swam with the hot dogs, and I have a blowtorch that I use constantly. And I'm a silly goober. Let's have some fun.
yippee.
I love blowtorches.
Yeah. Oh my god, dude! I'm gonna show you a picture. I'm gonna send you a. Thank you for the follow, Candy. Oh shit! I didn't read that in time.
Handle
Is that monster
Handle
or
mother?
mother?
Handle
Mother?
We love
Candy
Handle Mother.
monster. Yeah.
Oh, holy shit!
Thank
I
you
can
for-
see why if you have dyslexia, that would be hard.
Yeah. Names are hard for me.
Monster.
Moth.
Oh,
Yeah.
Moth.
thank you, Kiwi.
Goody, imagine what size, or Goody, what size imagine do you need a pin? Nothing too crazy. Like probably the size of like these little jingle bells that I got on me. Would be pretty cool. Why do you ask? Oh, I hadn't readied up. My apologies. Are we using in-game
Is
mics or
Phantom
no?
Trash, thank you for the follow. Miss
Miss
Positive,
Positive,
thank you for the
thank you.
follow as well.
I don't think
we
we
love
are,
you.
question mark.
We can if we want. I always enjoy proximity chat because I like hearing screams from far away and then go, "What happened?"
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's always
True.
Yeah.
Oh, have you guys seen my hot dog kettle before?
No.
No,
Excuse
I
me?
haven't.
I feel like you're asking me to see your penis.
No, it's genuinely an emote I have. It's a hot dog
it's
kettle.
An emote.
Beautiful.
Oh, thank God. Oh my God.
Oh, that's
Oh my
wild.
God.
Also,
It's
thank
beautiful.
you so much, Sample. Holy shit.
He dog get broiled. That dog be broiled. Look at that hog get broiled, boy. All right, you ready? Sorry. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready.
Escape
Okay,
the
all
Backrooms
right.
together.
All right. Start.
There we go.
They're gonna
Names. Oh, I have to put a name. Glorb. Okay.
Glorb?
Okay.
I'm scared. That's the name.
cousin.
I am scared too.
Thank you, Miss Positive.
Okay.
Okay, now
Thank
we
you for
start
all
going
the
silence.
follows.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, yeah. Oh, I
That
will
was very
mute. I will
nice.
mute.
All right, I'm gonna turn down instead of Discord and just use you guys' in-game audio.
There we go.
Yeah. I'm gonna do the same thing. All right. Turn down.
Okay, I
Turn
think we're
down.
good. Oh,
Hello?
oh my God, that is sensitive. Oh Jesus, that's real sensitive. We gotta turn that the fuck down.
Push to talk.
Hello?
Disable. Hello? Hello?
This is close.
Oh,
Hello?
hi.
Hi.
Oh hey,
Hi.
buddy.
Hi.
Oh,
You
my-
might want to
my-
deafen because there you go. I
Okay.
saw it. Okay. Wait, we don't have nameplates? How am I supposed to know who's who?
The mystery.
Oh, it's a mystery? God damn. Alright. God damn, we look like moving images. Oh, I
Okay.
found a piece of paper.
Okay,
This
we're good.
thing doesn't want to escape. This thing doesn't want us to escape. Fix the ladder. Where's Gordy? Gordy! I look up and boom, Backrooms, exactly. What is this? There's another piece of paper
Oh
here.
God, oh wow. It
Another
is-
one. Wow, this buzzing's gonna drive me nuts. Where's the
Yeah.
ladder? Where's my wife?
Wait,
Don't y'all have IDs? Apparently not.
Hey, Len, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, but I'm getting an echo. I don't know why.
An echo?
Coming through the game, yeah.
Is it me? Am
Hmm.
I the problem? Can you change what audio, what microphone it takes?
It doesn't look like you can.
That's stinky.
Aw.
Is it me? Oh. Wait, is it me? So, like, if you talk, does it sound like you're coming through to me? From me?
Yeah, it does a little bit.
Okay.
Wait, let me go.
I might
further
have
out
to
and see if that
restart.
helps.
Yeah, I might have to restart the lobby otherwise.
Hello.
Hello?
Hmm.
Is it still happening?
Yeah, it's still doing it. That's weird. Let me see if I can Google a thing real fast.
It might be me because my Windows might have the wrong mic setting on it. I gotta check. Open volume fixer. I crashed out. What do you mean crashed out? What's happening? Hello? What's happening? Why are you I think a monkey possessed Gordy. Stop, you're scaring me. Gordy, you're scaring me. Please, I'm trying to fix a problem and you're scaring the shit out of me, man. You good?
Oh, hey Gordy, do you ever have an echo problem?
Do you have an echo? Am I making an echo?
Oh
might be
God.
just me then.
Hold on, wait.
Uh-oh.
Oh wait, Elaine, you stay over there. Noble, come here.
Okay, hey Gordy,
Okay.
you're an
Hi, Noble.
Hello.
Are they
so
talking
it is a-
shit?
it is a-
It is a lane.
Okay, okay, I need to
Alright,
restart. Okay, I'm
Elaine's
gonna
mic is stinky right now.
okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I had a can of beans before we started. I gotta restart the lobby really quick. No, I gotta restart the lobby.
My ear.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, everybody. Input device is supposed to be this one. There we go. Sorry guys. Sorry guys. I'm restarting it. You guys probably unmuted. I'm not muting. I'll fix it right now. Create server or private server create. And the Blake goes, oh no, we have a headache. Oh. Okay. Boop. Boop. And who didn't I invite? It's Noble. Boop. Lorb. Okay.
Headache almost immediately gone.
Oh, never mind. Okay. My bad, guys. My bad, guys. My bad, guys. Okay. Hopefully we'll be okay now.
Hello? I keep
Hello?
tripping over my...
Hello? Am I echoing again? Am I echoing again?
No, I don't think so.
Oh my god, Gordy.
Gordy, you're in my ears.
I don't like that. Yeah, I know. It's freaking me out.
Oh,
I want to get freaked out because of other stuff, man.
No!
Stop! Ew! Ah! Stop! I just want to know where my wife. I just want to find my wife. My wife.
Where's my wife? Oh, I found the wife.
You find the wife. The wife has a name, thank you.
Bro. Bro, I ain't gay, but that was hot, bro.
Oh
Good
my
for
God.
you, man. The shit.
Okay, we're all together. We're all
Okay.
together.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, guys. Sorry about
Earlier
that.
it somehow crashed, but we should.
Oh, that's crazy. Okay, cool.
Oh, God.
Alrighty. So I guess we gotta go. We gotta fix
the
it.
phone. Hell yeah, that's cute.
I think we gotta go fix a ladder. So we gotta go look for stuff or something. I don't actually really know. So
That sounds about right. We gotta fix a ladder, guys. We
I
can
know
do it.
exactly how to
I
play
have
this
friendship.
game. I'm the expert, but I'd love to see where you guys go with this.
okay, thanks, Pumpkin Man.
Oh, any
I
of the
fixed the
controls.
ladder.
Crouch.
Everyone press C.
D. What
Oh,
is this?
I got a
look at
badge.
the- What is this?
Oh.
What is this?
Oh.
Now we know. Now.
Let me see.
Oh.
Let me see a badge. Let me see a badge.
Let me see your badge.
Yeah, alright, that's Gordy. Alright, let me see a badge.
All
Here's
right.
my badge.
Just keep it up the whole time.
Alright.
All right. Cool.
Is that black thing on the wall?
I just need to do this real fast.
I have to say, there's a
What's
crack.
this?
Let's all go towards the crack.
Yeah.
What's it? What's this?
Let's go towards the crack.
We
I
can
love
fit
it.
through there. You might need to loop me up.
What does
a
it
little
smell
bit,
like?
but
Hello?
I guess
Um.
it's on you.
Oh, it smells like a hot fart, bro. I took a double whiff of that.
Whoa! With the gas mask on?
Yeah. Welcome back, Vex.
Crazy.
You're gonna be vile.
Black crevice
I'm gonna
in
be
you.
vile this game. I'm dabbing into that. Corpse.
Wait, there's another. What's happening over there? What's that? Is
we
that a
have
black
Big.
wall? What's this thing?
Yeah, yeah. I
The
keep
collision
tripping
in this
over my
game is
enormous
crazy.
What, how so?
penis. Oh, it's dark over here. I don't like this.
What the
I don't-
fuck?
I don't
Like, if
that.
I walk
It's
into you, it's like all jittery. I hate it.
dark.
Um,
Oh, Mother
Is
Night
there a
Rose. thank you for
flashlight
the
button?
follow.
There's not a flashlight button. Just raw dog in the
what
dark.
is this? I can't open
I
that.
swear I
God,
heard
I
a
love
Minecraft.
Rob.
Oh,
noise.
oh, god damn it.
You know, understand. There's a vent
So dark in
I
here.
wonder where they're gonna go with this.
leaning around corners.
Stop doing that, man!
Stop talking to my ear.
Oh, sorry. Am I close to my mic? I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You're gonna have to buy me dinner or something. Gosh.
Mother Night Rose, thank you for the follow. Gordy's putting on his voice actor voice and scaring the shit out of all of us. Either scaring the shit or the cum. You know, it's one or the other, man. I'm afraid either way.
He put on the voice already.
How the fuck you show
Oh,
me
the
the
exit-
ways of
oh.
the sexy voice?
I
Okay,
found
so we have
I found
to
a thing on the wall.
Your
Yeah,
skill's
yeah, there's
sold,
a-
so you can go ahead
We
and-
gotta escape from the box.
I'll do that.
We gotta fix the ladder.
Yeah.
Spotted me, so we're gonna go this way.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, this is a terrible game. My ISP's having issues. I'm limited to mobile land. No! I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, this is terrible. I have no object permanence. I think liminal spaces are very cool. But I also, will get lost very easily. There's another... Okay. At least there's papers around telling us where to go, you know? I don't... Hello? I feel like I keep seeing something at the corner of my eye and it's freaking me out. There's another paper. Wendy man? Is there a white man in a tall suit ready to touch me with his tentacles? Where did all my friends go? Friends? Where did all my friends go? Hello? I'm so afraid. Oh, my friends are gone. All my friends are dead. Oh, I hear them. Friends?
Elaine?
That's cute.
Friends?
Friend.
Hello? Hello?
Wife? Wife?
Are these the voices of the damned? Oh,
Behind you.
thank God. Oh,
Hi.
thank God. Hi.
This way.
Hi. You guys find anything
The
cool?
law's
Where
been
do we
dead.
go? I can't.
No, we didn't
No,
find
we're not
shit.
dead yet. Unless this is purgatory.
Okay.
The
Hey, guys.
fuck? Hey guys, badge.
I feel like we should keep going this way. I feel like there was nothing. Oh, badge? Badge here.
Badge. Badge.
Yeah.
What's a badge? Is this a badge?
V.
Okay, good.
All right.
Good.
Alright,
Good.
yeah.
Alright, let's go.
Okay.
Badge? Nice.
Badge? What?
Badge.
Badge
Nice.
check? Badge check? Badge check?
Nice badge.
Nice badge.
Nice badge!
Cat calling is evolving now. Nice badge, bro. Oh,
Can I get a
No, it's like
badge pic?
it's like the Wii. It's like the Wii when you
shit, a
get
door?
the nice oh, whoa, a door.
Sleek
a
design.
door. Open door.
Hi, Fairy. Hello, hello.
Can't open
Badge?
door.
Badge?
Can't open door.
Open.
Sorry for the mic sounds.
Open? It's okay.
Open. I'm saying badge. This mod tells you. Oh, he's dead!
Oh, he's dead!
Oh shit! Run!
Dead. They're dead. They're dead. They're dead. They're dead. They're dead. Whoa.
That's a dead end.
Did HR tell
guess we
me what we're
got
supposed to do with a dead body?
I didn't read that part of the packet because I can't read.
Oh man, me too. They it was a really low bar to get in. They just asked me if I had any friends or family, and I said no.
English.
No.
In mermaid school, they don't teach you how to read human English.
Oh no, that's valid. I'm just illiterate because I'm illiterate. I choose to be illiterate. You know.
You choose not to read a book.
No, you know. Okay. This is really, I'm gonna be honest. With someone with no object permanence, this game is gonna be hard. How are we gonna?
Yeah.
They should have gave us chalk. Was there no budget for chalk?
I guess not. All we get is
Oh,
a
they
badge.
can-
We don't even get keys.
Yeah, they sound like keys. I like that. I can see
no,
Noble
there's a
typing in the
little
chat.
Chat. Yeah, there's a little chat.
Whoa, this
Oh,
floor,
Oh,
this wall.
look.
Oh,
Come
oh
here,
shit!
come
The
here.
ladder, the ladder pieces.
Oh.
Are they the ladder? I can't pick it up.
What the fuck?
Oh, wait.
Oh,
Wait, there's the exit. How the fuck do we pick the pieces
but
up?
how do we pick up the ladder pieces? G.
Okay, well, I know how to...
F. I clicked
F?
F and I picked something up.
Oh, okay, cool. Ah, they couldn't have told
I
us
wonder if I
that
can
F
pick
is
up
to
more than
enter.
one.
Yeah, can you?
I can pick up more
Oh my
than
god,
one.
we're gonna get out of here. If we go to the next level, will they get revived though? I hope so.
They should. Oh, okay. We only needed one more piece. I'm going. Oh, I got a
Okay.
key. I got a key.
Oh, we gotta go back to the door.
What is
Oh, we gotta go
this?
back to the door.
Oh shit.
I feel like you would have keys because people throw keys into the ocean all the time with the locks and stuff.
I was
I'm
just thinking
sorry
I
that,
was like, you know what? I've
Yeah.
seen a key. I've seen a key.
you know, because like
Pollution's really
humans
bad.
suck. Yeah,
Yeah.
humans suck.
pollution's
I'm not a
really-
human. I look humanoid, but I'm actually an amalgamation of a cat and a cow. You know?
That's pretty cute. I like that.
Yeah, you're
I
pretty
see a lot of cats
cute.
at the sea.
That's valid. Now, where the fuck was that door? Do you remember where the door is?
No, I think this way. I remember it was like kind of to the right from where we were walking.
Yeah, because we
Like,
went
right?
left to... Yeah.
I'm just scared about the monster.
Okay, oh, God. Alright. I'm panicking.
Oh, cat, go away. Use Q and E to something.
I can't close the door, it's freaking me out! Oh.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Shit! I'm alive!
Oh! Oh!
You got this!
Okay, I'm going. Oh!
Hi.
Hey, what's up? Oh, okay. Okay. What the fuck? Okay, maybe this was on purpose. That was scary as fuck.
It's like, oh, balance. I'm like, balance on what? It was like Q and E to like balance, and it like makes you like, turn.
Well, it didn't help that there was like a voice talking to us while we were doing that.
I got as far as the heartbeat, and then I fell.
Yeah. Yup.
No, do we have to go find that ladder? No, because the ladder was the key.
Oh yeah, because we're on a floor lower now.
Yeah, we're like a whole floor lower.
It's
the light's
dark.
getting to me. It's like flashbacks.
I know. I can smell the dankness of the air.
I guess we'll go back this way.
Yeah. At least it's pretty open, at least, so we can see where we're going.
Yeah, it's just kind of dark.
Hello? Man, it's unfortunate that Gordy was the first one to die and he's so experienced, you know? Oh, there's an arrow! Hey, there's arrows!
Oh! Look at that.
Oh.
Good job.
Ooh. Woo! Alright. Who had this much Sharpie? You know, you gotta question,
Right?
who had this much Sharpie?
Like, this looks like a broad stroke Sharpie, so how big was their Sharpie?
I know, right? Okay, so it says to go this way. I feel like I'm feeding myself to death, but you know, it's give and we take, I guess.
It's okay, I'm right behind you. We go down together.
Yippee! Oh, it's a blue room. It's got a refrigerator. Whoa! Whoa, wait, I
Did
want
we find the
food.
break room?
This looks like a pretty nice break room. I don't trust that. I don't. Oh, okay. Oh, you're not going in?
No.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Let's go. So we have the long dark hallway, or we have the Gooner cave. You have a choice. You have a.
As much as I'd love to be a Gooner, the arrows I think are pointing us in the right direction right now.
Okay. Oh.
Actually fucking got it! Holy shit!
Oh my god.
Good shit!
Oh, thank God, we did it!
They get the MVP
We
roll.
did
Holy
it!
shit.
We did it!
Oh! Yay!
Hell yeah!
Fucking good
Big
job, guys.
booty bitches, got a big booty.
Thank
This is a
you.
passcode. That has a passcode.
Oh, so, Gordy, can we not talk to each other when we're
Booty
dead?
bitches made it.
Probably not, no.
I don't like the sound of my feet walking on the water, not gonna lie.
Dude, look at y'all! Y'all did that!
Yeah,
Good
we
shit.
did
Who
it!
did that? Oh hey, we can open
Alright,
it.
well, I'm gonna go die
Intuition.
now. See ya.
Okay, bye.
No, don't do that.
Where's like, you guys got this. I don't gotta babysit y'all.
There was a sign that said check IDs, so I'm just gonna be pulling out my IDs every 5 seconds. Out of
Why should
fear?
open doors?
I
Yeah.
don't like that.
Found almond water.
Oh, that's for
Oh, yeah,
like
that'd be
sanity
good.
stuff.
I know. Yeah, I know in the Escape the Backrooms, it was pretty easy. You had to check sanity and stuff. And
God
snack
damn.
helped.
Can I have this?
Okay.
No. Oh my god, these noises. Oh my god, these noises.
Nuh-uh. Not a snack. That's right, because you're a meal.
Damn.
Elaine,
Hello?
you're like flirting with me.
It's okay. She damn well do whatever she wants to.
And that's
She
what
does
Wait,
that.
wait,
Look,
wait.
Cam.
Wait, their car, car,
car.
and a car.
Mark.
Two, okay, it's got two doors, maybe?
Ugh, don't walk between the cars. It makes you all jumpy.
Car?
You guys are so close.
Car?
to the
Cars? Car?
Are we not
Are
supposed to
they
be close
are
to
they
the cars?
associated?
No, you
I
guys
think-
are fine.
I think
I
they
don't know,
might be
I don't like how you
associated.
answered that question.
Wait, what was that
cars
noise?
kill
I
you?
heard it.
I don't like how the smooth talking pumpkin answered that.
Are they like
What you talking
associated with
about?
numbers on the keypad? Or something?
Do you guys want to see what the
I don't know.
keypad is?
Yes.
It's over by the entrance, right?
Yeah. So the keypad's over here.
Excuse me? Oh, okay. Don't mind me, I'm just a little schizophrenic.
What's a mimic?
Yeah, same.
Don't worry about it.
What?
Oh,
Okay.
it's like in D&D, right?
That's your keypad.
So 1, 2, 3,
You messing
4.
with your mic
Okay.
scared the crap out of me.
Sorry, I was.
I think I have an idea. I think I have an idea. I think it's
So,
in here, right?
oh, what if
so
the
it's...
colors mean something? So, because those are color coded, right? So sedan
Yeah, but, like-
is red.
You don't like the flickering lights?
Yeah,
That's
but it-
understandable.
It's
I don't
Red,
either.
blue,
I don't like
red?
the buzzing.
red.
Thank you for the hydration. I need my water bottle. I don't know where that is actually.
Yeah, red.
You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna try
Light
it.
blue.
Red, blue. Yeah, red, blue, blue, red.
Yeah. I think so. I think he's got
I don't have a
it.
good memory.
It's okay. It's okay. I think Noble and I got the memory part. Maybe. I might be illiterate, but I got a good
Okay.
memory for things.
I'm gonna go check out another room.
Oh,
I
okay.
absolutely did leave my drinks in another room, Pixel.
Blue, blue, red. Oh, it doesn't let me. That's unfortunate.
Not work.
Oh, I think I'm locked.
Oh no, you got it.
Oh wait. Oh wait.
Yeah, you got it.
It doesn't let
Red?
me get the last one. It's really weird.
It red,
That was
blue,
better.
blue, red. Nah, that's not it.
Some bullshit, man.
You're just like the other
It's a metallic egg.
Metallic
I've
egg.
metallic egg before.
Excuse me. I want to see.
There we go. I couldn't pick it up for a
Is that a
second.
gun? What the fuck? What the fuck? That wasn't an egg. That was a
Being precious,
flashlight.
guys.
Yippee! We have light.
Oh, did you get the car thingy?
No.
I found a flashlight.
Nice.
So-
Does that have batteries?
Oh.
Gotta get some water.
Yeah,
Someone scream at the
red
mimic. Okay.
Is, oh, wait a sec. Maybe there's numbers in here. Or somewhere.
Maybe.
I don't like the rattling inside the vents. That's creeping me.
Yeah, you know, I don't either. So, like...
Oh, every time you move between the cars, like, my screen... the collision
Maybe when
so
you touch
bad,
the
it makes you
cars.
jump around.
So it's like...
So it should be... Something's red. And then... Light blues. And the, yeah. Car, tell me your secrets.
Maybe
I
gotta jump
smell... nothing.
Sometimes you find a
License
car
plate.
near the shore that people have dumped in the ocean.
Oh,
I've seen
damn.
some of these. It's usually covered in, like, algae and, like, stuff.
Algae's cool.
Yeah, algae's pretty cool. You can do a lot of
What's
stuff
up with
with
these cars? What's up with
Very
these
slippery when I have
in.
people.
Birdie
cars?
guy.
He's running off being a menace, I think. I show my badge. A Pumpkin King!
Gordy? Hello? Is that Gordy? Oh, wait, I think he went to get water. Because he was thirsty, so he's hanging out by the exit.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a very bold move.
Yeah. I want to see this.
Hi, Gordy's chat.
1, 2, 3, 4.
How you doing?
Wait, red. Huh? Red.
Blind, 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 blind. Okay.
What? What could it mean? What could it mean?
Are we so?
I hate puzzles. Either I get them or I'm.
So...
Oh, check everyone's ID. Don't trust them. Hey, Gordy, show your ID real fast, if you don't mind.
I think he's AFK.
Show your
Oh
ID
God.
then.
Oh.
I think he's
I'm going through here.
okay.
Oh, you can go through there. I think that's where we came out of.
Oh, that's
I think that's
right.
where we're
Yeah,
supposed to come out of, yeah.
Yeah.
Is there anything else
So...
in here?
Is there any other, like...
All these cars are
notes or
covered.
anything like that?
Nothing in here.
There's gotta be another clue.
What's this thing? Oh, that's a... that. Anything in here? No? Hey, mimic it. Not that I can tell. Oh wait, have we tried to shine the flashlight on any of the cars? Maybe that'll do something? Or something we can't see?
Maybe there's like numbers on the cars, that would be nice, but I don't see them anywhere.
Only things I can think of is that it's like red 3, but I don't think that works that way because the fucking thingy isn't numbered like that.
Maybe. Actually, red, blue,
So it'd be like
red. Let's try something
green
else.
1, red 3, blue 3, and then like 1 orange, but that's the only thing I can think of.
But like the thing wants us to use 2 reds and 2 of the, I think, the blue car? And unless it went by car door, I don't think we can do 4224, you know?
Yeah.
Because it only lets us select 1 number per row.
Someone said Gordy left behind. No, Gordy left us to get water.
Yeah! Red, blue, blue, red. We did red, blue,
in
blue,
our
red.
time of need. Yeah.
I know. He's the expert. What could this mean? I'm about to suck on a diesel pipe to figure it out.
There's a
Suck on the
sexual
pipe,
kink
maybe.
for cars, but I forgot what the name of it was.
That's... I don't know the name of it either. It just reminds me of there's a show, My Strange Addiction, that
Where's
guy.
Rocky when you need him?
I know. Exit. Warning.
Yeah, someone said red, blue, blue, red.
Yeah, but we tried that?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go look at the keypad again.
Okay, I'll come with you.
Oh, what's that? You figure anything out?
Yeah.
Nah, I just fiddled with it a lot. We're gonna die here.
Are the spaces
Oh yeah, someone said
wait,
the
let me see
space
your
is
badge.
numbered.
Oh.
That's what I thought too, but I didn't see it. But let me see your badge real fast. I wonder if there's a name or a number on there real fast.
I'm gonna go check. I'm gonna go check. Wait! Wait, what if it's... 3?
'Cause I thought if there were a number.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3. We can't do 3. We can't do 2 of the same number.
You can't.
I mean, technically you could.
I don't think so. I think the keypad... Yeah, I'll go check.
Yeah, double check that.
Okay.
Okay,
I'm thinking.
Whew! I felt
Hey,
shit.
man.
Ow.
Oh
fuck.
no! Oh no! Hey, man.
Alright. Hi.
Hi. Hey, man, this puzzle's
Having trouble
hard.
there, champ?
Try blue, red, yellow.
Okay.
Blue, red, yellow. Oh, what the fuck?
There you go, you did it!
Guys! Guys! We did it! I don't really understand how. It was blue, red, yellow.
How is it bad?
There he is, hi!
How is it blue, red, yellow? What?
I don't know. I'm shoving my dick in this elevator.
Look at you guys
I'm
go, you
leaving.
guys are killing it.
That was my
If it was just the colors of the car.
Thank you for the hydration.
Not all the drawings match the cars though, so just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
2 blue cars, 1 red, 1 yellow. Yeah.
The type of card doesn't super matter. It's kind of just like the order that they're in.
Over here.
Small hint. Be careful here.
Oh,
Cool.
God.
Badges, everyone, badges,
Ow!
badges, everyone, badges,
fine,
badges before we
fine.
leave. Are you okay? Okay, well he ran out with badges, sir. Thank you.
I had to get
Close the doors behind you.
Oh, that's
I don't like that you had to say that.
Yeah, I don't like that either.
I feel like I hear panting in the distance, just freaking me out.
Yeah, and like the sounds in the pipes sound different.
There's a mimic. There's a mimic. See that? See, look to the left over there. That's a bad man. Because none of us came from that direction. All of us are over there, and they're both watching us like cowards. Oh, sorry. Yeah, go for it.
No, it's okay.
Oh, I found a key.
Oh, almond water on the shelf. Oh, I found a key too.
Nice.
There's almond water
I'll
too.
grab it. Okay. Alright.
How do you open inventory? Oh, it's I. Okay.
Oh, it's it. I.
Oh, I need to drink the almond water.
Oh, do you need it? Here, I can drop it.
Oh,
Yeah.
I have one.
Oh, okay.
I don't know how did I use it? No, I did not use it. How do you use it?
My
F
key.
again?
I think you put it in your main hand and then you left click or something. Yeah, you hold left click.
Uh-oh.
What do you mean they're dead, chat? Chat, what do you mean they're dead? Chat? Oh
Okay, I
my
think I did.
god. Where'd they?
Okay. I drank it. I figured out how to drink it.
Cool.
died.
Chat says they're dead. So.
Oh, cool.
Also, is the key in your inventory? I don't have the key in my inventory. I don't know where my.
I think maybe it's because it's a quest item. It goes somewhere else. But I definitely picked up a key.
Okay. Well. You ready?
Yeah. Oh, run.
Oh my
Gunning it.
No! I'm so please. I'm so scared. My wife. Excuse me. Back up. Back up. Back up. Back up.
Okay.
Back
you're
up.
alive.
Back
You're
up.
alive.
Back up. No. Back the fuck. IDs. No, I don't trust either of you. No, IDs. Alright. Where's my wife? Wife. Hey, bitch! Get away from my wife! Son of a bitch!
I'm in here! Ah!
Why me?
Hey, what's up?
Oh my god! There's a keyhole over here.
Oh, is there? Okay. Oh, I don't have my...
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Okay, cool. So...
Find it. You still play D&D!
Oh my god! Hi, are you good? Are you still running?
Is
I
that
see a mimic.
Gordy? No, I think that's a... We're just gonna... Yeah, okay.
Close that, yeah.
I think Noble. I think this was Noble.
Yeah.
Ew!
We need an extra key, I think, to open whatever this is.
Ew! His body still moves when
What?
he's dead. Look, his body still moves when he's
mine,
dead.
he's like stagnant.
Oh no, yeah, his
body
shoulders
went
are
to,
moving.
Pieces on my screen. Oh, hey, look, it's
Oh.
lemon water.
Yeah, here's some more.
Nice.
Alright, cool. Alright,
We gotta go back
Alright.
out there, though, because I think we gotta find another key.
So,
oh, look, there's a flashlight.
yeah. Yeah, I have one.
Okay. Alright, I'm gonna...
I am very afraid to go out there, I'm gonna be completely honest with you, but, I'm gonna go out there regardless, because we really
Yeah,
just
I've been
need
in
one
here
more
this whole
key.
time.
Yeah, I mean, if
Yeah.
you want to stay here
We
and
just-
just kind of wait until I get the key, that's fine. Black Miki, thank you for
And
the
then,
follow. Oh, it's coming at us.
Oh, run.
Oh, flashing the light in its eyes doesn't matter! Oh! Ah! Hey, Gordy's still alive. Shivering in my booties. Yeah, same.
2,
Oh my god, is Gordy gonna get it?
4. Okay, so we just need one more key. One more key, chat. We just need one more key, homie. Now all I gotta do is stand here and let Elaine do
Wait, did Gordy have the last key?
work.
What? Gordy doesn't realize I'm dead. He's waiting for
Unless-
nothing. What a coward.
Elaine's
Unless
dead. Elaine's
he's
dead.
the only one. Gordy's.
And Strawberry's dead. Fuck. Okay. Alright. Alright,
I got
secondary plan, chat.
Be brave, pumpkin boy. I'll be right back.
Fuck!
Oh shit! Okay, I want to keep like the camera on him. All right, I'll be right back.
I play FIFA. I've never played FIFA in my life. Okay, well, this might be death, but it would be much nicer if you shut the fuck up for a moment. I'm trying to read my memoir! Okay, so, this may be death, but I'm writing this as a note to all of... Would you shut the fuck up? Okay, so,
Okay, I'm back. How's it going? I died. Everyone died. Boffy's the only one that's alive.
Oh my god.
Excuse me.
There's both of them on me!
Oh, there's only one now.
To whomsoever reads this, you're a bitch. And whoever sent me in here is also a bitch.
Poor Gordy.
Oh my god. Oh my dear lord.
He needs to get in the door.
Can I make it?
Oh!
Oh, woo! Oh, woo! Oh, woo! Yeah.
He did it.
Chad, I'm actually sweating. I'm for real sweating. I felt that breath on my back. It's hot as fuck in my room. It's hot as fucking hell. Alright.
He was
VR.
sprinting. He was sprinting so hard.
Alright.
Oh.
Jesus Christ!
Oh. Oh. Excuse me? The fuck was that?
Wow, good run, guys. Good run. Good run.
Hey, good run, guys. Yeah, good run. Oh, we gotta do it again!
Good. You did good,
Gotta do it
buddy.
again.
You did
Alright, we gotta.
Okay, so
Wait.
it does save the keys.
Gordy,
It
how
does
the
say
fuck
how
do
many
you
keys
run
we got.
forever. Because when I run, I get out of breath.
Oh, sorry.
I think we just
Yeah,
get
okay.
a little bit more stamina when we're being chased.
Oh, a key is right here.
Oh shit! Alright, that's what we needed. Let's go.
Alright, let's go. Sorry. Yeah, there.
Let's just get battle on out of this place.
Going on, chat. We are playing Escape the Backrooms.
With friends.
With friends.
We're all friends. We would never betray each other. No.
You don't say that. Don't say that like that.
I know.
Oh my god, he's right there. Oh my god, he's right there. Oh my god.
Alright. Easy clap.
Alright. Yeah,
Flashlight.
Nice.
Flashlight. Do the flashlights have
Alright,
batteries? Or is it on forever?
I don't think so.
Hey, does it blind you?
We'll figure it out.
Nice. Let's go.
Nice.
Was in the game D&D.
Hey, get
Basically,
in
Ironwood.
here.
The strongest people.
Fuck,
With some
man.
chicken Alfredo. Hell yeah, that's cute.
I tried to go
Alright.
through the door and it wouldn't let me. I was like, what's happening?
You know, chicken Alfredo's pretty good, but the red marinara sauce is
Trusting
where
the
it's at,
process. I'm trusting the process.
Honestly, valid.
Trusting the process.
Thanks.
Hey, almond water.
Everyone grab a flashlight.
flashlight.
Legitimately, flashlights will be our friends.
I have
no.
one. 'Cause I got lucky.
I have one.
Can we pick up extra flashlights?
We got ours before then.
I'm gonna pick up extra flashlights.
Alright, we just stick together. Nothing.
I pick up the extra
Stick
flashlights.
together!
Oh shit!
Okay.
He's making a run for it.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. My wife?
Open my
Oh.
door. It's a single door.
Oh, the dead.
I'm hiding in here.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Word. I'm so afraid. What the fuck? Oh. They all like this? No? Okay. I found an elevator. No, my wife. Oh my god, I fucking hate that. That's so scary. Hello? Hello?
Hey, what's poppin', Nikki?
Guys, I think I found an elevator.
They been homie.
You found an elevator?
Hey, ID. ID? Oh, thank God.
ID?
Where'd Gordy go?
Yeah, Gordy's somewhere in here. I
I'm
don't know.
somewhere around here.
Gordy, I found an elevator.
Oh, good. That's what we're looking for.
Okay, well, let's group up so we can go to the elevator then.
He'll catch you up. He's fine. He's fine.
Okay, Relic Dragon, thank you for the follow. Come on in. Oh, I'm
this
gonna
way,
wait by
Gordy.
the elevator. Oh, God damn it, it's not the door. It's right here. I'm just gonna wait in here. I'm just gonna wait right here. It's over here.
So Gordy's dead.
What do you mean he's dead?
I heard roar and I heard Gordy go, oh fuck, and then silence.
Okay, alright.
Yeah, he says dead in chat.
Ha! That laugh was fucking maniacal.
Oh my god, I'm alive.
Hey guys,
That laugh
does
was
anybody need
evil.
flashlights? Does anybody need flashlights? I got extra flashlights.
I'll take one.
Okay.
I
There's
If
your
my wife
flashlights.
is offering, I'll take one.
Where'd they go?
Yeah.
It was quiet. I was like,
Oh fuck yeah, an exit?
Delayed replay of that gritty.
Stay in the
Oh.
light.
Stay in the light.
That's probably not good.
Oh. What?
Yippee! It's
What the
death!
It's dead.
Wait, one of us isn't here. Wife? Oh, thank God.
Oh.
Am I gonna
Yeah.
get hit by a truck?
No. Wait, don't worry. This is a pretty open area.
I don't
Hey,
trust
Hey,
you.
look, a door.
Hey,
But
is
it almost
this
happened.
the exit?
Sadly, no.
You got pixels?
What's that?
Oh, our suits look green in this light.
Yeah.
Do you guys want to try to do this weird puzzle? But this puzzle's kind of fucked. I'm not gonna lie. Do you want me to do
I
this?
want to give it one
finally?
shot.
Okay.
I want to do it
I
one
mean,
shot.
yeah, we'll
One
give it a
shot.
shot.
Content.
Opportunity.
Yeah, we'll give it a shot.
Paige! What the fuck? Thank you so much for the sub, homie.
Yeah, that's not opening. 37. 4. Oh, 1 opened. 1 opened. 1. 1. 1, 1. 1. Okay, so the number 1 means something, I think. I don't trust. Oh my god. Okay. Oh. Oh, what do you mean? Oh, what do you mean I have to just walk towards it? Okay, well. Doesn't do anything. Doesn't do anything. Oh, okay. Oh, thank God.
So hot, had to cool yourself down.
Hey, what's up?
I was like, yeah, let me just sit back real quick. Splash! God, I feel like I just got out of the shower now. Are you awake now, Gordy? Oh, I was
Okay,
awake 40 minutes ago, homie.
the only door that's open is door
It's a
1.
wet gourd.
Is
Oh,
door
no, you guys
1.
were in the right spot.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Done at the Mad
Where's
Singer
Slight
and
Noble do
catch
his
some
work?
Z's interview tomorrow. Good luck on
Oh,
your
wait,
interview
I
tomorrow.
wanna-
Be safe,
I
and of
wanna
course,
try it.
know that you are always welcome here inside of the graveyard. You're absolutely wonderful.
Lena's speaking
positivity.
binary to herself yet.
Security.
Figure it out yet?
Have a good look at your interview.
Okay, so it's V2. 47DF.
That sounded like steam coming out of the ears.
Oh, wait a second. I see required code LDA50. LD.
I hate when I click out. I just can't hear anything.
Yeah, it's kind of fucking rough.
I'm like, I don't know if they're talking to me or doing anything.
Do we close?
Is this math and algebra?
No, it's just a matching thing. So the thing on the right, match it to one of the things on the left. So kind of just scroll through them till you find one that matches. Click it.
Okay. Oh, so any of them needs to match.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that makes way more sense. Okay.
Mr. Blueberry.
He was telling me he tastes like blueberries.
Yeah, he said raspberries, but then you said you liked raspberries, so then he said blueberries.
Yeah.
Well, I like blueberries.
I don't know if he's lying or not.
LD50?
Well, there's only one way to find out.
F.
Yeah. What?
Fucking tackle him.
Fucking tackle.
Take a bite.
Each time he gets it wrong, get a step closer.
Yeah, just we all
Don't
just...
you fucking dare, I swear to God. Okay, so I found it once. How do you, like, input it? I think I inputted it wrong. You just hit F. LDBs.
You said you inputted it wrong?
I think I, like, hit F and it, like, put me out of it. So, like, how would you, like, enter key? LD...
Well...
Are you bumping me?
Sorry. A little drooling right now. You look very scrumptious.
I am not a snack. I taste like raspberries, that's about it.
Don't worry. You're not a snack. You're the whole goddamn meal.
No! Alright, I found it.
Oh,
so,
fuck.
do I just click on it?
Oh, see, we just had
EXLD. Oh,
God,
it's getting fuckier. It's getting fuckier.
I can't wait till he gets out of this menu, guys.
You got this, Mr. Blueberry.
You got this. You got this, Noble.
My father was Mr. Blueberry. You can call me Noble.
Okay, Mr. Blueberry.
Yeah, because, you know, Noble is just blueberry spelled different, you know?
Exactly, see? Except I'm dyslexic, so I got a little fucked up along the way, so it's fine.
Oh! I don't like this. I don't.
What the fuck is wrong with the door?
I don't.
Let me
This
in!
door's stupid.
What? Okay, no, I gotta wait. Okay, no, okay, we're here!
Yeah! Good job!
Woo!
We did it. This is like worse.
Nice.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh!
Whoa! It's the back room. Yo.
And we're back.
Yo.
We're back in the back.
Circle.
Good job!
We're in the back of the back.
Yay!
Do you guys know what the password is? Look for a sticky note. What?
How to get on the
boobies.
computer? Okay. What is it?
Invalid authorization. Aww. Splendor Man.
That's concerning.
Oh, okay.
That's good, right? That's good.
It was a.
It heard you. It heard you.
Who? What? It heard. Who? What? Excuse me?
It heard you.
Heard you.
It heard you.
Excuse me? What's it? It?
Oh, let me in.
What?
Oh.
Wait, what?
in the
Is that the
file.
password?
Yeah, it heard
Look
you
at
all
them
one
go.
word.
Oh.
Oh, god damn it.
Are we supposed to know binary, bro? Oh, I can zoom out and zoom in. That's nice.
Won't let me type.
Wait.
Garage.
Guys, they didn't
Protect our
teach me
survivors,
how to
replace
read
a
binary at mermaid school.
In high security mode. Do you want to unlock restricted areas? Run. You've unlocked the high security gates. Proceed with caution as nobody is authorized to perform rescue missions.
That hard.
Okay.
It doesn't let me type in here though.
You have to like
This
click
computer
it.
Let me
works.
type.
Do you have to unlock all the gates or something? I opened the
Did you-
gate.
Yeah, I
Unlock gate.
ran
Yeah, we're
the
good.
gate.
Let's go.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Oh, we just have to go
Wait,
back
what-
this way.
Going back?
Oh, okay. Fucking easy clap. I hate like this little.
Wait, how'd you guys figure out the it heard you thing?
There was a paper
It was
that
on
said
a-
it heard you on it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Classic office worker bullshit. You know, leaving a
Dun,
sticky
dun,
note.
dun, dun.
It
Nope.
wasn't a sticky
It
note,
should
it was
be-
a
it's
piece of
door
paper with
one.
A bunch of stuff scribbled
Nope.
out.
What is a sticky note?
Ah!
You know? Piece
I
of
don't know
paper.
what a sticky note is. We're back here.
It's a sticky.
Yeah.
Iserino is popping, homie.
Get it in
Alright.
the light.
And welcome to Jurassic Park.
Did you spare me?
Oh god. Oh! Oh!
We spared all the expenses.
Uh-oh.
Don't go out there right now! Get the fuck back!
What
So,
the fuck just happened?
I meant to tell you.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Come close over here.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
okay.
Come here.
okay.
It's okay. They,
It's
they
classic
bite, but
Gordy.
not.
They bite,
So-
they
so,
bite.
um,
Okay.
When they can't touch you in the light.
Yeah. I remember the warning.
Oh, I see what's happening. I see what's happening here.
I see what's happening.
Face to face with
here.
greatness.
Face to greatness and it's strange. I know it's a lot. The hair, the bite. When you're staring at a pumpkin.
I was hoping for pumpkin god, but yeah, that
I'm in water.
Why do I feel like Gordy's much more familiar with the games than the others? Just letting them figure out these things as horrifying to effect. I play. This is one of my first horror games I've ever played.
works. Do you need almond water?
yeah,
Does
that's
anybody
better
need
than
almond
mine.
water?
Oh.
Please,
good.
thank you.
Oh, I'm good.
Okay, okay.
Oh.
Yeah, I need it.
Okay, but-
You guys are doing great.
I'm scared, I'm scared, I'm scared, I'm scared, I'm scared. Oh, I ran out of
You should
stamina.
be.
It's very scary.
Oh, that face was right behind you.
Was it sniffing my ass?
Yeah, it was
I'll sniff
sniffing you.
your ass.
You should.
Oh my god,
definitely
oh my god, oh my
not
god,
be
oh
there.
my
Peach is here.
Hello. Hi.
What can I say except you're dead soon? You should run away.
Stop,
Away
please.
from
You're
the
making my
light.
butthole pucker.
Oh, there's almost a wood.
There was no treats in this room. There were no treats in that room. Are there any treats in that room?
Ellie and Peach is my friend that's been helping me mod. She's my mod.
Oh, you're the lovely that's been helping my lovely. Got it. Okay, the next light's that way. Okay.
So make sure that we check on the boards, yeah?
Ah!
Okay.
I like how there's a box in every hole.
Yeah, alright. Nothing in there. I like it, guys.
Okay, I like it, Picasso.
Getting emails BRB, no problem.
Run! Gordy's just over there.
Come on, Gordy!
Why does it say go back? Why is he saying go back?
What?
Well, now we gotta wait.
Why would we want to go back?
I don't
Alright,
know.
we'll go back.
Maybe
I think we have to go back the
missed
long way
something.
though, because I don't think we can make it if we just run across.
Yeah, we gotta go back the long way. We're going! Gosh. We're coming!
Oh dear lord. Oh! It can cut corners.
Oh my god.
Well, now I know that they can cut corners.
Why did you have so many flashlights? Why do you have so many flashlights?
can do it!
Ah! I'm here. Oh,
Nobody checked
shit,
the
so many
door.
flashlights.
Oh!
I thought I checked this one. I didn't see anything.
What if there was
Somebody-
loot? What if there was loot? There could have been loot. Hey guys.
Holy shit.
What if there could have been loot? What if there was loot?
Scrimping
Fun.
respectfully.
Ooh, I want to go to fun. I'm gonna go to fun.
I'll let you guys choose.
I want to go to fun. Let me go to fun.
Yeah,
You
let's go
wanna
fun.
go fun?
Let's go fun.
Yeah,
Let's
fun.
have some
Yeah,
fun.
Elaine, you
Let's have some
scaring?
fun.
Like, you died? What? You dying scared me.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't know he could clip corners. That cheating ass hoe.
Yeah, literally. I got your almond water though, so
You know
we
what?
need almond
You
water.
guys go
hog.
first. I went first last time and fucking died.
You know, honestly, that's
Valid.
valid.
No, that's not even- I'm ready. I'm
But
so
being
not
first
afraid.
is so fun, though.
Yeah, boy.
I don't know, but yeah.
I want to show the world that I no longer have a micro penis.
Wait,
You got this.
what happened to it? Asking for a friend.
No.
All that matters is the motion of the ocean.
Too much red 40, you know?
Too much
This
red
was-
40? Did it like
Yeah.
fall off?
Yeah, it like shriveled up and then it like
But it didn't
it like
burn? What happened?
it was like a snake skin. It kind of flashlight.
I'll
So
get
sorry,
you in touch
bro.
with my sea cucumber friend. Oh.
Oh, okay.
Motherfucker, run! What are you doing?
What?
Jesus Christ!
What?
Don't yell at us!
We're good. We're good. We're good. We're guys. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. Guys, we're good. Guys, it's okay. Guys, it left. Oh my god. Guys, they keep running. Guys. Guys. God damn. Guys, what the fuck? Guys? Did y'all leave? Why would I kind of want to keep going that way though. Guys? I've been abandoned? What the fuck? Guys? There's no way they ran. Are they dead? No, they're not dead. Guys? When's what? Oh my god, I'm afraid. Okay. I can show you the flashlight. Hold on. Hello? I can show you the world. Shining shiver. Well, guys, where'd they go? It's dark. I'm gonna go in the darkness. Shining, shivering, splendid. Tell me, princess, now when did you last let your heart decide? A whole new world. Hello? I'm so scared. Hey! Back up! Hey, did you back up? Hello? I'm so scared. I'm so scared. Ah! Stop! You're not real. Are you real? Stop, bro! Stop! Yo, 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 yo! Ah! Oh my fucking god, I'm about to lose my fucking face.
Are you alive? What happened?
Yeah! Dude, yo, let me! Ah! About to piss my fucking. No, I think it was the thing with the light thing. I think I was fine. Courtney, me fucking. Wife, I'm here. Y'all fucking left me though. Y'all fucking.
Here, oh my god.
Y'all fucking suck. God damn. I couldn't tell. I just kept. I didn't know. Maybe the AI was bugging. I didn't know. Gordy wasn't saying shit, so it scared me more. God damn.
What happened? Where did
Hey,
what
you
happened
made
to
it.
you?
I stayed in the light, and then the thing stopped chasing me. No, I was fine. The thing started chasing me, and then the lights turned on, and then the thing ran away, and you guys fucking booked it and left me.
Well, I didn't. That's why I wasn't running at first, because I saw the lights were on. I was like, oh yeah, lights stay on. But then he bolted.
No, you don't get a talk, Mr. Prankster. Oh, what the fuck?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, bless
Oh,
you.
sneezing!
Wait, do you have
Listen, I can't tell who was who. I saw the crouch and then I heard a sneeze and just pissed my fucking pants. That's what about to happen.
Oh, I sneezed so hard my brain felt like
the fact that it kept stopping was obvious. I just thought, I don't know.
Sounds so nice.
I'm evil? What do you mean? The evil pumpkin jester man is evil? What?
Bro, I was like yelling for you guys and like I didn't hear anything. I didn't know if you guys were dead. Ooh, is this a wire puzzle?
I don't like the sound of that electric static.
Oh man. What does it say?
I know that heart rate shot up because of Gordon. It did. I didn't know. Oh shit. Oh shit. My fucking. I could feel my kidneys punching, dude.
I'm doing great. How are you
What's
doing?
this?
I
Caution,
love everyone's
danger?
frugi. Everyone's frugi's amazing. A lot of them were done by Elaine.
Nice.
I made mine.
Miyu made theirs. We're just matching because you know.
I made mine. I ended it.
Holy shit, a flashlight.
I had an extra flashlight if you needed one, man.
Thank you. My friend gave me the idea to make it keep moving like a mouse.
A lot of panels. Any of these off?
I feel like if you flip the wrong one, it'll kill you or some shit.
I don't think we can flip them. I'm not getting a flip thing.
Hell yeah. No, you're doing great. You're giving me like light.
They're flipped on.
I'm giving you more.
Yeah, so I think we have to find one that's flipped off or something.
Oh, there's a flashlight right here on the shelf.
Where?
Sweet. Perfect.
Oh.
I have extra flashlights.
When you died, you
Elaine,
dropped
keep
like
your
all three of them.
Listen, I'm like, you know, it's like I want to be the friend that has like band-aids in their purse.
Yeah. No, I totally get it.
I'm red,
You
green,
died and dropped 3
colorblind.
flashlights and like 2 almond water is great.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah.
Yeah, great.
I don't know where we're going.
Did you find it?
What's happening? What are we doing?
Oh, hey,
What are
look.
we doing?
There's no
what's
computer.
up? Whoa. Computer?
That's what
We cannot
computers
interact with
used to look
computer.
As long as it's something
Oh,
weird and
sorry.
uncomfortable, because the mods will come for you. Yeah.
Hello?
As
Where
long
are
as
they?
it's the funny scrimping.
Oh, there's a doorway.
Yeah, right here. Oh, what's happening? What are we doing here? What's our purpose?
I think we got all
I'm
of them.
just following.
Oh,
I'm
wait.
just here to
What are
be
we
pretty,
doing?
apparently.
Noble's cranking this one out.
There we go.
Hell
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
good job.
Good cranking. Good cranking.
Good
Cranking?
cranking.
I'm cranking my hog.
Circle crank. Getting circle crank formation.
Circle crank. Okay. I got disoriented. I don't know where I am now.
I don't know. I guess I'm
hard,
waiting.
man.
I don't really know what we're doing. Yeah.
Let me ask you guys. Out
What's
of
up?
all the sodas, Yamazador,
Yeah.
thank you, Zeri. Out of all the sodas out there, which one do you think would make the top 5? Because I'm gonna be ranking those sodas, and I think Dr. Pepper's gonna be up there.
Oh yeah, Dr.
What say
Pepper.
you?
Mountain Dew Blood Red.
Oh,
I'm
that's
gonna
good. I like the blue one.
I'm gonna do Sprite cranberry.
Yeah.
Shit, I'm gonna have to get that then.
Sprite cranberry would be good. Yeah.
Do you like?
Oh,
Hi,
I
dude.
think it was either Coke or Pepsi? One of them had like a Coke vanilla, and it was honestly very
You could DM me if you'd like.
Coke vanilla was really good, and then cherry
Or not vanilla,
Pepsi
it was like
actually
orange
better than cherry
vanilla.
Coke.
Orange vanilla. That's what
Hello?
it was. Oh god, I'm insane!
Hello?
I'm insane, guys!
Oh,
What happened?
we
Oh,
gotta
drink,
run
drink,
this
drink, 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 drink.
Drink, 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 drink! Okay. We're good, we're good, we're good.
Okay.
Yeah, understandable. You know, drinking doesn't.
Yeah,
run my
personally,
family
I'm
like
going a
drugs.
little insano in the braino. So I'm gonna go ahead and
I got
drink it.
almond water.
Oh hell yeah!
Is there almond water?
I think I actually might need that.
Yeah, I just saw some smiley faces in my drink. But
Oh.
I feel better now.
I won't.
Where the fuck did you go? Oh, there you are.
Oh, what?
Hello.
A bowl.
I dropped it. I laid you an aluminum egg.
Oh hell yeah!
Aluminum egg.
I can't wait to eat this immediately. In front of you.
It's nice.
I imagine you're not even like peeling the egg or anything,
Oh.
you're just eating the egg.
Nice and warm.
Just shell and all.
My flashlight.
Hi, punks. Just instantly.
More flashlights. You know what? I'm just gonna pick these up. 'Cause why not?
Yeah.
I feel like I'm in a PT hallway. I'm very confused.
Okay, cool. So we open that door.
Oh! Oh! I got stuck on trash! I got stuck on trash! You dick!
Alright, well, whoever's out there didn't listen to me, so that's their own damn fault, so... Hello?
Still alive?
You good? Is it fake?
I don't know. Neither of them are...
Stop.
Are you bitch?
Stop.
The fuck was that?
I don't know.
Ugh, I keep getting like lens flare from when I'm too close to
I
you guys.
had to turn off. I had to turn off my flashlight because I kept on getting like blinded.
You guys are just too bright and shiny.
Oh, I did it.
Shine. So shine.
When you're not dying,
I'm
oh
off
hell
to a
yeah,
plane.
dude! Sample, you're fucking
Bye.
awesome, dude. 1 second shot. I'll be right back. Or what?
Okay.
And us, apparently.
Understood what I meant.
Oh.
Oh my god! What the fuck, homie?
Oh, that scares
This
the
is
shit
so
out of me.
cool! What the
Yeah,
fuck?
Sorry.
What?
Can I have some juice,
Oh my
please?
god, this is cool as
Can I have some
hell!
juice, please? Do we have any extra juice?
I don't have any more juice.
Okay.
We're all
I
fucked.
need juice.
This was like, what the fuck? This is so much cooler than I expected.
I need juice.
I was just expecting a little round, little
You find
bubbles.
juice?
What the fuck? This is cool as hell.
Oh god! Oh Jesus Christ!
Oh, you're gonna love this.
I just saw scary, spooky faces. I might be dying soon.
Yeah, me
Yeah,
too,
it's,
man.
that sounded like a man just heaving into the microphone.
That was a dog. There's a dog in that door. Don't. There's a dog in that door. It's gone?
I think the dog disappeared.
I'm just gonna flip the lights for you guys because I'm gonna die soon.
So cool. Thank you so much, Sample.
Thank you.
I'm trying to
I'm
see.
gonna
There's a
die
lot of
soon.
flash.
Nope. Oh god. Ah! Oh god! That mimic or smiley, I can't tell. It's
Fucking
smiley.
cool.
Is Elaine
I
dead?
don't want to talk about it. I don't know.
Oh yeah, Elaine's dead.
Oh my god, this is so fucking cool.
Oh no, I'm gonna go insane too!
There's
Oh,
almond juice like right here.
Damn, that's
How do I drop
unfortunate.
something?
Eyes for your inventory.
Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead.
Oh god, why does it look like that? Why does it look like that? Why does it look like that?
I would totally have this as like.
At least my wife is alive.
Dude, this is cool as hell. 40? Holy shit!
Hey, Gordy.
I'm gonna make sure that
Hey,
you
hey.
that you yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, what's poppin'?
We're kind of dying. Elaine's dead.
Nah.
Okay. She's not.
No. See, sometimes you just look at the dog with your flashlight and just say, "We just win."
Oh, okay. Got it. Uh-huh.
Yeah, trust me.
I hope wife picked up the almond milk.
There's almond water. I'm gonna do almond water.
Look at the dog, and say, "We just win." Just say, "We win."
We just
Yeah,
win!
yep.
We just win!
Yeah, say it again.
We just win!
No!
Go away!
Oh my god. Oh, is it afraid of you?
Yeah.
Oh.
Let's go! Okay, I gotta drink this almond water. I'm gonna die.
Oh! Yup. Gordy.
Alright, relax. Hey.
On
Smell
bug.
like shit.
Am I bugged?
Fuck, man.
I can't spectate Gordy. No, let me just drink the almond water. Yeah, I know! That was like crazy
Drink this
timing.
almond water, dies instantaneously.
Sound or light? I think it's... I don't know. I think it's just if you stand still and stare at it, I feel like...
Almond water.
I can't... Why can't I...
Okay.
I can't spectate Gordy.
Where?
My POV's broken.
Are we on
I don't
the
know how to
goals here?
spectate.
I kind of have lost track of where we are on the goals, because I see that we've got like a couple of these done already. But the dog
Oh no. I can't spectate Gordy.
freaking out, that's what the dog's doing.
I'm stuck. Wait. Controls? Can I change spectator? Game? Show body, field of view, head bobbing. Oh my god, disable that. Smooth rotation. Okay. Well, I hope Gordy's making it. I can't tell. Damn. Okay, hold on. I'll pull up his stream. Alright. I'm just gonna watch his stream chat. That's crazy. He's got this though, right? Because the three of us are dead. Thank you for the wellness check. I need to drink some water. Damn, that's unfortunate. That's crazy. Hold on. Oh, he died. Oops.
Well, I mean, that's one way to restart the level, right?
Yeah.
I guess so.
Yeah.
Yay!
Alright, well.
Hey,
I'm guessing
there's
he doesn't like the
flashlights.
light.
Does it? Yeah, it does.
Yeah,
The
I think
dog
flashlight.
won't like the lights.
Alright, you need to stop.
There you
Oh.
You can play this game in VR.
I don't think I want to. I think I'd actually piss my pants.
That'd
Flash a
be
flashlight?
really
I got
fun,
this.
Actually, it'd be so fun.
Piss
I
king.
knew
Exactly.
it.
Alright, so who's gonna go down the hallway this time, hmm? That's so...
Oh.
Okay.
Go away! Run, 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 run!
Yeah. Fuck yeah, guys. I think I'm feels.
Yeah.
Oh. What the fuck? God damn.
God diggity dog.
I feel invincible now. Now that I know that the dog ain't gonna do shit, I got this.
Dog's
Right?
a punk ass bitch.
Wait, am I going the wrong way? We gotta go through this. way.
Oh!
I need to
I'm back.
find
I got an energy joint. Energy boy.
Where'd they go?
I found an energy
We're over
boy.
here. Oh, nice.
Where's my almond juice?
Alright.
I never thought cat cows bark so
Where's my
aggressively. Oh yeah, I'm a great
almond
barker. Almond wilder. I'm so ready to
Almond
bark more
wilder.
aggressively
Watch
though. Go for what? The dog? Oh shit. It didn't work.
It did not work that time.
It didn't work.
Go away!
Oh, you gotta give him a little bit of space, though. You gotta give him a little bit of space.
Go away!
It didn't
Go
work
away!
the
We
second
don't want
time.
you here.
Treat her like Pennywise. I'm not scared of you anymore.
I ain't scared of your bitch ass.
I think I got a, yeah, maybe. I might have got a little too close. A little too confident. Aw, damn.
God, I'm so fucking scared, man.
I don't want to cut my best.
I'm the snack.
There's more
Guys,
energy
there's
bars.
like
No
a hella
wife.
energy bars back here.
Yeah.
Hello, energy bar. Give me that.
Yeah, over there, the
I
red
like
ones.
energy
Yeah,
bar.
and if anybody's not
Pee Wee, I was just trying to live La Vida Loca.
So,
You know?
question: Did the
Yep.
health bars, did the snack bars give you sanity?
I have no fucking clue. In the other games, they helped.
Hey, no,
Go
no,
away!
no.
Go away! Go away!
No, no, no,
No! Back
No,
off!
no, no, no.
Go away!
No, 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 no.
Go away! Go
Let's go
away!
getting closer. There we go. Go.
Go.
Go.
Get out of here!
You got this.
Neo's a lot better at this than me.
You're a little bitch! Go away!
Probably because
Go away.
she's smart
Please,
about
please,
it.
Please go away!
You
Please
def
go
live
away.
Loca.
I don't like you at all. No! No! Bad dog!
So ugly. Such an ugly
Behind
dog.
something. I'm stuck.
Fuck.
There's nothing over there. Alright, this way.
There were energy bars over there!
Oh.
I picked them up.
Yeah, we were getting energy bars and checking for food.
Yeah, we got snacks.
You guys got
Yeah, I
so
guess
many
I just-
energy bars.
Yeah,
I was just,
energy bars.
I was just
Okay.
trying to be
Okay.
brave.
Do snacks heal? Or is it just like food?
I'll eat one and find out.
I think staring at it causes it to temporarily stop, but it doesn't seem to fully stop.
Saw a piece of trash and scared the shit out of me.
Hmm.
I think it helped a
now we
little
know.
bit.
What?
Almond water is
The worst
still
part about the
best.
manticores are the
Energy bar,
hand feet.
okay.
Ew, I didn't even see that.
Yeah, I'll eat one just in case.
Can't believe my wife is dead.
I miss my white tails.
I watched my wife away.
I miss her a lot.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
What?
I have a redeem that's a gunshot.
Vito Loca.
Oh god! That would be terrifying to hear sometimes.
The water's electric?
Small ass.
That small ass is crazy.
What is poppin', Matt? How you doing?
Ew, they do have hand feet. Ew, that's
No
so
way.
gross.
You're ugly!
Well, there's energy
Is there
bars
anything that
over
we need to do in here?
Go away! No! Bad puppy! Bad puppy! I'm in the room.
That's crazy. I don't think I can bark like them. I don't allow that.
Bad puppy! Bad puppy! Bad
Go
puppy!
away, go away. Fuck, I'm moving. Yeah.
There's no puppy!
Holy shit. There's so much. Whoa, fuck!
In the door! In the door! In the door! Oh,
Oh, look at all
There's
those
a door,
big,
there's
look
a
at
door,
the bloody
here, there's a door.
puppy prints.
there's a door.
Oh, I got,
Hi.
yes, you did, Lola. Hey, I'm inside the door, but there's a puzzle in here, and
Oh
trying to,
shit.
They both have puzzles.
Oh,
Wow, that
it's
dog,
like- it's like a
that
puzzle.
dog is not happy.
Yeah, I fixed my puzzle.
I fixed my puzzle.
They're gonna live La Vida Loca. God damn, that dog is mad.
Another door over here. So we
It's
came
okay, we got
this
this.
way. I think we need to go this way. Right?
Yeah,
so
we have to go this way.
Watch out for the dog on the right.
No, go away. Bad puppy. Bad puppy. No, bad puppy. Go away, puppy.
I can't see their light. If
Bad
they have
puppy.
a flashlight, I can't see it.
Go away. Okay.
Oh, that's so scary. You can only see them with the lights like
Oh,
that.
in here, in here.
Dog is in heat.
Okay.
Let's check in
That's
for the,
crazy, Vex.
Thing, yeah.
a puzzle of some sort.
Alright, I think they're. I think,
Alright,
they,
there's
they
another
got
dog right
this.
there. Okay.
Oh, there's an
Arrow's
arrow.
right that way. Oh. Hey, stop it. Yeah.
Noble's so calm. He's like, hey, stop it.
Bad puppy.
I haven't done the thing.
Alright, yeah.
Looks welcoming.
Okay.
Right, yeah, there's a puzzle in here.
Okay.
Okay.
Not a puzzle
I wish I could do
there.
the puzzles. I love
Oh,
puzzles.
God.
Noble's got this. I believe in me, you too.
Oh, no.
Good?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
Living La Vida Loca, guys. Living La
Are you
Vida
in the room?
Loca.
Disrespect me. You disrespect my family.
Respect my family.
Call us stinky poopy
You
babies.
poopy baby.
I got it.
You punched my wife.
Okay, cool,
You
cool,
kicked
cool,
my
cool.
my
baby.
wife.
You kicked my fucking baby.
You kicked my baby. You kicked my fucking baby.
There's another.
That's how I feel about the
back area over
dogs.
Okay. Check
Oh
it out.
damn, sorry, I'm like upper ass. My bad.
here. Oh, you opened the gate through here. Oh, I can see. You opened up a gate through here. Come here, come here, come here, come here, come here, come here.
So cramp. What the dog doing?
This door's open
It's
now.
all Gucci.
What the dog doing?
Nice.
What the dog doing? I like this. I like that every level, like, you get a respawn.
Gordy, you son of a bitch, it's catchy. Oh god. Wait. Oh, this opened up a gate here. Okay.
Yeah, wait, didn't we already come through here?
We did.
Alright, so we should
Yeah, I think it's like a big maze. And you
Oh,
keep unlocking areas to
fuck.
go back.
So we gotta unlock all the gates.
Oh no. Hold on. I'm going crazy.
Don't do it. That's a good idea. It's time to snacky snack. I eat a candy bar. Oh. It's good.
Yeah, I didn't go this way. There's more stuff this way. I think I checked these 2 rooms and that was it.
Oh, it's so bright. Oh, it's so
thought we
nice
came
in
this
here.
way.
Did we? Were we already in this room before? That door's open now.
I'm
This
not
door's open now too.
Living La Vida Loca.
This
Well,
door's
fuck it.
closed.
Watch out for the water. That shit's gonna. fuck me
Nothing
up.
in there.
Or how Gordy's doing.
Bloody paw prints
Hope he's doing good.
everywhere. Yeah, I think it's all circling.
Oh my
Go
god.
away.
Oh my fucking god.
Go away! Go away! No, bad puppy! Bad puppy!
Yeah. She's so firm. Maybe a good
Oh
mom.
my
I'm just
god,
gonna
go
leave
away!
that one in there. Hey, we can actually lock him in a room.
Oh yeah, probably. Oh, I'm locked in a room now.
Alright, it's running off.
We would just have to go into a room that has one of the thingy.
Yeah.
Oh, Gordy says we might be able to go to the exit,
Okay, let's try it then.
which is back this way. Go away!
That'd be nice.
Okay, go.
Oh no, I'm going crazy again. It might be up to you.
Then the coconut and light that shit up. The weed in the coconut. You like that shit? Oh, I can't spectate my wife. Fuck. This makes me upset.
Yabba. Oh.
Think fast, chuckle nuts.
Thanks for your
I
sacrifice,
love that.
Opal. Okay.
I want to spectate my wife. Is Gordy? Gordy's got this something. And go. I can't spectate because I am broken. Do this way. Wait, you guys can hear it. Yeah. They are? Ooh. Oh, yay! Oh, no! Gordy's like crashing out. Gordy's gonna crash out, bro. This is crazy. Oh, my eye itches. Oh, my eye itches. Oh. Oh, my eye itches so bad. Oh, chat. Yeah, yep. And I know Gordy's not gonna tell us because, like, he wants us to figure it out, so it's totally valid, but I'm dead. She could go around. Like, take your eyes out. That's how I feel sometimes. Yeah, yes. No, yes, fuck! I can't spectate her. I'm so sad. Only Gordy can spectate. I've never been so entertained. I know, it's pretty fun. I like this game. I would have gotten lost 10 times over, I think, at this point. Because I don't remember what the exit was. Meth Lasaya, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in, my friend. This is so funny. I wish I could spectate her, but I can't. Oh. Oh. Yay!
Job. Good fucking job.
Hello!
I wobble in respect to you.
I did it!
You did it! You were really fucking with Gordy there for a second there. It was funny to listen to.
I know, I turned on the stream and I get to hear Gordy's voice like at the distance going, no, yes, no, yes!
Yeah, it's funny.
Let's fucking go,
Good fucking job.
Good
that
job,
fucking
wife.
electricity scared the shit. I found juice.
Guess what, check,
I'm
I think
so
I know.
glad y'all could find that entertaining.
Oh.
I'm the real entertainer here.
You really are.
You absolutely are.
Yo, you guys are
Thank you,
fucking
guys.
carrying,
Thank you.
man. Fuck.
As
I
someone
want a
with beer aspirations,
flashlight.
it's nice to hear.
I want a flashlight.
Welcome in, everybody. Hello, hello.
Why are these
Oh, did I
so
pick
My
up
name
any
is
extra
Goody. I'm a
flashlight?
pumpkin VTuber. I play
Hello,
Weewo.
I got an
extra
extra
That being
flashlight.
said,
I got
welcome
extra.
in, welcome in. How was your stream? How was your stream falling?
Thank you. I have
What were you
to,
guys up to?
I have
What
to
you
put
guys up
this
to?
in
You got
the
it.
bar of my
You
bike.
got it.
Yep.
You got it.
I got it.
There
Alright,
you
cool.
go.
It's a break room.
Welcome
Oh, I
in,
wonder if the
waiters.
food is
Nice.
Welcome in,
Woo!
welcome in.
Oh my god, Jesus.
If we find any almond water, I'm going a little crazy.
Are you widowy going
I
crazy
don't-
right now?
What are we
I
going
don't mean to
crazy?
be I don't mean to warm you, but my brain cells are kind of going boof.
Oh, hey,
do
look,
you
I can
want-
get chairs. How
Do
many
you
chairs are
want
in
an
here?
energy ball? There's an energy ball. I don't know if that'll help
Eight.
you, but it could.
8. Oh yeah, I'll take one.
Oh, and then this
I'll
thing
put
has
it on the
books.
ground.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 books. So there should be 6.
6 books? You okay, dude?
Yeah,
What's
6.
happening?
Are you?
Are you okay?
good?
What the fuck
happening?
is happening? I think Gordy's crashing
Sorry,
out
I was
right
eating
now.
the energy bar.
Is that how you eat
Nice.
energy bars, dude? That's fucking crazy. God damn, brother.
Then
Jeez,
was
I wish I was
sorry, my
as
bad.
passionate about energy bars as you.
The
Oh, yeah,
vending
what's up?
machines is a code. The vending machines are code.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
chairs 1, 2, 3,
There's
4,
So we got
5, 6,
Welcome
7,
in.
table,
8.
8 chairs, 3 water
chairs.
coolers.
1 table.
There is
One
one
table.
water cooler. There's one water cooler over here as well.
Yeah.
There's
Oh,
1,
is it 4
2,
then?
3, 4,
Oh,
5.
yeah.
There's
That
5
should be
water
5.
coolers.
Also, falling. What are you up to, by the way?
Wait,
Five.
Yes. Wait, just make it only 5.
Sun, going yard. Okay.
That should just be 5.
Book vending machine for me. Kiwi.
1, 2,
Guys, I'm actually really scared of thunder. This is like
7.
to leave.
Oh yeah, there's 4. I don't know how to count, guys. I have that number dyslexia.
That's okay.
Oh, there's 5.
The
God
book
damn
should
it.
be 7.
Yeah, there's 5.
Oh, the door open!
Oh,
Oh.
nice.
Hey! I helped figure that out. That's helpful.
Nice.
Good job.
Hey, there's
Yeah.
Ooh, an
did it.
energy bar. Ew. Ooh. Oh my god, please. I'm so scared of thunder. Another energy bar. Now I have more to share with the class. Another energy bar. Oh my goodness. Another energy. Ooh, what is this? Is that piss? Did I just pick up piss? Juice? Oh, speed boost. I should give that to Gordy. I feel like Gordy would like that. Energy bar.
Played some Baldur's Gate from last year until I've been messing around with the new patch. Wait, what's the new patch? Wait, did they finally add new classes?
I'm super zoomy! Look
Yeah,
at me!
they
This
did.
is what happens when
Oh,
you
did you
drink
find
this
juice? Yeah, the juice.
Yeah.
Oh, I found almond water.
Nice.
I want almond water. I
Do you need some
That-
almond water?
Not right now, but maybe.
Yeah, I got.
I have a
don't worry,
lot
got
of
you.
energy
I share.
bars.
Share is caring.
I have a lot of energy bars if any. Hey, wait, Noble, there's one right here. There's one right here. There's right here. Right here. Okay, well, I'll just
Such
take it.
a is based.
An office space is the most horrifying. It is.
Wait, okay. What's the new class?
Another energy bar. When is my inventory gonna be full? Hello.
Hello, are you doing okay, Elaine? Are you doing good? Would you like some juice?
Nah, dude, I got one. I got some juice. I got 2
I think
almond
Gordy's
waters.
having,
I got 6 energy bars.
Gordy's eating his energy bar. We gotta leave him alone, guys.
Well, I'm stacked up on stuff.
I can't stand it. I love it.
Russell.
Hey, why did these... Hey guys?
What's
Hey
up?
guys? I think there's something going on with the the cameras because there's cameras and it says camera reset, so that's kind of scary.
Yeah, I clicked it.
Oh, that is spooky.
Don't get caught.
Oh, there's more hallways. I found more hallways.
More hallways?
Subclass is messing with
More hallways where?
This way.
Oh, okay.
Oh. I think this one's in middle of renovation.
That makes sense.
Oh, even more hallways.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. I feel like I'm progressing.
Yep.
So if I die, I'm just letting you know a lot of stuff is dropping from my body. I'm gonna put that in there.
Alright. So I get, I inherit all of that? Got it.
Yeah. You're first in line. You're my wife. That's,
Okay.
You know.
Okay. I'm in the wheel. Oh. So much. There's so many hallways and doors.
So many doors.
So many doors.
There's a camera right there. We should be careful. I don't know why, but... Oh, another... You want this one? You should...
Yeah, I'll pick that up. Oh, actually, you know
Let me
what?
see
Let
how
me
many-
drink one of these.
Oh. I don't know why, but I have a weird feeling about the cameras, you know?
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
Right? Yeah.
That's so
We're good
valuable
for
right
days.
now. Yeah, man. Oh, shit! I want to
Oh!
look around a little bit more. What's in here?
Yeah. Oh, hey, look, the cameras!
Oh, shit!
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Okay. There's like a door we didn't go into. I want to go into it real quick.
Yes.
Yeah.
Also, can I please get a shout out for Fountain?
Oh, shit, more almond
Oh,
water.
boys! We found the door for the exit!
Yeah, we found the exit.
We found the exit!
We also
Oh, I think I
have
can-
so much fucking almond water.
Hi! Why
Oh.
are you crouching?
Yeah, you good?
So the cameras still see us.
I don't
Oh,
think the
we just
cameras
walked
matter.
right
I've ran past the cameras like 5 times now.
Oh, is the door open?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we saw the
Oh,
cameras.
fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, we found a
This
bunch
was,
of
this was,
almond water.
this wasn't. Yeah, bunch of almond
Oh,
water.
crowbars?
Oh,
Hey,
wait,
so
crowbars?
Guys, it's
Spooky!
Oh,
I like crowbar. Can I
we
take
use
it?
to break open vents.
Ooh, I like. Oh, shit.
Hold on, let me get my flashlight back out.
Okay, I'm gonna just tell you all right now. Listen. Yes, you
Listening.
can go through that vent. Don't go all the way through when you get to the second one. That second one is a troll. Don't do that one. I fucked myself and then I had to restart this whole area.
I'd rather go
Oh,
up
then
the
let's
pretty,
not go
pretty
through there
staircase.
at all.
Yeah, I want to go. Yeah, you go for it. Go for it.
Yeah, let's go up the pretty staircase.
But there's nothing to do.
Thank you, Gordy, for warning us of our peril.
Yeah.
I don't wanna take the
It's
game
evil.
away from you guys at all, but also that part is just kind of fucking annoying.
Hey,
That's
there's
just
so. What's
mean.
this?
Holy shit.
Bug spray.
Right here.
It's amazing.
Can we damage each other with crowbars?
GGST and the style.
I think I gotta eat one of these. Anybody
I
want
haven't
energy
played
bars?
in a hot minute. Hell yes. Okay.
There's another button over there.
Hey, can I hit you with my...
Redemption arc.
Can I hit you with
Worthy
my
of trust?
crowbar?
No,
Yeah,
never.
Yeah, sure. My legs! Ah! My legs! Ah! Look, another button.
Have a good leg,
Super
fam.
leg.
Bug spray.
I got bug
Yeah, look,
spray.
another button.
How's bug spray?
Oh, someone already pressed that button. Oh, bug spray.
Bug spray. Anybody need energy bars or anything?
Yeah, I'm pretty good right now.
I'm good.
Alright.
I got a lot of almond water, soda.
All right.
We're supposed to press the
press all
buttons
the
in a certain order.
Indeed, indeed,
Yeah,
indeed.
probably.
Look at the
Is it like
pictures
youngest to
carefully.
oldest?
Wait. Oh, I bet we're supposed to go youngest
Oh,
to
is
oldest
this-
or something.
Yeah.
Or old-
Is it youngest
yeah.
to oldest? So it's little girl, that
Yeah.
guy. I think that guy up by the door, and then this guy?
This guy's like middle-aged, like 40s, 50s.
Yeah, and then
Yeah.
that guy.
This guy here is probably 50s. This guy here is like
That'll
20.
work.
Oh, hold on.
We take too long?
I think so.
He might reset
I'm
as well.
Yeah, let's, I guess, wait till it resets or something?
Maybe did we use the bug spray on it? No? No? Okay.
That'd be funny. Oops.
Gordy's just like, let's let the... Where'd it?
Alright.
Where's Gordy?
Right, he's hiding behind a bug spray. You in here? What the fuck? Where is Gordy?
Gordy? Ref Gordy? Someone said Ref Gordy in the chat.
Gordy? Did his game crash? Oh shit, he left the game. What happened?
Gordy! No!
Can I re-invite him?
Gordy's dead.
Oh shit. It doesn't let me. Can we just...
It should save, I think, at every level.
Yeah,
if
because
it's
we
like the
just
other
got
game.
to this level, so... Think we just
Yeah.
leave and come back?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, okay. Alright. I'll do that. I'll re-invite you guys then.
Okay.
Okay.
Invite friends. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Oh snap! It's Luke. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in, my friend. I hope you have a wonderful time here at the Milk Club. It's right behind me. Alright. Start game. What the fuck? Here we go. Wait. Wait, which one? Were we on this one? Oh shit. I don't want to start a new game. Wait. Is it this one? I guess so. I don't know. It doesn't show the right level. Oh, thank God.
Oh, we're in.
Oh,
thank God, okay.
Steve.
Okay,
Okay,
thank God.
cool.
Alright. Cool.
Welcome back.
Yay, we made it.
Yay, we did it.
Okay, so.
Alright, so
Old dude.
young one?
and
Okay,
little
so young
girl.
girl. Young little girl is over here. I got it. Young little girl. Alright, then young man. Young man.
Yeah, he was
click
over
young man.
here.
And then the
And then this
middle-aged
guy?
man.
Yeah.
And then the
And
old
then old
man.
guy.
Okay, no. That didn't
So
Oh,
work.
I
I
see
guess
that
that's
it
not it.
undoes. I see that
Yeah.
it undoes one button, and so I'm wondering if maybe
Is it just men? Is it just men, maybe?
that's
Maybe
what I
is
thought, but
it
we tried that
sexist?
in the last one. Yeah.
No. Is it oldest
We
to
tried that in
youngest?
the last. Maybe.
Alright. Let's wait for the buttons to reset, I guess.
Whoa!
Ah!
Oldest.
I was about to go ahead and jump up and grab my more coffee. Fuck!
Aged. And youngest.
No, you guys had it right the first time. You just gotta make sure it's. What?
Oh, it is. So it is. Oh.
Okay.
What is it?
I'm gonna welcome. Welcome in,
Yeah, you
everybody.
can
Hello,
welcome-
hello. My
you
name
can
is
welcome.
Gordy. I'm a pumpkin VTuber. I play horror games mainly. That being said, welcome in, welcome in. How are you guys? How was your
And then
stream?
this one. Click that one. And then I'll click this. And then the old guy.
Oh, it opened.
Oh,
Oh,
they're
I
open.
think we just didn't do it fast
Oh shit!
enough.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Get
What the
that
fuck?
bug spray out, because I think we need the bug spray for something.
Yeah, I think you have to re-get the bug spray, though.
Yeah, there's
Well,
locks on
welcome
these doors,
in.
so I'm assuming we gotta find keys.
I see. Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck? I'll eat this. A moth jelly. Guys, I got moth jelly. Guys. Guys. Oh, not again. Guys. Oh, god damn it. Guys. Hello?
Welcome in, everybody. Hello, hello.
I know I'm on the first floor still.
Playing Into the Bathroom.
Yeah, I'm coming. Hold on.
And we're having a
There
great
you
time.
are.
We're having a wonderful
Hi.
time.
Hey, I got
I'm
moth
here
jelly.
joined
We can
by
go this
Elaine,
way.
also known as maincoow.
Hold on, I'm insane.
I'm also joined by Noble18, and of course I am also joined by Strawberry Moon.
It's Miyu the mermaid.
Miyu the mermaid. I just didn't change my. I didn't change my Steam name.
Oh god.
Gordy, you got the name wrong.
Genuinely fucking awesome.
Gordy.
Thing.
Gordy, it's Miyu.
Huh?
Your name is Miyu.
Miyu.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was going by the name that I see here.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I ate it.
I didn't think about it. What you eat?
I ate the moth jelly.
Miyu. My apologies.
I
You
ate
eat
the
what?
moth jelly.
Oh. Why'd you eat
Oh
moth
god.
jelly?
I don't know. Am I okay?
I don't know. Wait, I'll have my Steam changed next time.
Yeah, if y'all want to follow some really cool like VTubers, go and
More
give them a
moth.
follow. But of course,
More moth.
that's about-
Give me more moth jelly.
Hey, do you have an energy bar on you?
I
can
do.
be better.
Oh yeah, they
Oh,
got
I just
almond
wanted
water.
to see. I just wanted to read if it actually restores sanity or not. I ate my.
Oh, there's
It
more
does.
juice and
It
energy
does.
bar right here. Over
It's
here.
not as much.
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'll get another candy bar.
Yeah,
Green
it's not
juice.
as much as almond water, but it still gives you enough.
Yeah, I want to use that before I use the big one.
Okay, I got another moth jelly.
Goblin
Pray you don't die. I'm
Gremlins,
praying.
vibes, perhaps.
Okay.
Alright,
Wait,
I
now
don't
do I
think
put
there's
the
a
moth
key
jelly here?
Maybe.
Alright.
If you feed them, they will reward you. So probably.
Yeah, yeah, you could eat the moth jelly, so. Yeah.
Oh.
Nice.
Oh, so we gotta get more moth jelly, get more keys, and the keys go
How
to
many
the
keys
door
do
over
we-
here.
Wait, what door?
Moth jelly.
There's a door. Right here with keys.
Where's the?
We only got one unlocked.
Oh,
we just
Jesus
need
Christ.
2 more.
Where's the door? There's a door?
Right there.
Oh.
That
Oh,
one. Yeah, now you
I
need
don't.
one more.
Okay, well, I may have eaten one moth jelly, so
There's gotta be more moth jelly. It's okay.
I hope so. Let me get my bug spray
Don't
back.
worry, there's gonna be more moth jelly. Oh, there's more.
Oh,
moth.
nice.
Stop
I got-
going insane. Hold on. I just had almond
Hey.
water.
Alright.
Okay, I got dispel.
I
You
got-
already did it.
You can have it, though. You can do it. I just like spraying them.
Yay.
Almond jelly. Let's feed the machine.
Yep.
Feed the machine.
Gotta feed the
Uh-huh.
machine. Feed the
Feed the
machine.
Feed the machine of
so
capitalism.
much
Feed the
loot.
machine. Hi, Gordy.
Feed it.
Hello.
Look what I got. Look what I got.
What you got?
Jelly.
You figured it out.
Oh,
Jelly.
slap that jelly in there.
Jelly that. Jelly that.
We figured it out, man.
Yay.
You want some bug spray?
Hmm.
It tastes good. It makes your mouth minty fresh. There you go.
Just hear the buzz.
Is,
I got the
still,
key.
Nice.
Is you still hungry? Oh, you got the key. Let's go. Let's get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, let's go.
Wait. We just. Oh,
I think
you-
Gordy's
you
having a
reading
moment to
something?
himself.
Ah, that's okay.
Reading stuff, you know.
10 or 12.
Ah,
That is fucking cool.
Nice.
we made it. Let's go.
We did it.
And these scores. Pew, pew, pew.
We did it. Woo!
God, I don't have any homebrew that is that in depth, but that sounds genuinely cool.
Nice.
Okay.
Are there more moths? What is this?
I might have to hit a BRB,
Okay.
No.
because I think I just need food in my system, because my body's starting to crash.
Oh, no, eating is important, my guy.
Go take care of yourself.
It is a little important. So, when
Yeah.
I die, I'm gonna go and get food.
Yes.
So the
He certainly did die.
Oh, Jesus.
Sorry, I
Why am
needed to
going
drink some
crazy?
almond
I
juice.
just ate almond juice.
Okay. We have a thing. It looks like we're looking for whatever
Did we
is
yeah, we should pick up his stuff, yeah?
in that middle row on the second.
Yeah, the middle row, second one?
Oh yeah, it looks like it's this one right here.
Can't read that.
But there's
So,
nothing in it.
What is it?
Wait.
209?
Zoom in.
209, yeah. 209. No, it's only when you're selecting something, it looks like. But it's like you could, it looks like you can Can I? No, I think it was stupid.
Oh, okay.
Stop! Get the fuck away from us!
Yeah.
Oh, I don't have
Stop!
the flashlight. Make sure to back up when you do it.
Yeah, I got it. We got it. Yeah. I learned from you. I saw how you did it. It was
Okay,
a little
okay,
better
okay.
than how I did it. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I'm gonna go crazy.
You need some juice?
I got some juice.
I will definitely take an almond juice. Oh, you
I
can
don't
hide
got
it.
almond
This
juice. I
bathroom's
got
way too
regular
small.
juice.
I got almond juice.
Okay.
Here you go.
I take some almond juice, thank you. I don't know why I'm going fucking crazy right now, but I am.
I think it's when
Are we
when we
looking
see a dead body, it makes it worse. Oh my god. Yeah. You can hide in there.
Oh, cool. That's not scary at all.
I'm just gonna gun it. I see nothing.
Okay. I
What's
picked
up?
up
I
a
just
letter that
slept on the
starts with
bed.
K. Oh.
Oh, I went
Oh,
under
okay.
the bed.
Oh, that's another hiding spot. That's terrifying.
Okay,
I know,
that
right?
scared the beebies out of me.
So there's pieces of paper with letters on them. I found one.
I found
Did you find out like was it
Found a
obvious
U.
or?
Yeah, it was like on
Yeah,
the
it was, like,
nightstand.
on a
Just a big piece
nightstand.
of paper.
Okay.
I found the letter K. We got a letter U.
Leave the head pap. Oh, I gotta
I live here in the
fucking
water,
go to.
I'm gonna.
Yeah.
I'm gutting it.
Oh, the water. I missed the.
I found moths.
Do you still have spray? I got some. Okay.
Yes. Alright, I got it.
Cool. Cool. Cool.
Yep.
Oh!
Oh, fuck! What?
Fuck!
Hello?
Oh shit.
You?
I'm here. I'm alive.
Where are you?
I'm alive. I'm in the room. I'm at 216.
Which
The
room?
door's open now.
Peanut butter jelly
the long
way.
Oh, no.
Peanut butter.
Oh.
Peanut butter jelly the long
Okay, I was so scared because
way.
he came from that way, so. Oh my
Yeah.
god, okay. What the fuck just happened? A mimic happened. And it fucking. Okay.
I fucking ate the blue baby.
Oh, okay. Alright.
We gotta go this way.
Wait, okay. Oh, okay.
Found a room.
210. Uh-oh. Gotta eat food.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, let me check mine. Okay, let me check mine.
Yeah. Eat if you need to. Yum.
Drink another one.
God dang, our sanity goes down quick in this.
I think the higher up levels you go, the quicker your sanity goes.
That makes sense.
Alright, you buddy?
Yeah, I'm ready. Oh. Alright, I'm gonna go in the opposite room.
Okay, I found a letter.
Oh, I found a letter too. I found L.
I got O, so we have a K-U-O-L.
Oh my god, chat.
Don't like the music that's starting to come along.
Oh my god. I found a.
Oh! Fucking.
You good?
I almost ran
Oh,
right into
okay.
bugs.
And the coconut didn't like that shit. I found a blank piece of paper?
Oh, I wonder if it's a space.
Oh yeah, maybe. Want some juice?
Nice.
Oh, an O?
Another O. Okay,
Nice.
okay.
Wait, what the fuck is this? Oh, it's an energy bar, sorry. Looks like a tooth. I was confused.
This way?
Yeah. Why not?
Nothing in my room.
Alright.
Big room?
Ooh, boy. Yeah, big room.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Okay, we're back at the start.
Yeah. Oh,
Okay, that's locked.
is that... Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Bobby. PB's not gonna work on this one because we're in a different scene. Hmm? Okay.
Alright, so these
Oh,
are locked.
juice?
There's a lot of stuff in here, though.
Juice? Yeah. Oh, more juice? You should take that juice. I have like 3 juices.
Okay.
Okay, so we went this way. Wasn't there another way? We didn't go the right path when we went to the other direction?
Yeah, we didn't go the other path.
That is...
Oh, shit. Oh, my sanity, hold on.
Okay. I check mine too. Oh, oh, god damn it.
Oh, that's locked. Oh, there's... Okay. We're looking for...
Oh, is it...
Oh, I can't get on the thing! My flashlight on.
Oh no! Oh no!
Alright.
Oh, we're back in the game? We're back in the
Hey
game?
guys.
I didn't have my
Alright.
flashlight.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Hi.
Okay.
Oh.
I
Hey.
didn't have my flashlight on and I couldn't
Hey.
see.
Dude, I stepped away to try and get some toast and I got raided and I saw it briefly in my eye and I'm like, oh.
Okay.
I gotta use the bathroom really quick, so I'm gonna AFK right here. I'll be right back.
Yeah. How long was I?
What? Not that long? Why are you huffing? Are you okay? You run?
Okay, cool.
Oh, juice.
I made coffee.
Okay.
I made coffee, and
Okay.
I ate ramen, and I also took a quick shower.
There is no way you
Jesus
did all that
Christ.
fast.
I'm not even fucking with you.
We're eating ramen in the
Okay.
shower? God damn.
Yeah, he
Oh,
probably
shit.
cooked it in the shower with the hot water. You know?
No, okay, so I had the ramen in the microwave, like cooking already, while the coffee was brewing. Took a quick shower, like took a cold shower, to wake my body up. Eat food, and now I have coffee with me. We're ready.
Okay,
We're good.
you know you didn't have to go that fast, right?
I wanted to see if I could go between the.
You know what? Yep. I respect the man
Alright,
that
nope,
pushes
yep, you got it. I got it.
Whoa!
You have a flashlight! Turn around! You have a flashlight! You have a flashlight!
Oh, my Twitch is crashed.
What?
Oh, they're dead. They're dead.
Hey!
Oh, this is bad.
Okay, I'm gonna go take a shit. I'll be right back. You go watch Gordy. Watch Gordy. Well, I'll be right back.
Awesome. I want that toast, and I can't have it because it's all the way over there. I keep hitting tab. Okay. We're gonna pull out the flashlight. Thank you for the clapping, Matisse. Thank you. There's a monster among us. I don't have any bug spray, but there is some right here. Very nice. You know what? We're gonna remember what Gordy said. Gordy said to holy shit almond water. I need to drink that right fucking now. Slurp that down. I need an almond juice enema right now, or else I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Okay, I'm not gonna die. We're good. Okay, cool. So that is not almond juice. That is more almond water. I need bug spray. I have no bug spray. Oh, there's people typing in the chat and I didn't even see that. I died from dog. Yes, you died from dog. You had a flashlight. Nope. Oh wait, that's actually you? Holy shit, that's a person? Hello there? Hello there?
I'm awake. I'm good. I'm ready.
Oh, hey. Yeah, so both of them are dead.
Oh, fuck!
The letter E. Yeah.
Alright.
They got...
I'm gonna run for the thing.
I have, letters. Like, I think E, U, I... There's also a dude. There's a fake one.
Okay. Fuck.
You're still running. Shit.
Too far in.
I'm tired.
Oh, shit! Alright, so we haven't seen the dude, have we?
I have. The monster.
I'm also hearing
the
things in the background, unless that's your mic.
That might be my mic.
Okay, cool. Happy
Yeah,
follow! Oh my god, you're cool as hell! Oh, my ears are wet because of the fucking shower. Hold on. My fucking headphone keeps on falling out. So if I redeem plush, we would get the thing or not? No, yeah, you would. You absolutely would. I would just have to reset up the pins and whatnot, but I have no problem doing that, because I genuinely love having plush on. Alright. I'm gonna drink and run, okay?
Alright. I got you.
Fuck!
Excuse me.
Well, guys, it's just me. Fuck. And I missed you. And I'm so sorry. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't think tonight. It's me you're looking for. Grab his pee and twist it. Alright, you know, that's a good plan, Lazy. That's a good plan. You know, I should definitely do that. And definitely drink some almond juice. Because, you know what? Why not? One drink for the road. Might as well. I'm just gonna... Oh, jeez!
Hey.
Hi! Fucking camped. There was more stuff this way last time.
To be honest,
my
Pickle, I have
fucking
no
toast.
idea, but you're chilling, don't even stress.
I'll be right back. I'm
Alright.
getting my fucking toast.
I am. I'm here. Run! Run, 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 run! Whoa,
Well, if I'm gonna die,
I didn't realize I was muted. What's a Scooby-Doo coming after you? Wanna solve that mystery. What's a Scooby-Doo coming after you? Ooh, wow, Jesus. What's a Scooby-Doo coming after you? Oh, what do you mean they're both dead? Please, I'm freaking out. I'm freaking out. I was singing a song. I was really excited about it. And now I don't remember the lyrics because I think Noble's AFK. And I don't know where the flashlight is. And it's dark. I'm just gonna hold this can. I'm ham-fisting this can. What's Scooby-Doo coming after you? Gonna... Oh, okay. Gonna solve the mystery. Oh, Jesus Christ, it's dark. Wait. What's a Scooby-Doo coming after you? Gonna solve the mystery. Oh, that was this door. I closed this door. Oh my god. Okay, we got a U. Going like, I think backwards from what we did before. I'm so afraid. It's so much scarier without my wife. My shoulder on the ground now, yep. Ooh, okay. I'm here, don't worry, okay. I trust. I'm trusting. I hear things in the darkness. What's a Scooby-Doo coming after you? Gonna solve the mystery.
Yo, Bertrand.
Oh my god, 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 oh my god. So, we had almond water. We don't anymore. I hear Noble.
Oh, good. More dead people.
Noble! Hey,
do
hey,
you
thank
have
God,
almond
man,
juice?
thank
I'm gonna
God.
get mine.
No,
You got almond juice, bro?
nope.
Oh, that's not good because I'm about to die. Probably.
Cool.
So, I'm just gonna gun it for any rooms that might have almond juice. There's the letter K.
I got a letter and a space. I don't remember what they were.
Oh, I think I'm dying. Take my flashlight.
Okay. Great. Did I pick it up? God damn it, did I pick... Oh, I didn't pick it up. Why did you die in darkness? Ah. Okay, I got it. Ah. Ray. I don't know any more songs. Gotta find a honey. Oh! My dick is so soft. I'm so scared.
Man, that's horse shit.
Hey,
That's
man.
horse
How was your
shit.
stream, Digi? How was your stream?
Alright.
Oh,
Again. Oh, wait, there's stuff over here. Almond juice over here. Yeah.
Yeah, almond water. I keep dying of bullshit.
Ugh.
I'm here to help. I have a flashlight.
I got
Awesome.
peanut butter and jelly.
I feel like I'm dying.
Oh no, I'm dying.
All the bones in my body are very wary from all the fear.
Oh no.
You know,
Why is there only one
You just
flashlight
let it-
amongst us?
you just let it wash over you, like water. And
There's a
then-
dog, there's a dog, there's a dog!
Go away! Go away! Go away! Go away! Go away!
Get out of here!
Go
Back
away!
up.
Yeah,
Keep
get out of
backing
here!
up.
Ugly!
Keep backing
You're
up.
ugly!
Yeah. Oh, thank God.
Hey, I miss you.
There's juice and almond water if people don't have
I'm
any.
so sorry. Cannot sleep. Okay, I found a K.
Okay, nice. In this room?
Oh, I got bugs. Anybody got bugs, boy?
Shut the door!
I was trying.
Thank you. I didn't mean to yell.
Is Elaine alive?
I wish you would step back from that ledge, my friend.
My wife.
We could.
Yeah, I'm under the bed.
I
was hiding in the bed.
All right, let's
Been
go
living
back out to the bugs. I think maybe he was just on the other side of the door.
Alright, I'll figure it out. Okay, yeah, we're good. I wish you would step back from that ledge, my friend.
Okay, nothing new.
We
Hi.
Okay.
Gotta start saying hi to each other.
Jesus Christ! I thought you were a monster.
You know, it's hard to
but you
tell
didn't
when
say
I
anything.
open the door and you don't say nothing and then piss my fucking pants. Hey, a pee! I found a pee! Found a pee, guys!
Hey.
Hey!
Oh my god.
I love pee-pee. Let's go.
I
Is
love
that-
pee pee.
Is that all?
No, I found an O. I think we have to re-find all of them. Oh, fuck!
Man, that's crazy.
The noble Dan. That's crazy.
Give me a second. This peanut butter and jelly is very good.
Excuse me.
Okay.
It's okay to leave.
Yeah, that kind of sucked.
Guys? Guys?
215. 215.
I've already solidified.
Hey, hey, hey. Wait, hey. That's fucked
I
up.
didn't know it was you.
I
didn't know it
was yelling
you.
at you.
Calm down.
I have
Yeah,
a drink
but
in my
I
hand.
thought it was running at me, alright? Better to be scared than not, you know? 215, 215, 215.
What are we thinking of
That is our
215?
last one that we need.
215? Okay.
10.
210?
Dude, I legitimately got jump scared. I usually never get scared. That fucking
9-2?
thing actually got me. God, it was hiding behind the fucking door. Oh my god. I actually covered my face in fear. What the fuck? It's like, no,
235?
no.
Did anybody pick up the flashlight?
Uh,
201,
2-1,
202.
2-2. It has to be somewhere over here.
Oh my god, oh my god. Alright, I'm good, I'm good.
Drinking my almond juice. I'm losing my fucking brains over here.
Are you real? Who is real? Someone's not
Yeah.
real. Someone's not real.
No, we're all real.
Someone's not real. Someone's not
We all
real.
would've-
Wait a second.
Wait.
One of us is not real.
That one's turning weird.
Badge.
That one's turning weird.
I'm shutting the door. Donk.
What makes you think I'm not real?
Hello?
Wait, what the fuck? What
Hello?
the fuck?
What makes you think that?
Excuse me? I'm so afraid right now. I'm gonna piss my pants.
Wait, hold up.
Wait, how the fuck is it? Wait, there's a fifth person in the lobby. What the
Hold up,
fuck is
chat.
happening?
I'm muting audio. I'm muting audio chat. I'm muting audio chat. I'm muting audio chat.
What's happening?
I don't know this person. I don't know this person.
He isn't real? He talk. Yeah, I know. Who the fuck? I can't kick him.
Yes, you can.
No, I can't.
Oh, Anton! Anton. Listen,
What?
hear me out.
Oh.
Homie. Could you do me a favor? Listen. Could you do me a favor? Just pop out, cause we're all live right now.
Oh, it's a
Do me
real
favor,
person?
pop out.
Oh, please. Oh my god.
That's
Oh, I was so scared.
Appreciate y'all.
Oh.
Be safe. Be safe. Be safe.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. I feel like I aged like 10 years, dude. Cause like we were all like, it's okay now, Noble.
Yeah.
I think.
Nah,
Oh my
hold tab real quick
god.
and you'll see him. Like, he's right there.
Okay. Cause I was like, I saw a name, but I'm like, oh, maybe it's the mimic. But, cause I can't kick him. So,
Did he pop
I thought
out?
it was just part of the game. I don't know. It says their name. I don't know. It's a private lobby.
It is private.
I need to hide in a corner.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm having a panic attack.
Are we
Okay,
are we on the
we're good.
Discord right now?
Oh, we can be. Hold on. Oops. Hold on, guys.
What the fuck happened, bro?
I'm sorry.
What
Oh my
the-
god.
Yeah, I'm
It was like
unmuting for
Chiggerba.
us. Okay, because we're saving
Yeah,
yeah,
so that's
yeah,
just
no, it was-
weird that it popped in like that.
Yeah, and I couldn't
No,
kick him.
bunk.
I was the server owner, so I should have been able to kick him, but I couldn't.
Right. That's so fucking weird.
Okay. Alternate reality, possibility, probably not. But what if it was a dev?
What the
That
fuck
would be
is
weird.
happening?
Why would a dev do that? That'd be weird.
Max
Yeah,
play-
and 4
Max
players is
players
max.
was 4. Oh shit! Wait.
Yeah, max
hold on,
players
wait.
is 4.
Hi guys, I really think that was just a computer AI.
No, cause okay,
But-
homie, I play this game all the time. Like legitimately, since it came out to when it's been recently updated, I play it relentlessly. I've never encountered anything like that the entire time I've played.
Maybe I could look it up. Maybe I
Oh.
could look this up. Maybe I'll look it up.
Yeah.
It's just
escape
weird.
the Backrooms, Anton.
Like no
Could have been
fucking
a
around with
game
y'all.
dev? Are we that special?
I know, right?
Listen, I am a huge fan of the game, so if it was a game dev, homie, type in chat somewhere, please.
Yeah,
and thank
please,
you.
like, for the love of God, I'm so nervous.
Terrifying.
That scared the shit out. Because I was like, all right, Miyu's dead, and then I see the fourth person, but they're not getting killed. Wait.
Hold on, I wanna go.
Because you can't join midway through a game either.
No, yeah. And
Yeah.
I was so confused because I couldn't kick him. Like, I was like, okay, well, I could kick him, right? I couldn't kick him. There was no kick next to his name.
And he kept
Oh my
answering
God.
very
Hi,
weirdly
Andrea.
too.
That's why I was
That's
kept saying
so
like it had to
wild.
be like AI because his answers were so freaking weird.
Yeah, 'cause
was
it said, like,
answering
why would you
perfectly
think I'm
to
not real?
ourselves. It's like, why would you think I'm not real? Yeah, you can kick me. I'm like, what the fuck? What the fuck?
Yeah, that's why.
I wonder if those are
There's-
like pre-programmed answers.
I think that because when he was in the room by
perfectly fine
himself,
for pre-program answers.
there was a moment he was like in the room either by himself or when Elaine was in the bathroom, and we were all like, "Let's go to the Discord." He's like, "Oh, we're going to the Discord, guys!" Like it was weird.
Yeah, no, I heard that too. I heard that
Okay,
too.
yeah.
Guys, I'm scared. Guys, you know,
That's all-
I didn't mean to close the game, but I'm kind of glad I did.
Yeah.
I feel like maybe the Backrooms is real.
I still don't know because that's still
I
a weird
feel like-
answer. Who the fuck answers like that?
I feel
we're
like I need to go back in the VOD and make sure I made it a private. But there's 4 max players.
Yeah, like you have it. It's like you can't even go higher than that.
I'm gonna
And
check
then you
my
click
VOD. I
private
want to look at the
server.
full name. Yeah, I'm gonna look at my VOD. I want to see the full name. I want to see if Reddit has anything to say about this.
What the fuck? An Anton something something. Hi, Spicy. Can I give a shout out for Spicy Noodles, please, and thank you. What the fuck? That is so weird.
I thought it because like he showed up in the game when we were getting attacked by the mimic. So I was like, oh, maybe the game has a mechanic where it makes it look like there's another player.
Because I was seeing things online that said you can get 5 players. But that's still weird that someone's able to join a private lobby. But then again, I've seen games like this where break into shit.
Like,
Hold
why do I
oh,
click it so
sweet
quickly?
Jesus Christ. And that was a good call, Gordy, because I was just like, I don't know.
That's
Yeah,
just
fucking
fucking weird.
Yeah.
Okay.
God.
Okay.
I got
I'm
jump
like
scared.
looking at people's games and whatnot.
You know, how about this? Let me make a multiplayer server and then just see if you can join, like in the multiplayer menu, because you can see other people's stuff.
Yeah, he's from a movie. The name is from a movie. No Country for Old Men. Anti-Chiguru is someone from No Country for Old Men. It's that one like horror movie. I'm not okay.
What the fuck?
I tried looking
I'm
it
not
up
okay.
like with a quick search. I can't even find anything.
I'm not okay.
Oh, no.
I don't wanna,
What the fuck?
This is the second time this has happened with me playing video games. It's happened last time, I feel like, when I was playing Pilgrim, and I'm having like I'm dying. Games are scary, guys.
Yeah. Like
Don't
when that.
die.
Yeah. No die.
All right. Do you wanna keep? Is it the same person from last time we played? No.
Oh,
but
sorry.
like,
Nah.
no, I
Nah,
think
the
he's
other guy sounded
asking there.
different.
Yeah. What's his fucking name? Fucking
Duck something.
yeah, whatever the
Oh,
fuck his name
yeah.
was. Oh
I
my
remember that.
god.
That's weird.
I think it was scripted. I fucking hope so, bro. That was fucking scary as shit.
Nah, that what the fuck is going on right now? I've never seen that shit happen in my entire time I've played this game.
Can we make a creepypasta about this? Just like a creepypasta.
Well, we could just call it there because I am hitting the 3-hour mark and I gotta go into work tomorrow.
That's fine. We ended off on a mystery.
Yeah. Check back next time.
What
That's
the fuck?
crazy, bro.
That's just weird. I've just never had that like, chat, okay, you guys have seen me play this game over and over and over and over and over again. This shit has never happened!
Gordy, alright, don't gaslight me, but this isn't you, right? This isn't you.
I'm not in your game! I'm not in your game!
I feel like when I said I was scared, Gordy would have like been like, oh, I'm sorry, like this is the thing that like I'm pranking, you know?
No, yeah, I would have called like called it off, like I would have said something.
Yeah.
Nah, this is weird as shit. I'm not lying to you. This is
would have got away with
weird
you
as
if it
fuck.
wasn't for the meddling kids.
I believe you, man.
I don't think he's lying.
Bro, I'm gonna stop hosting it. You guys can host it from now on. This is like the second time it happened. But the problem is like when we were playing Pilgrim, I accidentally had the server open, so that makes sense. But this one we didn't.
Yeah.
This one we didn't.
You know, it's actually just me. Every time I'm in a collab, everything goes to hell. I'm sorry, guys.
No, it's funny. I want to.
My first collab. I'm cursed already.
Oh, it's okay. It's funny. My
stomach feel weird.
Yeah. Wait, what happened? We had a 5th player join us that I couldn't kick as the server host couldn't kick, and they were just. Was the rando speaking in VC at all, or just text chat? It was just he
was literally speaking to us. Yeah, I turned off the game audio for stream because he was speaking. I was like, yeah. I'm not fucking around with that because I don't want him to say some craziness that I can't take out of my VOD.
Yeah. Oh god. It's so fucking weird, dude. Oh my
What
god.
the fuck is going on?
I've placed it.
I'm gonna look at the VOD on this one and be like, what the fuck happened?
Yo, Chad, have y'all ever seen anything like that before? Like in this game, for anybody that has played this game before, is that something that happens? Yep, understandable. Yep, yeah, no. I haven't. Okay. Oh.
Getting a raid. Perfect timing, man. We got a fun story to tell him. Good lord.
Welcome in, everybody. Hello, hello. My name is Gordy. I'm a
having so many
pumpkin
specialists
VTuber.
in this game long ago. Really?
I play horror games mainly. That being said, I'm here joined by Elaine, also known as maincoow. This is fucking chaotic.
Alright, hold on. I'll read all this Reddit.
I'm here with Noble as well.
Is
And
it
is it Miku?
Miu.
Miu. Okay. Miu. They're absolutely wonderful people, and I'm having a wonderful time. But we just encountered some weird fucking mumbo jumbo bullshit.
Yeah, chat sent me one Reddit post from 5 months ago of it having to someone else, but there's nothing to it. It's got 2 upvotes and that's it.
That's fucking weird. Basically, the game can only go up to like 4 people, right? All 4 of us are in game, already playing mid-game, right? And so a random person just joins out of nowhere. Now, yes, people can join, but this is a private lobby, okay? So hear me out. A random person joins out of nowhere in a private lobby and starts like talking to us, saying like, "Yeah, I'm a real person." Like we're asking like, "What the fuck? Where did you come? Are you a real person?" Because like there's mimics in the game, and so the guy's like, "Yeah, I'm a real person. Why would you ask him a real person?" And we're just trying to leave, and we can't kick him, we can't remove him, and we have to close the game entirely. And so before we left, we're like, go to the Discord, go to the Discord. He's like, oh, we're going to the Discord? We're going to the Discord? What the fuck? Like,
yeah, like the answers were just uncanny, you know, where it's like, I can't kick him. He's like, yeah, you can kick me. And I was like, okay, but I literally can't though, bro.
He appeared out of like nowhere too. He like just appeared in the room.
Yeah, he was just like his movements were weird too. Like you know how like we're looking around and shit, normal style Gmod shit. He's like his shit was turning like real slow. It was fucking weird.
Would it be funny if it was a troll? No.
Gotta be funny if it was a troll. If it wasn't a troll, then we getting some weird haunted shit.
I want the haunted shit. Give me the haunted. I'd rather have the haunted shit if I'm honest.
That being said, Laura, how was your stream? Tell us all about it. Of course, my homie, my pal, I love you, homie. How you been? All the reason to say it was a dev.
Dude, actually, I kind of understand if I was the dev of a horror game, like,
yeah,
I'd understand.
No, that was weird.
That's evil.
That was weird as fuck. I'm not gonna lie. Seems like a mimic, right? It like had mimic movements, but God, it wasn't like running after us at all.
Yeah, I thought like if it's a mimic, it's hostile. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they could have told us. They could have told us, you know. They could have told us in the end, like, "Hey, man, sorry to scare you.
We're just happy you're playing our game." I'm like, okay, cool, big fan. Love your game.
About to have a panic attack in the corner.
This is what I launched my fucking horror gaming stuff off of. This is why it's like I've never experienced this shit before. I've never seen that shit before.
Oh man.
Digimade! Oh yeah, Digi was here a couple of minutes ago, yeah. Oh fuck, that is so weird.
I think I'm just gonna raid into where you guys and call. That's
Sounds good.
That's
It was nice playing with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys got a
won?
modern day Herobrine type encounter? I know!
Yeah.
Yeah. that was
Hashtag
weird.
Anton Chiguri, I guess.
Oh yeah, he had the fucking name of a murderer. Apparently.
Oh yeah, he did.
Oh,
Had a
that's
name
great.
of-
That's great.
Fucking
That's
rude.
great.
Who's gonna be up for the
Great.
longest?
Isn't no. You can rate whoever you want.
God, that was so fucking weird.
Check your Steam recently played with. Oh, okay.
Oh
do I
shit,
do
you're
that?
so right.
How do
Whoa.
I do?
Oh, thank you, listeners. Give it a follow.
I'm closing Escape the Backrooms. I'm too scared now. How do you do that?
Oh,
Oh, you're so sweet.
Nagormi is on. Go find them with Wolfie. Oh,
Thank you. I hope you're having a wonderful day as well. How do I check the recent people that I play with?
Go to friends.
wait a second.
and then
Anton
go
Cole.
to-
Yo, what the fuck? Ultraviolet? Nah, that's actually the
Wait,
name.
what? Is it there? Wait, yo,
He's a
link it to
fictional
me.
killer.
How'd you find it?
That's the name that the guy had inside of a game.
Oh yeah,
The one that Ultraviolet said.
Mm-hmm.
That's fucking
Go to
weird.
Steam profile, go to friends. Oh, go to Steam profile page. And then go to friends. And then recently played with. You don't have any play history for this day. This is spooky. This is great. I love the adrenaline rush I'm getting from this, but also I'm so scared. That's crazy. Ben drowned, bro. Goldblum drowned, am I right?
Recently played with.
Maincoow homepage view players. Home view. Wait, what view?
Okay, wait.
Players?
Wait. I'm trying to figure this out too. Hold on.
Do you have the Steam app? Because I found it.
I went. Hold on, I can check the.
Okay, yeah, view and then players should be there on that tab. Yeah.
Players.
Oh, we
Cool.
could go to. No, there's not. There's not people in here. I know everyone else. That's
I don't like that.
Crazy.
I don't like that. I don't like that. Personally. Yeah, I don't like that. Personally, that makes it even fucking weirder.
I'm choosing to believe my own lie that it's AI to make myself sleep at night.
I'm gonna believe it's a creepypasta, and I got to be in a creepypasta in real life.
My chair just broke more and the hydraulics popped and now my chair sunk.
I would have pissed
gosh.
myself.
Oh god.
I would have pissed myself.
I would have been like, oh god.
I was like, I was leaning over and luckily I was leaning on my desk, so it like caught me a little bit. I'm just now on the ground.
Ooh.
I guess
was
that future
great.
problem is now a today problem.
Congrats on your creepypasta experience, thanks.
If anybody wants to commission me for art so I can afford a new share thing, no, I'm kidding.
Hoping your friends having a great day, keeping it safe, having a great time, honestly. Cthulhu, I hope you accidentally stub your toe. Lovingly.
Or game milestone right there, yeah.
Who are your two adorable friends and one pink and black hair? Okay, so this one right here is maincoow. Say hi, maincoow.
Hi. I'm maincoow. My giblets are spooked.
And
my
then
wife
this,
Mew.
this one
Mew.
right here is Mew.
Mew.
Super
I'm
chill.
a mermaid. Blah, blah, blah.
That's your mermaid.
Mm.
Alright,
That's a mermaid.
mermaid.
Hold on,
I'm
I wonder if
blind.
it
Where's
does
the
it.
Discord link? Which one? Which
I'm
one?
scared as shit. I'm not gonna lie. I've never experienced that before.
Same. The blue one's Noble. He AFK, I think?
Yeah. He is doing his thing at the moment.
Are you
Yeah.
back?
Yeah, I'm back. Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Ooh,
He's Mr. Blue
that was
Buddy.
Yeah, what happened?
All right.
well, chat was just asking who you were.
Oh, yeah. I'm Mr. Slime Man.
Little slime
I-
friend.
I have a blowtorch.
Are we all raiding out, by the way?
I'm
that's what
gonna
I'm
keep
doing.
going because
Ooh.
I need a blow off steam. That was a lot.
Yeah.
Oh,
Valid.
God. It makes for a good clip.
So
It
I'm
does. It
But-
does.
Oh,
Totally. Good
wild.
Lord.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I think I'll,
Thank you so much for the follow, Lady Godiva.
Was that Noble?
I will skip Dippity and get ready for work in the morning. But it was a
No
great time playing with you
problem.
guys. It was
Yeah,
very
I know.
fun.
Good eve.
Thank
Bye.
you. Yeah.
Take care, Noble.
Yeah.
Take care, Noble.
Be.
All right. I'm gonna also dip. I'm gonna
Sounds
be doing my
good.
thing for a bit, but I will
Hell
talk to you guys in a
Have
few.
have
Thank
a
you so
good
much for the
time doing your
invitation.
thing.
Bye, Gordy. Nice
Thanks
meeting
for
you.
It was
joining.
very
I'm
nice
sorry
meeting you
that
as
the last
well.
2 times you played with me, you've had jump scares from people we don't know. My bad, dude. Don't know why it keeps happening.
This one was 1000% not your fault.
Yeah.
This one was weird as shit.
Be
Yes,
proving
sir.
guilty.
If you guys see an Anton on your friends list, though, screenshot it. All right, take care.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye. Hey. Oof. That was spooky. All right, I'm gonna go vibe with music, and try to calm down from that madness.
Yeah.
I hope
I'll see you in
join
chat.
us again
Bye-bye.
for yeah.
All right. Bye-bye.
Oh God. Oh my God. God, that was spooky. BLT. BLT, come here. BLT, come here. Come here, baby. Come here, chat. I'm spooked. I'm fucking spooked too. Like, what the fuck was that, man? You did so good. You did so good. You had the most adorable intro. I loved it. It was great. Uppies. Uppies. Yeah, you get uppies. And put you on my head. Yeah, you sit on my head. Oh, you. That's better, I guess. Not really. Yeah, you sit on my shoulder. There you go. Sit on my shoulder now. Oh, not my shoulder. Now my shoulder? Now my shoulder. Okay. Oh, gosh. Oh, golly gosh. Oh, I gotta play some music. It's too quiet now. Oh. No, I don't want spooky music, please. Please. Yeah, okay, this works. Ugh. I feel like I'm like having a minor panic attack. I'm not gonna lie. But I'm okay. I'll be okay. I'm alright. The silence of my partner suddenly. Yeah, no, that's why I play music. We're good. I need water. Good lord, bro. It was like fire. That was like so interesting, but so fucking scary. Peak chill song. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Woo. Greatest Rising Star, Miu's unofficial debut. I know. I love my wife. I can't wait till she debuts. You debut whenever you want. You know, I'm re-debuting in like whenever my model's done. You know. God damn. Alright, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm not scared. I don't know if I've ever been... No, I've been that scared before in life. I just... Damn. God damn. Very creaming. I think I made this arm a little bit low. Oops. Where's this arm? Yeah, it should be here. Yeah, there you go. Yep. It's and clean. Cause Elbows go right underneath, like, booby. Yeah. Strawberries and cream. Dr. Pepper, strawberries and cream. God damn, dude, I'm so spooked. I don't want to keep being so spooked, but I'm actually, like, so scared. Because, like, I think it's because just, like, mainly it's because I feel bad, because, like, I was the one hosting the lobby, and someone joined. Whatever. Whatever, man. Whatever. What is this, fucking Scooby-Doo? Alright. Alrighty. I gotta do the eyes. Or BB, it wasn't all your fault. It wasn't your fault at all. Okay, god damn, I can't read. Okay, well, I'm glad you think so. Cause like I feel bad because like that was I honestly, on God, because I saw the name earlier, I just thought because it was a mimic. I mean, it's pretty sure it was like a game mechanic because I've seen this before in this game with Mashy like a long time ago, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I saw you saying that, so like that's valid. I haven't been this spooked in a while, you know? It's just like, damn. And also, like, you know, like, Gordy has the valid point of, like, well, he's played this game so much, why hasn't it happened to him? I would say it's a mimic, but the fact that it spoke made it— I know! And the fact that it responded, you know? The fact that it would be like, oh, it's like, oh, you're going to the Discord, oh, like, so and so, you know? I'm thinking it's AI. I mean, I feel like that was, like, the only other way, right? It's too bad I didn't have my crowbar. Would have beat the shit out of them. I didn't test if friendly fire worked. Oh, it's a spooky game. Something spooky happened. It did. I just, you know, like, Gordy was worried because, like, you know, it could have been a person and they could have said some whack shit, you know, and then I would have felt really bad. But everything, you know, every little thing will be all right. I mean, AI can't hear you is not hard to do. I mean, AI that can hear you is not hard to do, and all it did was what you said and kind of yeah, that's valid. It's kind of like, it was definitely like oh, it's not real. It's like, what do you why do you think I'm not real and stuff like that. So yeah, definitely could have been. I did the face angle wrong. Yeah. I think, like, if it was a game mechanic, I wish I knew it was a thing, you know? Like, I wish they said that could happen, because that can be spooky for a lot of people, including, like, as you can see with us, like, that's kind of fucking crazy, you know? So it's kind of like, man, I wish I knew. But, you know, it is what it is. I don't want it to be, like, a chunkier— oh, oops. My throat has never been so dry. For a game like that, yeah, like that, they would never say it would happen, though. What's the point of the— though that's the point of the game. Might be a mod. But that's the thing, I just downloaded the game today, and I was the host. Thank you for the wellness check. I'm gonna drink more water. It's just like that unsolicited kind of, like, I don't know, that unsolicitedness of it is, like, I guess, spooky to me. So I'm pretty sure with games that, like, mess with your computer, it'll tell— like, it has to tell you. I don't know. The game was really fun, though. I liked the game a lot. I definitely would play it again. They didn't mess with your computer. Yeah, but like, you know what I mean. Yeah, you know, like I like why wouldn't anybody else talk about it then? Out of the bunch, like the millions of people or hundreds of people that have played this game, like why hasn't anyone else talked about it? Yeah, I mean, games like Murky Divers have mechanics that use generative AI by copying. Yeah, like it's like, you know, it's like Repo has the mimic mods, Lethal has the mimic mods that like copy your voices and stuff like that. It's just, whew. I would have preferred a warning. I'm a little pussy baby. The forum is in Russian, so maybe they are. Oh, that's a good, you know, that's a good point. I did when I was looking it up. Hold on. This. There was like a Russian thing. There was a Russian thing that I saw. It's gone now, but because one, it could be new, and two, a feature like that only has an impact if it doesn't happen very often. I would choose that it's a creepypasta situation. Murky Divers mimics, takes clips of your verse and makes new responses. Ah, gotcha. So Horgan, honestly, if I was making a game, I would 100% make that type of encounter. Yeah, but I don't know. With how popular the Backrooms is, you know, in general, I just would expect, like, someone, especially in English, because, like, you know, it's not just popular in Russia to be talking about it. If that makes sense. I don't like that. I'm pretty sure it happened to our mutual friend Mashi a while ago, even down to the random murder name. That's cool. I mean, it's really cool. I like it. I'm still gonna choose to believe it's a creepypasta, though. I'm gonna still choose to pretend that I just lived a creepypasta. I think that's cool. Let me live in my fantasy that I was in a creepypasta. Ben Drowned Goldblum, please. I want to believe. What? Hi, Zenon. Art. Yes, we're doing art. I'm trying to learn how to art. Oh, no, the EP. It's okay. I'm just only EP because the adrenaline is wearing off. More than welcome to. I'm not stopping you. Okay, good. Good. I don't know if these eyes are right. I'm gonna like lower them a bit. God damn. I just don't. I think the biggest thing is that is like enabling fear in me is the idea that like I could have put someone else's stream in danger. I think is like the biggest thing. Like I don't want to put anybody's stream in danger. I'm there, right? The EP pasta of maincoow. Hell yeah! I'd love that. EP pasta. You didn't though? I know, it's just it's just the idea being put in front of me. I get the fear, but I also didn't think, even if it was a hacker, yeah, that's valid. If something did happen, it wouldn't in no way be that's valid. I think it's just
Stay in the box. No! Stay in the box. No!
That's me with my fear. Stay in the box. No! Stay in the box. No! Chancellor, that's valid. That's valid. I just, you know, I think it's just because the situation itself presented itself to me. It's like, you know, Like, I can rationalize that it's not real, but it's kind of like, oh, okay, that could have happened. And my brain has to process that that's something that could have happened. Or maybe I'll go find a calming and lovely song for you to calm down. Thank you. I'm like vibing. I'm fine. I was just like, what in the fuck knuckles was that, man? Here, I'll skip this so we can listen. What? Okay, well, I wasn't talking to you. I wanted to listen to the song. Alright, good lord, alright. I think I did the eyes wrong. Back. I think also these need to be more open. Is that right? I can't tell. The Empowering Comics, I figured it was a good song for the occasion. That's valid. I'll take any songs. Yeah, this is off. Let me go back to this level. That's not the right one. Is it? No, it's this one. I'm so eepy. Did you not get enough sleep, Andrea? God, I don't have classes tomorrow. Hell yeah, you can just get some rest. Fuck yeah. There you go. Oh, that's not right. I don't think that's right either. Got like 7 hours of eat. Well, sounds like you could get plenty more. If you ask me. Okay, there we go. We're probably just tired. Tired? Yeah. Thank you for the lurk, Mew. But yeah. You gotta get plenty of eep. And if your body's saying you're eepy, that just means you need more eep, you know? Sticks still look pretty. Is the cutie you're drawing? I'm drawing myself. I'm just referencing damn Dahlia's art because I want to draw like her. That's what I'm going for right now. It's not really working because my brain is so hopped up on adrenaline still, in a way. But we're getting there. I don't want to listen to the song right now. It's very hyper. Hold on. Yeah, no, that song's fine. Taking the edge off by playing a chess game? That's valid. Chess is fun. So I'm more frustrated in a second. That's valid. My leg itches. Okay. I'll use a different color. To the rhythm of love. Do I have cryptid stuff up still? I didn't post this. God damn it. Okay, that's fine. I don't know how I want to do the nose. Break. Okay, and then the lips. And go. Oh, they could be tilted more, couldn't they? Turn this one off. And just keep the one that Miyu gave us. Is that good? Yeah, that's actually good because like it looks like they're looking down. I think. Let's see. Ears will cry. Boop, 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 boop. And after I'm gone, I'll be humming along. Fine. How does this look compared to my original sketch? Will the morning sun your mind? Oh, mine. Music love. I wanna go bother someone, but they're sick. No! Just send them a little DM. Be like, hey, hope you're feeling okay. Get better soon so I can bug you. I did. Nice. Good. Good. I think this is a trust the process situation right now. Alright, I'm just gonna go fuck it and just start drawing. I think is my plan. Yeah. I gotta look at my VTuber. Let me swing forevermore. In other words, please be true. In other words, the words. Let's see, the hair is here, so it's like this. Might redo this part. Let me turn this down a bit. I'm gonna be a little bit more sketchy. Oops. It was like this. Like this. Now zooming on my face. Okay, look, I want brekkie. Have a good brekkie. Have a wonderful brekkie. I like this song. Even more than any. Let me do like the flippy. Ooh, and love can make it. My heart, and please don't break it. Love was made for me and you. Is for the way you look at me. It's very, very ordinary. Mm. Part of me wants to go back to my other sketch. Maybe keep the body. Keep the body, turn this off. Like combine the two maybe? Give me the face. That face, give me the face. The hell? Oh wow, I did everything in sections, okay. Read that line again. Me close and hold me close. Just you. Just live your. You kiss me inside. I close my eyes. God damn it! I brought a clutch and not a gear shift. What? Like bought or brought? So why'd you do that? Or why can't you use the other one? I have many questions. From above. Brought. I'm playing. Oh, gotcha. Got it. Clutch off for relation, gear shift versus. Oh, gotcha. Interesting. Your heart and soul to me. Boop. Boop. I think the clothes like it'll be fine if I just draw them. Okay. Take 10. I feel like such a nerd scrolling through different TCG card shop cosmetic mods. You are a nerd, but that's not a bad thing. Be proud of it. Be proud of it, my friend. Okay, how does the line art work for this? I think it's like very... Yeah, it's very same length. Hmm. Watch. You're watching an anime girl on the internet. You were already in her. Damn, that's crazy. This is true though. Well, I'm a cool anime girl on the internet, and I respond to you in real time. No, I have a solid chunk. I don't have a separated chunk. You go in VShoujo. The VShoujo ones are cool. I was gonna do, if I ever played that game, my plan was to play, use the Adventure Time card ones. The Card War ones. I think I saw one of those. This should be like this. Just scroll past that one. Let me check it out. Yeah, I like that one. I didn't look at it too closely, but if I were to play that game, that's what I would do personally. Oh, it's this one. That's fine. The couple that let you upload your own card art. I don't think I'd have enough, like, general art, you know, for that, personally. Or at least it would take a while. Actually, made the drawing thousands of cards. Dude, I'd do that if this was full time. I could set my sights on that if that was, if I got paid to do it, you know? Oh. When I say mings, I feel like this solid pencil is actually broken, but it's okay. What is done? I will see. I won't be afraid. I won't be afraid. You stand by me. Stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. I won't let you. I honestly just really want to get to the shading part of this whole fucking thing. Because coloring is my favorite part of art. For me, oh, stand by me. I could just do the face. Ooh, I just thought of something that I don't want to do. Yeah, so it's like... Yeah, I mean, oh, yeah, nice. Good job. I'm very proud. Oh, stand by. I want to, like, keep breaking up the hair, but I don't know how to. Like... I love this song. Oh, wrong song. Sad. Okay, I don't know how I feel about that yet. Oops. Why are you shooting? Why'd you start shooting? Anyway, I started blasting. The song. Oh, gotcha, gotcha. About to go to bed, but I just want to say that I realized our game Friday between my character build and background and everyone's size in the party. Why haven't I eaten everyone? Because you can use us. Probably because you could use us to get more food. You know? I hate this. I don't like this. It's poo-poo. I don't like it. That's what we discussed, but it crossed my mind. I thought it was funny. Yeah, we're just little guys. Eh. Eh. Dude, I don't know how to fucking do this. I think I'm just gonna play with the eyes now, because I can. Because, you know, this is my drawing. I can draw however I wanna. And right now my brain's telling me that I just want to color. What? I just said it would stop me from looking at the party. I just said it won't stop me from probably looking at the party and drool a little bit. I don't think I taste good. I think I might be a little too under the bar for that, you know. I mean, man, I have -2 intelligence, you know. Is that for the sake of flavor? That's a good point. You got a point there, bud. You got some irrefutable evidence that I cannot deny. I wonder if my eye thing will still work the way I do eyes. My hand. I can imagine Ryan's going, hell yeah, food. Oh, it's just Alfie. All my characters are all small. When he's talking about Friday, which is where I play pod though. Playing do some enshrine game test. And I will be the little boy pod though. The chair is completely broken, Lamau. It gets worse the more I sit, so I moved it away and pulled my ottoman over so I can sit more comfortable now. At least the ottoman works, Pookie. I'm sorry that it's broken. Maybe you can find like a replacement for the support. Good night, V. What is this a different color? Welcome back. What'd you get for breakfast? I'm gonna do it like this. I can find a support, but I'll try. If anything, I'll get a new chair that hopefully won't break. To be fair, I sat on it weird for the past few months. That's valid. Well, hopefully you can get a pretty good, but like good and affordable replacement for it, you know? Because it would be unfortunate if you had to, you know, spend a pretty penny on it, and it's still kind of eh. Move a poople. I locally don't want to go out, but I shouldn't. Loki want to go out, but I shouldn't because I haven't fully recovered. Yeah, you got to keep yourself safe. I understand that you might be a little fidgety and you want to go outside, but you got to keep yourself safe. Like, maybe take one more rester day, and, like, then tomorrow you can go out. You know? That way you can make sure that you're nice and healthy. I decided I found a Shrek mod, but it uses ugly AR. Damn! That sucks. That is unfortunate. I am sorry. Can't have shit. Best way to get a good chair for cheap is to see. Yeah, that's actually a really good way. Yeah, to see if any offices close down. It's an uber good way. And office chairs tend to be pretty nice and pretty quality. They are not incorrect. This is the best way. Alright, let's see how silly this looks. But mine from my uncle's office, I got it for 300, but I got like 6 of them, so that was like 50 each. Good advice. Yeah, that's how I think my roommate got his chair. I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at this, at least. Yeah, it's unfortunate that a lot of like good looking chairs tend not to be like long lasting. Oh, what the heck? I feel like this is not the skin tone. Yeah, I was right. Okay. Big egg chair, like Men in Black. Flip this. Request share, but those got so heavily drop shipped. I'm surprised it. Not surprised it broke. It was cheap anyway. Comfortable but cheap. Yeah, that's valid. They're cute. They are cute chairs, to be fair. Like, even I have considered getting one. Egg chair sounds fun, doesn't it? Apocalypse. Be the only man alive. Could not exist. Because they were jealous. But I'd never be your friend. I mean, that's not offensive. You know, it's getting there. Burning in my eyes. I just want your heart, just want your heart. Okay, I'm surprised that I did that free-handed. That spooked the shit out of me. Alright, I'm over this. I'm over this. I don't want to do it anymore. I want to do something else. I want to texture stuff because I'm good at it. Hello, Gore! Hi! How was your stream? Oh, sorry. I just realized we're like on nothing. Hold on. Adobe's opening. Hold on. Hi! What'd you guys do? Games and demos? What kind of games did you play? Hi! Welcome on in, everybody! How was it? What'd you do? What'd you do? Those of you who are new here, hello, my name is Elaine, otherwise known as maincoow on all my socials. I am the VTuber of Whiplash. We have a good time here. Dude, because I gotta walk, it's nighttime? That's valid. That's valid. I hope that you have good walkies. We fed people to a giant woman, Pog. I like it. Sounds fun. I played a giant fetish game. An off demo. I want to play off so bad. I cannot wait for it to come out on Steam. I want to play it, and I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna play all of it. I'm gonna unlock all the secrets. I fucking love off, bro. It's gonna come out, and I'm gonna play the shit out of it. I don't want to play the demo because it's gonna make me want to play it just by itself, and I'm like, I want to play it now. But I'm glad you had fun. If any of you just want to hang out and chill, feel free to do so. I'm gonna be texturing stuff and vibing while this loads because it has to. Okay, I'm a little iffy on the soundtrack, but it plays and looks smooth. Is it different? Did they change it? Is it different than what it used to be? I have to lurk, but I'll be back in 30 minutes. No problem. We'll be here in 30 minutes. Show capacity is not 50. Oh. It's very different. Damn. I like the original a lot, so that is definitely kind of like, Composed by Toby Fox, little goofy and dark scary. I think that could be okay, though. What was that? They have one song, not gonna lie, Off His Cheeks, I don't get it. That game is not for me. Well, that's why, honey bun, you don't gotta play it. There's like one song that always plays in my head when I think of Off. What is it? It's just weird. It's a weird game. Where is it? If it's pepper steak, is it pepper steak? Probably pepper steak. I'm not original. Yeah, it's pepper steak. I loved pepper steak. I'm very interested how new is. I have never heard of this and I'm such in confusion. Off is this like kind of like weird I was thinking of making an OC for Off. Soundtrack is noise and visuals are eye strain and the plot is absolutely gibberish. No! The plot is deep and I love it. I'm the Batter. I've been entrusted with a sacred mission. One of the most influential RPGs of the last 20 years is finally coming to Steam. Take control of the Batter as he seeks to purify an uncanny and hopeless world haunted by specters, guided by a cryptic, grinning cat, the Judge. Oh my god, you have an Off OC? I want to make one. I want to make one really bad. I'd love to play Off and have, like, my OC on screen. I want to make one. I really like Off. Off is cool. Plot is not deep, it's convoluted. Listen. Shut the fuck up. I was Zach coded. I would have mine probably be like the baseball player. Oh, game OC. So I gotta go for a walk for real? Yeah, have a good time. We're gonna just look at Mark's a hater, don't worry. Yeah, I know. Fucking love Off. Like, it's just so weird. I love Off, man. I love Off. It's just strange. I just like it because it's strange. That's all. I don't, it could be deep. I don't really know. I just like it. It's strange. I like strange things. I like things that make you go, huh. And I just like the art style, I think, a lot. I like its uncanniness. Which I guess I'm surprised you don't like it, Boffy, because of its uncanniness in some aspects. Like... Where? Yeah, like the judge, Pablo? He's weird. He's kind of cute. He's weird, but he's cute. One more images of him. He's just odd. He's just an odd dude. They're all weird. They're just all odd. But the Queen was one of my favorite characters, though. I did like the Queen a lot. Yeah, I think off is cool. Look at more off OCs. Like, I just love... I don't know, it's just cool. Like heaven to touch. I wanna hold you so much. Like, I love the sketchy art style that is off. It's simple, but it's effective. But just too good to be true. It's probably why I like baseball bats as a weapon. To be honest, off. 'Cause I want us to compare. The side of you leaves me weak. There are no words left to speak. Well, now I want to draw again. See, this is why Elaine has Adderall, because she doesn't know what she wants to do 90% of the time. But it's okay. We're going to do this for a little bit, I think. Hello. I'm lost on what to do. I don't know if I want to do this, or if I want to make an office here, if I want to try drawing the meme again, because it's all coming out like poop.
I'll mull it over while you eat some salad.
Okay, I eat salad first. Huh. What?
Unless you really want to do it.
I want to finish it, but it looks bad. Sleep. I've been sleeping on it. You're sleepy. I'm glad to be true. We'd be like heaven to touch. Thank you for the lurk. Oh. God, don't super so good. That one's my favorite. I might eat this salad while I look at off OCs. Baby. My OC button off. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's fucking cool. Oh my god. I love it. That's so cool. Even the like little sprites. That's cool. Oh, I'd love that. I'd love that if I could just like mod my character into it. I'd adore that. I'd adore that. Ow. Alright, I'll play something on YouTube after the song. Did I already do this one? I thought I already did that one. Oh my god, my eyeball itches. Making the world's most powerful Red Bull. Ooh, I'm gonna fall asleep to that video. Hell yeah. Fuck yeah, I love Red Nile. Oh, this is Nile Blue, technically. I still like it. Yum, 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 yum. Ooh, our breakfast was better spicy. I'd actually be really interested in that video. I have 2 of these open. Yum, 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 yum. Oh, this song is from Subnautica. Oh, I didn't know that. I like it though. Ow. Oh, wait, wrong one. Oh, that's not on there. Oh, that's crazy. I thought it was on there. Beep, 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 beep. Why you gleebing they globs? Because sometimes I be creeping they cast, you know? Because if I'm honest, Glor, you know, Glor might want to glib this. Well, that's the real fact about it, you know? I'm gleebing. Oh, don't glebe. Don't glebe in public. Glebe that glorb into yourself, man. That's an intimate thing. You sure you want to be sharing that with the world? Glebes. Damn. Damn. Really be just glebing everywhere, huh? Glorp that. Glorp it. Oh, that's cute. Okay, I like that. Alright. Now we're watching Spicy Bagel. But I think it should be. I like spicy food. Oh, hot. Plate's still hot with the pizza on it. Capsation crunch is crazy. I like the mythical beach shirt. Anyways, any updates on July? Let me check. Because Wednesdays, Fridays, I'm taking, and every other Saturday. Let me check. Dragonlance. I'll have to do the math on it. Because my DM just posted the D&D schedule. So I will have to do the math. The 2nd or the 9th. Let me see. Yeah, and I mean... Oh, no. The 2nd and the 9th, I'm... Wednesdays, I have collabs. I tend to have collabs. And don't plan it around me, dog. You got other people that I can work for other days, just plan it around them. I'm never going anywhere, so... I can always participate in the future. Second and 9th are Monday. Oh, right. Okay, my bad. Wait, no. July 2nd and July 9th are Wednesdays. The 2nd and the 9th are Mondays in June. Yeah. It's okay, I did that when you were talking to me last time. Starting on the 14th. Second. Yeah, maybe I have to check. I have to check because I don't know when I'm going on my trip. I have to ask. We will see. But again, don't plan it around me, dog. You'd fit in, that's fine. That's valid, but I'm not going anywhere. I can always do future events. That's valid, you know. Yum, yum, yum. Damn, okay. Any specials? So it would have to be the 7th if I'm not crunching videos. Four PM CST. Well, I have to double up. I'm doubling up on videos. Dog, you work way too hard. Bro, this is my day job, man. It's like going to a Walmart and being like, dude, you work way too hard. It's like, dude, this is my shift. Ooh. I wish I had hot sauce. Thank you for that, Pat. God, that looks so good. I want that. Damn, I want that. I love the color of it. The Weewo collab is so valid. I do like me a good repo session. Dude, I would eat that whole bagel just right there. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. I really want cream cheese basil. I love cream cheese. I love sour cream and cream cheese. Both are really good. I would not want a spicy smoothie. This is coveted. Ooh. Jalapeno is good. And bananas. Interesting. I don't know how I'd feel about a spicy smoothie. Oh my god. Link is what the fuck? That's crazy. That's so gross. Oh my god, Mega Lucario 170, thank you so much. Oh my god, let me pause that ad. Hold on. Snooze. Thank you so much. It was made by Ozumi Wizard and Jersey BZ was the rig. Thank you. It means a lot. I'm glad you like it. I hope you're having a wonderful evening. We're just finishing up dinner as we watch this video. And if you've had dinner at all recently, feel free to tell me what you had. Oh, thank you for the check-in. You got your first gold star. Oh, got pizza sauce on me. Ow. Oh my god, a spicy grape. What was dinner? I missed it. I'm sorry, I didn't say because I scarfed it down. It was salad and homemade pizza. Pixels made homemade pizza. The dough was from Trader Joe's though. It was really good. I just ate it all. Delicious. Yeah. Thank you for the head pats. Oops, sorry. What's a Scotch bonnet crepe? Oh, wait, what's a Scotch bonnet crepe? Crepes with eggs and pepper sauce. Ooh, that sounds so fucking good. Ghost pepper Nutella. Ooh, fuck. That sounds so good. Habanero covered strawberries. That's crazy. The Reaper cream. I used to make crepes a lot. I love crepes. I've had crepes a few times and I like them a lot. I've never made them personally, but they're really good when I've had them. I had this like savory crepe one time in San Francisco. Ugh, so good. I feel like a spicy crepe could be good. I just think they made it too spicy. I love spicy. I don't know. I'm kind of biased for spicy, I think. That's a personal thing. Alright. Back to this baby. I need a paint layer. Dude, I haven't had crepes in so I mood. That's this one. Cool. Yes, the spicy. I love spicy food. I'd marry spicy food if I could. Pixels is spicy food. There. Oops. Whoops. Oh, this needs to be UV. My bad. There we go. Do I still have it on 50? I do. But no, I love spicy food. I might be like a pussy about it, but I really like it. I had crepes, but it was just it was just a kebab in a crepe. Oh, that still sounds good though. I don't remember the place I went to San Francisco. I think it's like, I know it had the word like honey in it, but it was like honey something crepes. And oh, they're so good. They have like dessert crepes. They have like savory crepes. They have like a whole bunch of different kinds. Very good, not gonna lie. It does sound good. I feel like that would be good. I like it when food is in a vessel. Like burritos and crepes and tacos. Make me very happy. Like both. Everybody wants somebody sometime. Alright, I gotta find this one and this one. There you go. Sometime. Alrighty. Oh my god, no, why'd you turn? Oh my god, I'm like so full now. I'm so happy. Oh, wrong way. Oops. There we go. Yeah. And this one needs more, I think. There we go. And then here. This one. I think this one I have to think about differently though, right? Yeah, because it's like this area that needs to be darker. This like bottom half. And also the crevices. The crevices where it connects to the other parts of the wood need to be darker. It needs to be like this. Like that. And then where's the other ones? Here they are. For this one, boop, boop. And just kind of add it onto the edges. Boop, boop, boop. Ooh, I did it a little bit too far though. Like it should be here and not so much here. It's like much smaller than I think it is, I think width wise. Just a little bit that I'm not done yet. Okay, cool. Let's see for this part. And I'm presuming it went over again. Yes, it did. I like make these halved. It's like this. There we go. Like that. Don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to stop the flame in your love. Now I gotta do this one and this one. And then this one. Everything with a little squiggle on it. Oop, that's it. Okay. I might do this by face actually. Worldly acclaim. I just wanna be. Not that one. Not that one. I'm willing to go. I'm dreaming of you. Don't want to set the world. There. And then we can just do this. Those are slow songs isn't helping me being EP. I'm sorry. Here, I can change it. Wait, I got you. Wait, what am I doing over there? Okay. I got you. I'm no longer stressed. I got you, Kesha. Kesha will save us. I need some rehab. Need some sleep. In my dreams. Cause I love the videos of this song on TikTok. Not it all the time. Ooh, thank you for the song request. Add to the hype. Hell yeah. Thank you, wifey. Let's do any advice. Up like a lovesick crackhead. There we go. Dude, this is looking so fucking sick. Personally, I really like how this is turning out. I just want to add it to here, though. Because this would be darker. I don't really want to add it to here, though. Well, I could, just less. I get so high when with me it crashing, babe. When you leave. I got a question. Do you want to have a song in my basement? Your heartbeat like an 808 drum. Is my love your drug? Your drug. Your love is my drug. Oh, this is another one we have to do. We'll get to that one. Okay. This one. Cool. Is my drug. Oh, I forgot to do this back one. Which one is that one? What, this one? Boop. Oh, is this one? Oh, that's what I thought. I was like, what the fuck? This one's like weird. I feel like Eddie's is, I'm presuming, a K-pop band, correct? It is. I feel bad sometimes when not like bad as in like, oh, I don't want to listen to it, but like bad as in like, how can I be a nationality and not know what they're saying? Because like my grandmother and my mom both speak Korean because they were born and raised there, and I'm just like, hello! I am American. I mean, I'm not like I'm full-blooded Korean. It's just kind of like, yes, I wasn't taught my language of as a first-generation immigrant. Smile. It's just something I always think about when I listen to K-pop. I love it. Don't like get me wrong. I love K-pop, but I'm just like, God damn it. God damn it. Like, it would be so cool if I could try. Like, I remember I had this neighbor. She was a little girl. Ow, my brain. But she was like younger, and okay, music transcends. You're so right. But she got into K-pop, and then she ended up going up to my mom and be like, can you translate the lyric, like you know how like some K-pop CDs come with like the lyric translations and stuff? She got one of those, and she's like, she asked my mom if she could translate it for her because they knew we were Korean. I was like, that's crazy, bro. But it was cute. It was cute. Did I fuck this up? I had the shading on this. I think I fucked it up. No. No, bitch. Fuck. I did. Fuck. Oh no, I'm looking at the wrong thing. What the fuck? I'm crazy. Wait, no, it's still not there. Wait, is it? I don't think so. It's not. Fuck. No. Alright. This paint. Oh, I need to do something before I forget. Alright, it would be here. I need this on UV. Actually, oh, okay, that's a different brush. Okay. Oh, thank God I can't rotate it. Okay, cool. It's looking a little streaky to me, and I was like doing it horizontally, so. Not that I don't want it to be streaky, to be fair, because this is meant to be like brush strokey, but. Oh, I'm doing this wrong. There we go. Alright, not gonna do it on the desk. Actually, no, I have to do the edge highlights on this one. Paint. Basic hard. I need to see the UVs for this though. Oh wait, did I do that wrong? I did! Oh fuck! That might be too small. Oh my god, I just got really dizzy. Ugh. And more water. Ah. Oh my god, I'm on the wrong layer. Get out of my way. What legs am I working on, bro? Oh, I'm working on those ones. Oh. I was like, what am I doing? Oh. It would help if I had it in the right orientation, because that's how my brain mapped this. Oof. Doing them as clean lines looks so nice, actually. Ooh, fuck. Okie dokie. Off the phone. Alright, what other ones? Did that one. This one. And this guy. You can't hide from me, edges. I think I'm forgetting one. God dang it. That one I did. I get this one I forgot to do. Oh, that looks so clean. Oh, wait. Like, I don't know if I'm gonna fix this. I will. I get the eraser for this. There you go. It's not on. Oh, it's not. Crap. There you go. Hog? I'm looking sick. I get nice. I might do the highlights first on this one. So I don't get confused. There we go. Oh, it's this one. Can I make it more spacing? Flow size. There we go. Alrighty, and then this one. It's much harder to see though. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Pop, pop music. Pop, pop, pop music. What's your case? Pop music. Talk about pop music. Talk about pop music. Fuck yeah. Oh, but there's more. Doing these highlight edges, I'm gonna be honest, is taking me back to fucking college era. Because, instead of using, you know, fancy newfangled technology that allows you to kind of do this automatically, and if you bake stuff really well, you can usually do this with, like, in Substance Painter, they're like generators and stuff, so you can do it, like, through maths in program. Because I'm lazy and I didn't want to make 2 versions of the same model just to bake, I am doing it by hand. And that's how I had to do it in college. You had to paint all this by hand. Sometimes it was hard because it takes a while. Thank you for the head pads. Thank you, Mio. You're great. You both are great. I love you both. What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm going to use a ticket to the max. I think I got all of them. Oh, son of a bitch. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. And then there shouldn't. Oh, there was another one. Fuck. What's this? Where are you? Is it you? It's you. Alright. Take it to the max. Take it to the max. Cool. Cool. Alright, I'm gonna do the other ones too. I'm already here. I mean, that's like, for the most part, fine. I think the only thing is like these. So that would be like these. I think I would put in the middle. Max. Shake it to the max. Shake it to the max. Where's the other one? There you are. I feel like this one though should be filter blur. I think it's a bit strong. There you go. I am coming. Aha! That's all the wood. Which is awesome. Yeah, because the curtain rod won't need it. I kind of want to do the chair next. Because the chair would have... I'll take this one. There we go. And this one would be a dark gray. And then add a black mask. And then this one I would make like a baby blue. A baby blue. There you go. Ooh, damn. Okay, that kind of looked bad. I almost want to do this one as curvature, actually. Curvature? Edges, cavities, dual, unprocessed. Ooh. Unprocessed edges. Cavities would be opposite, dual. Yeah, like this one. Maybe less sharp, though. Honestly, I'm kind of vibing with that. I think that's okay. Oh, okay. I forgot about these. Yeah, bring that back just a little bit, though. Well, let's make it that. I think I'd blur it a bit. Man, like that. Filter. Tantissimo. I don't know how I feel about this one. I don't want to do it by hand, chat. Fuck. Position metal edge. More contrast. Grunge amount. Grunge scale. I mean, this one looks better. Still say hello. So will I. Your body were my shine. Body and mine. They say that I should settle down, but I don't wanna. I don't wanna. Listen. Okay, that's like getting there better. Hold on. Yeah. Hmm. I feel like UV was the best way to do it. Let me re-grab this one. No longer give a fuck. I also think I want to make it dark. Ugh, it makes me cry because it looks like so blech. That's okay. Eight. Let's do it by face, maybe? How does that look? A lot sharper. I'm not mad at it. I mean, it's like, it's so far away and it's so tiny that I don't know if it matters, actually. I don't think it does. You asked who gave up when you had me. Well, I guess I fumbled the bag. Oh, what you love it now? I wonder how everything looks so far. The side table. I like the side table. Ooh, the ambient occlusion just sells it further. Oh, that's so nice. Okay. Alright, let's get another one of these. I wanted you so badly. I like taking a nice cool shower and chilling in a hoodie. You feel nice and fresh? You feeling nice and fresh, Vexed? I hope so. Hope you enjoyed your shower. Well, I guess you fumbled the bag. Won't you look at that? It's a rant. To react. Yes, I'm glad. I didn't know that was gonna do that. Oop. And I want this one to have less pressure. I want this. Oops. Oop. The fuck? No, I want this bottom one. To react. I have to look at the crisscross body chair now. Crisscross chair. Okay. Yeah, they have these big thick old lines in them. To the VIP. Hey, please. Don't worry about me. They're like the same though. Oh, I know. My brain is understanding. Oop. Size thinner. Oh, wow, that is crooked. How is that so crooked? Oh, I know a better idea. Ooh. My brain be working. Do a triplanar projection and crop to shape. They line up. They do line up. Hog. Fuck yeah. Looks like it doesn't have it on the under or the outside of the chair, but that's okay. We can fix that. That is not our concern right now. Filter, and we're gonna add a slight blur. What the fuck does bevel do? I don't know. Here's my chair without the wheels and not pink. Oh. Yeah, I currently have a SteelSeries like gaming chair. And that's what we originally had in the scene, but it was like taking away from it. So Pixels suggested that I do a TikTok chair. And he's like, yeah. So I'm doing that one. So I got your chair. I like the way this one looks. It's from fucking $109. That's highway robbery. Oh shit! What's up, Gordy? What's up, buddy? How's it going? Oh my god, you played Dead by Daylight, bro? How was it? How was Dead by Daylight? I got my gaming chair. I got an RS gaming chair and it's so peaked. That's valid. That's valid. How's it going? Welcome on in. How was Dead by Daylight? I know some of you know me from earlier. I'm maincoow, also known as Elaine. I'm the physical embodiment of Whiplash, but we have a good time here. How's it going? You know this chair is $109 at Target? It is. We're just chilling and vibing, so if you like the comfy vibe, feel free to hang out with us. We're also doing some 3D art. I created the scene. I textured it once, and now I'm texturing it again. Because why not? Why not? If any of you have had dinner, feel free to tell me what you had for dinner. I'd love to hear. I love talking about food. But yeah, this is what we're making. We're making our room. It's the room that's behind us. Yeah. It's that room. That's the room. The room behind me, that's the room. But I'm redoing it. Why? Because I'm crazy. I used to have that chair. Well, then I broke it. That's crazy. Sunny, Miu, my wife, my friend Miu, also had that chair that broke today. Hello, had some fun playing Dead by Daylight. Oh, I think I'm gonna relax and vibe. I hope your stream is going very well so far. It is. It is. It is. Art always calms me down a bit. Had a little bit of a crash out because some art just didn't want to art in the way I wanted it to, but that's okay. That's okay, because we're here now, and we're vibing, and it's a good time. And I hope you guys had a really fun stream. But yes, feel free to go take care of your child. Oh my god, hi, Sachiko! Hi, Sachiko! Y'all, Sachiko is such a cool artist. Y'all should check them out. They're really cool artists. You should commission them if you have a little extra money on the side. I don't know if I want this to be blurred. A little bit less, like 0.1 instead. Hey yo, Aki J Live, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. I hope you adore the vibes here because I likely adore you. Welcome on in. What you doing, ma'am? 3D modeling? I am. Well, I'm texturing. You're also cute. Thank you. It was created by Ozumi Wizard and rigged by Jersey BZ. So yeah, I made this scene. I'll show it. This scene that's in our background, I made this by my hand. Textures and all, except for the little, my mouse on the screen is not. Hold on, wait, hold on. All right, except for this guy. See that little gremlin guy? That was made by Lucius, who makes great little gremlin models. And then some of, oh my god, some of the art in the scene is courteous as from other artists that I've worked with. Actually, we can have it zoom in. Where is it? Where is it? Zoom in. Yeah! Model so cute, but yeah, yeah. And I can see more of it. And that was a transition that I made in... Actually, I rendered it on Unreal Engine 5. Oh my god! I just remember I have to redo the books. Oh, chat, have mercy on my... Well, actually, I could just keep the books and then add... Okay, I think we're okay. See these books? See these books right here? I had to type in all the names for it and project titles onto it, which was a bitch. But I think I could keep the texture as long as I'm not changing like the layout of the prop itself. I think I could just keep it and then just retexture it, so I could keep the books the same. But yeah, I'm retexturing these. Trying to do like a bit more of a cartoony style with them because I think that would be fun. But yeah. I don't know if I want to blur this more. I think I do, but I don't really know. Where'd the chair go? The chair's on top. Okay. Let's do like 0.8. Oh. I want some, but not a lot, I think is my issue. Okay. So this has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Hopefully this doesn't make my computer cry. Green. We scoot it this way. Said this and I should have said that. I don't know if this is even. I'm really hoping that it's even. I don't know if I'm going to be able to fit 9 either. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How the fuck do they fit 9? Do you do your modeling in Substance 2 or just the texture painting? I just do the texture painting. I do a lot of my 3D modeling of the model itself in Maya. But I know Substance Painter does have a 3D modeling tool. I haven't tried it out personally. But I'd love to give it a shot sometime because I feel like their mesh combination tools are very nice. I think she knows. Oh, what the fuck? What's happening? Where are you? What the fuck? Oh, wait, no, my eyes are just broken. Oops. 1, 2, 3. Bro. How am I supposed to fit this many? I want to add less. I think less is the move. Maya, it looks so nice. I just use Blender. Blender is really good if you're doing a lot of like self-learning, I feel like. Because like the problem for me is I went to school for 3D modeling for video games, and that's just what we used in school. But Maya has Blender has a lot of free tutorials on the internet that I think are really nice. Like, you know, instead of going to college and then going into debt, you know, maybe you could just look up a fucking YouTube video. The only big issue is for me going from Maya to like Blender and stuff is that I like the layout of Maya a lot. And if I were to change, because there is a plugin to change Blender's hotkey system to be like Maya, but no Blender tutorials work with that. So kinda shit out of luck if you change that. Yeah, I'm just saying. I mean, like, I loved college because I do very well in a school environment, but I don't know if the fucking debt was worth it. Yes, I like that Blender is a jack of all trades, but some of the tools are jank. Maya and ZBrush look amazing, but like you said, yeah, and like also, you know, like Maya is good for animation and 3D modeling, but that's like all it's good for. Blender's good for, I mean, Maya has rendering tools, but I feel like Blender's is better. Blender is very good at, I feel like, a lot of node-based stuff. So very repetitious stuff. Fair debt, you know, biggest thing debt, yeah. And ZBrush is really good for sculpting. Like, it is the sculpting tool, in my opinion. But Blender's the free option. Most people are gonna pick the free option, and you can't blame them for that. Alright, I'll take a lighter color and put it on overlay. Yes, the nodes are useful. Yeah, I wish I was better with nodes. I'm not, but a girl can dream. A girl can dream, in my opinion. Oh, that is not the right color. That changed a lot. It's so not, like, pretty. And if I want to make it pretty, I'm gonna have to blur it. But I don't want to blur it, chat. I want it to be crisp. Like, nothing doesn't feel right. You can feel like crashing out. I don't want to blur it. Ugh. I have to, though. But yeah, nodes are very useful. Like, even like in Substance Painter, there's an alternate called Substance Designer that is essentially Substance Painter, but you just use nodes. And it's very nice. I wouldn't mind it if you gave me just a little bit. Nope, not that one. Not that one. This one? Yeah. I'm closer to you every day. Yeah, it's crazy what you can do if you just want to. If you want to just, yeah, because everything's based on math. That reminds me, I was like, it reminds me of like, oh, you know, I wouldn't use math growing up. I used to be good at math. I graduated high school like with knowledge of like how Calc AB works. And then I was like, but fuck this shit though. This shit sucks. And so I just forgot it all. But I feel like if I remembered it, probably would have helped me a lot with this kind of stuff. But I can suck my nut. Math is not for me. Is there a cat? What you doing? Why are you looking at me like you're doing something you're not supposed to? Okay. I just heard my cat in my office and I was like, excuse me? I don't know how I feel about this. I don't know how I feel about it blurred. I also don't know how I feel about this, so I'm gonna turn that off. I feel like it's not screaming me. But I'm so sorry if I don't say your name right. Luella Lapin? Luella, do you do 3D modeling? Welcome back. Do you do 3D modeling? If you do, what do you like to do? What's your preferred wait, I think I flipped this. Oh, I flipped it. It needs to be the other way, I think. Spelling new display shows? Ooh, what kind of display shows? Bruh. I don't know how I feel about this. Why wasn't it smooth? That's my main question, is why wasn't it smooth? Looks so much nicer now. I bet. What kind? I want to know, what kind did you get? Oh, could it be this one? Did that fix it? Did that fix it? I mean, it looks nicer. I don't know if that fixed it, though. It didn't. Good enough. You basically got it right. And I enjoy 3D modeling when I can, mostly random stuff, and I'm trying to learn. Ooh, rigging and animation? That's so sick. Oh my god, I'd love to see what you do. Part of me always, like, kind of, like, to be honest, wished that I went into, like, the whole, wait, what the fuck? It's not... I wasn't 100% grayscale. Kind of wish I went into the whole, words are hard. Animation pipeline that my school had. Because I do like animation. But also, that's a lot of work, dog. It's fun. It's very fun, but it's a lot of work. God damn it. No, it's like no matter what, it's gonna be like this. Which means one thing and one thing only. I gotta paint this shit. Most animations I've done before was 2D, so learning how the proper rigging works has been interesting. That's so cool! But you already have that means you already have like an animation background, which is really cool. Hi, kudos. I'd love to see what you do in the future. Lead all those. Yeah. Rick. Oh, Rick. 5.5. Release me from this earth. Okay. Posted it in the fridge. Yippee! Oh, let me see. Is my... Oh, fuck, it's not. Thank you, Mew. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. That's not the song. Oh, I might have to skip the song. Oop, no, there was too many songs. What the fuck? 1 second. Una. Start blind. Wait, now it says there's no songs. Why are you broken? Do 3D animation tool. It is cool. Hold on, look at the. Let me look at. Oh my god! Oh my god, you got wood ones. Oh my god, that looks so nice. Oh my god, love the peace sign by the way. Oh my god, I love. Oh my god, there's Cthulhu Funko Pop. You gotta be fucking kidding me. I didn't even know. Okay, hold on. I might have to relock it. I'll go as the animator and a rigger and that one and the one that does. Oh my god, that's so cool. That's so cool. I love lighting in video games. Location code. Why is my tuna broken? Tuna, why are you broken? Yeah, yep, I got ages ago at a con. Aw, you. I'm so jealous. Okay, it fixed. Thank God. Okay, we're good. Okay. Oh, it even looks straighter that way. That's crazy. No, oh my god. So in love with you. Little baby. Was it pretty little baby? I don't know if those are straight. Are these straight? They look funny. They are not straight. I'm looking at those again. They are not straight. Okay. Planer. Okay, what if I did it from this angle? I feel like it's not gonna work. Okay. Ew. I don't know how I feel about either of that. Okay. I'm saving an empty spot for a model kit I'm gonna get next month or whenever I finish the current one. Fuck yeah, that's smart. Planning ahead of time for that is so smart because I've had many a times where like I get it like a new figure or something and I'm like, I don't know where to fucking put you, and then I have to sit there for days being like, well, where do I put it? Because I don't put it with the other ones in the same spot because those are taken, and then I cry. Bottom of the top. How do I fix this? Filing. Physical size. About 2 shape. Ooh! Okay, I have another idea. Repeat. I don't know if this will work any better. It might not, but we'll find out. Oh, that is so smooth. Yes. Go for a ride. A music get rock your body. Oh my god, that is so much further. Odie the Fae Beast. Dude, that's a sick ass name. Welcome on in. I hope you enjoy the vibes. Oh my god, look, it's so smooth, chat. It's my ottoman is long and my cat is sitting behind me. I had no idea, so when he put his paw on my back, it scared me. Damn. That's so, I'm so sorry. This is not straight, is it? I can't tell anymore. Is this straight? Is this straight? It looks crooked. Is that why it's fucking up, though? Because this is crooked? I'm confused. I am so confused, because if I rotate, it's going to do the thing again, right? Yeah. That would mean it's straight. Okay! I will, you know what, we'll fix that later. You know what I'll do instead? Where the fuck did my pen go? Where did my pen go? Oh, there it is. That day. Boop. There we go. I want to do this on the physical thing. Tangent wrap camera instead. I want to rock. Baby is now in my lap. Cute. Cute. Hi, baby. Do you think I was talking about you? Do you want to come into my lap, or are you gonna be a little rat baby? Be a little rat baby. Come here. Come here. Hi. I'm still streaming for a little bit. Is that okay? I said, is that okay to her? And her ears immediately went into airplane mode. What a goober. What a goober. I need you coming right now. This brush is a little bit big. And I thought to see you when I wish you were here. Aww. Mew's cats are so cute. My cat's cute too. Oh! But she's a rat baby. Excuse me. Excuse me. That's a cord. That's a computer cable. You being a rat baby. I think she sensed that I was gonna call her a rat baby, so she's like, you wanna see rat baby? You got rat baby. In the month, even acting kinda great. Not the cords, yeah. We put a new Ethernet cord in my office. Don't. Now I think she's targeting the heated blanket cord. You're gonna regret that, bro. You understand that? That is the cable to your blanket. If you chew the one to your blanket and it doesn't work, I'm not giving you mine. Your Honor, she's innocent. I would beg to differ, but we'll see. Okay, that's a good hi, maincoow. I'm new here. I'm the little choco moo on your left shoulder, and the texture that you do, your life experience and art and the energy and how you talk with your cat, I would do that too. Hello! The little well, you are technically the little duder, but that's BLT. Because you guys are milk duds. My milk dudes. And thank you for the follow. In the meantime. Oh, it's gotta go invertedly, doesn't it? I'm not gonna lie. The message sounds a little bawdy. I'm gonna be honest. And if I'm honest, with how our collab went today, everyone in chat knows what I mean.
Me.
I am mustn't we are me. This is true. It's just that was a lot of words. It was just a lot of words. That's all. Bravo. I am not bot. Okay, I trust you. Okay, trust has been given. I trust you. Excuse me. Ma'am. I can see the cable from the other side of my desk. You understand if you touch it, I can tell, right? She's like, no. She's looking at me like, no. Vuthra, I know you. You're the person that hangs out with Gordy on Mondays. How's it going? Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful Wednesday. Well done. I appreciate it. Of course. I haven't followed yet. What? Welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful night. But I needed to fix that. I'll have to make sure I'm following you as well. I see you every Mondays on Gordy's stream, so I will check that after stream if that is okay with you, because I am currently doing some art. But I hope you're having a lovely night, and if you had dinner yet, what was it? Feel free to let me know. Violent pornography, joking chicks and sodomy. What the shit you get on your TV? I think I kind of like that more. And then if I do like a little... Having a lovely night as well. Thank you for asking. Of course. I think I like that. And then I'm just going to even that out on this side. And then go on this side and do the same. Actually, no, it's fine. I was thinking about doing it on a different plane layer, but I think it'll be okay. Because this area should just be dark no matter what, and then I can just feather it out. There we go. Look at that. That's so nice. I'm going to rotate the brush a little bit more. Shit you get on your TV. So violent. Yes, hello. I am the Fae Beast. I was doing Night Rain run when I joined. I was dropping here by the Scarecrow. I was dropped here by the Scarecrow Cryptid. Welcome on in. How's Night Rain? What class did you choose? Anyways, I was passing through because, like so many, I will be making desperate attempts to work on avatars before a convention. So gotta go, but I'll stop by sometime. Have a great night. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, bravo. Thank you so much for stopping by. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night, and then I hope your crunch goes well. But yeah, how are you liking Night Rain? I would love to hear more about it. I personally do not have Night Rain because I didn't finish Elden Ring, so I don't think I'm allowed to get it. I can't. I'm also poor, so I bounced between Wilder and Executor, and my last one was Arg. Oh man, I hope you're having fun with it though. I've seen a lot of people been playing it recently, and it seems pretty fun. Hello, Mooncalf Peach. You have a very cute name. I love your look. Thank you. It was created by Ozumi Wizard on the socials, the Blue Sky and the Twitter. And I was rigged by Jersey BZ, also on Blue Sky. Loads. I'm so glad. Because I know I had a friend that was talking to me about it, and they were kind of concerned that it was just like not gonna be as good. But I feel like it's good, but it's also different than typical. I believe. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Different than typical Souls-likes because you have specific classes instead of being your own builds. But like, tell me if you like that more or not, because like, I feel like I'd like it more having a like specific classes like that to start with, like that. I don't know. I love that. Oh, thank you. Love that. I want to get my commissioned too for a bit until I can do my own. Yeah, that'd be cool. Sorry, my brain is dying. I have very small baby brain. But hell yeah. I mean, if it matches your name, oh my god, it's gonna be so cute. Oh my god! Miu is sending me her cats. It's so cute. It's so cute, Miu. I can't. I have ADHD. No, fucking mood. Mood. It's okay. I'm sorry, I didn't so sorry. You're fine. Oh, I need the squiggies. Wow, they look so clean. Yeah, this looks great. I can't even tell that I did stuff to it. Kind of looks like how it was like with the factory gray. Yeah. It's really nice. Oh my god, thank you for the follow. I believe that's what that was. Thank you so much for the follow, Mooncalf Peach. And thank you for the wellness check. I will wellness check. I will drink water. Mood! Heck yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate you. It's fun. You really challenge yourself with it being a roguelike. The drops are make or break. The drops make or break a run along with the skill level of your companions. As someone who still struggles with parries, it's a climb. Oh fuck, you have to be good at parries? Oh fuck, I'd suck. I'm really not good at parrying in video games. I take the hits. And it's very interesting that it's a roguelike because I love roguelikes. I wonder if I'd be able to finish like a Souls-like more in the style of Night Rain just because it is more of a roguelike than a yeah. My avatar, I'm excited. I've done some serious revamps to it. I'm doing a goth monster girl theme. Oh, more like a nightmare unicorn, and I'm super pumped. Oh, that's fucking sick. I love, huh? Comfort like can't. Sorry, I have to like hype myself up to read, or else I'm read bad. Comfort lycanthropy. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for the follow. I hope you're having a wonderful night. But no, that's valid. Like. That's so sick. I love that idea. A goth, like, nightmare unicorn? Fuck yeah. Like, let me know when you debut. I want to see. Goth monster girl? Oh. Ayo? A wooga maybe? You don't have to, but you don't have to be good, but it helps. Oh yeah, I mean, when I played Elden Ring a lot, I was not good at parrying, so I would take it to the face, but that would lead to me having to fight a boss for like 3 hours because I kept dying because I couldn't parry, you know? I'm chilling, just working on my art fight. Dude, I want to do art fight. I don't think I'll do it this year, but I think I'm going to do it next year. I think I'm going to do art fight next year. I love the idea of like drawing other people and be like, I attack you with art because it's kind of like attack you with love in a way. But it sounds really cool. Do you know the themes for this year? I do not know the themes for this year. Well, thank you. I got one eye that is a whoa, double iris. I got a lazy dude. That's so cool. That's such a creative way to do like a lazy eye or like an eye thing. That's actually really cool. I feel like I'm not ready for art fight yet, dude. I feel like it's like art fight will come and then it'll be like, I'm like, what the fuck? What do you mean? Like I'll be like, la 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 la. I'm just existing in the world, and then all of a sudden it's like art fight time, and I'm like, how do you prepare? How do you prepare? What do you mean? There was no time. But then like a ton of artists are already ready, and I'm like, but how? Thank you for the head pat, Sachiko. You don't have to beat Elden Ring. Just as long as you beat some bosses in it, you'll be fine. And with the classes, there is one all for pairing. Really? Really? I didn't know that. That's really cool. And listen, my friends meme me because they've all finished Elden Ring and I haven't. And so they're like, when I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna do this thing, and they're like, yeah, you're gonna do it like you finished Elden Ring, and I'll be like, damn. PvP of art. I think some really cool things have come out because of it, though. I think I'd do probably more like YCHs, though, if I were to do it, because like I'm not a fast 2D artist. I'm very slow at 2D art. I think I'd probably do like a YCH style where like a lot of them are pretty similar, but I'm hoping that like putting in the details, they'd be different enough. Yeah, I've got little nods and ways to channel myself a bit to my avatar, mix of buff and plump. Oh, I love that! Elden Ring is hard, man. It is hard. I need to not draw my art Fiosi. I'm so tired. Yeah, get some rest. If you are tired, definitely take care of yourself first. But Elden Ring is hard, and it's such a mood. When you get your character to have like pieces of you that you really like, it's really nice to have. Just shoot back, nah, like I finished your mom. Oh shit, that's so true. That's actually really good. I'm still using that. Because that's like the ultimate thing, and they'll be like, like you finished Elden Ring, and I'll be like, man, you know that's my one weak point. But hell yeah. Oh my god. Herpes Potato, welcome on in. I hope you enjoyed the comfy cozy vibes here. I still want to draw though. Then you know, draw a little guy. Draw a little guy, or draw a comfort character, or do practice of something. Mood, like I want to draw, but I know I'll start and won't go to bed till like 2 a.m.
Okay, I like it, Picasso.
Okay, I like it, Picasso. I like your name, Picasso. But no, that's a mood. That's a mood. That's how I feel like with 3D modeling anything.
Believed the most significant thing you could do in your life was die.
The Egyptians think that the most significant thing you could do in your life was die. But no, yeah, that's a mood, because that's how I get with like 3D art. I don't wanna draw, so I gotta ask, what is this desk for? It looks hella cozy. It is this. It's our background. It's our background. I created this background. Hold on, let me zoom out. Let me zoom out. I have a thing for this. Zoom out. Aha! See that? I made this room. This whole room I made by my hand. It is hard. I've decided to retexture this baby. Why? Please don't ask me. I think I might be insane. But it's okay, because I've been working on this background for, approximately 4 years. I have a sketch I'm working on. I'll finish up. Fuck yeah, perfect. That's actually perfect, because then you have like a good stopping point, so you're not up too long. I didn't think no more until half the avatar got corrupted and rage quit. Bro, that's such a mood. That's such a fucking mood. 3D programs, especially like Maya, Autodesk Maya, is such a finicky bitch sometimes. Stunning what? Oh my god, I'm glad you guys like it. Hold on, I can show it again. Yeah, the only things I didn't make is this little doll, which is my VR chat character, and then some of the art that you see on the screens were done from commissioners, or artists that I have commissioned. So yeah, I was so upset. No, that's so valid. I would throw away my whole PC. Could you like your challenge to see how you improved? Yeah, essentially. Thank you for the save check. Let me save. I haven't saved in a while actually, so that's actually really smart. I was using Unity. Unity's the same, honey. Unity is the same. Unity and Autodesk Maya are finicky bitches, and they can sense when you're proud, and they'll be like, time to get humbled. And it's like, but please. That's why I have like, hold on, I'll show you guys. Where is it? I save like a motherfucker. You see these? This is all the times I've gotten scared. that Maya's gonna crash, or I'm like, I am proud of myself. I need to save before Maya humbles me. And I've done this so many times. I don't know which one has the most. This one has, that one has 69. That one only has like 11. That one has 34. This one has the most. Granted, this is, I think, the second to last version that I had, so it makes sense. The brain said, draw Iori Yagami from King of Fighters, and I did, and he looks alright. Hell yeah! I've heard a lot of good things about that series. I personally haven't seen a lot of it, but definitely heard a lot about it. My community knows a lot about it. Lol, I know I had done so much. I went and textures corrupted and like chunks of the oh, that hurts. Oh my god, I feel for you. Oh my god, the amount of work that I've lost because a program was just like, no more, is upsetting. It's even worse when you got a bad attention span, so you work on something that takes at most a few weeks, but then it ends up months only for it to get corrupted. No! Oh, why are you bringing in the feels like this? Oh god, yeah, it fucking sucks, dude. It sucks hella hard. Another thing is like when you work on something really hard and you're like, oh my god, this is so good, and then you get burnt out, so you need to take a break, but then when you come back from the break, it's corrupted. That's another one. That's another one that hurts. If I had time and money, I would start up a PNG tuber, but my character is expensive since it's a big boy. I'm sorry that it's expensive because it's a big boy. I always feel bad that like bigger boys or bigger girls are more expensive. I mean, like, it kind of makes sense, more flesh, more to draw, but still. It's good. I want to beat up the character designers because they keep really making really pretty people. That's such a mood. That's how I feel when I read manhwas. I'm like, oh, they're so pretty. I want them all in my mouth. Dude, so much work. It took me 2 full weeks to get it. Like, hell yeah, awesome. Love it. Came back and it was, the pain. I feel for you. I'm so sorry. It was with FF7 when I was playing it on PS1. Oh, rip. What's considered expensive? That is a good question. Because depending on the person, it's kind of like a lot. Zozo Horror Show, love the name, by the way. Welcome on in. I hope you enjoy the vibes. We're doing the chair. I don't really want to do the bottom half of this chair, but I know I have to. I had a friend who made a digital pointillism piece of Tetsuo from Akira, and the VOD just kept corrupted, and they worked on it for close to... Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. That sucks a lot. God damn. I would die. I would just be like, oh, you know what? I'm dead. I would just be like, you know what? Deceased. That's it for me. That's it for me, folks. I'm gonna grab a snack, BRB. No problem. He's a monster himbo with horns and a nose chain. Oh. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. I might have to look them up later. Wink. I paid 130 something for my PNG with 4 facial expressions. Damn, that is to be fair for some artists that is pretty typical, but it makes sense honestly. And I'm sorry that it's kind of like it's rough out there, you know, because technically also VTubers have inflated the price of a lot of art things. Because A, it's a niche, but also B, like, a lot of people will want it. Where the fuck are you? Oh, okay. Okay, I gotta use my... Where'd my pen go? Where'd my pen go? For context, pointillism is really, really tiny dots. Dude, I was wondering that, because I didn't want to say it out loud in case I sounded stupid. But I was gonna say, like, if that's how it... Dude, that fucking sucks. Why must art hurt us so, chat? Why must art hurt? But welcome on in, everyone. I just want to say thank you guys for chatting with me. It's an honor to chat with you guys. It's been a lot of fun because a lot of you guys have a lot of like art experience. His early renditions were based off the behemoth for Final Fantasy VIII, but I later changed him to the Fae Beast due to the story changes as I got older. That's really cool, though. That's really cool, though. Oh, you guys are so cool. Where y'all? I was about to be like, where y'all been at? But y'all been in Gordy's chat. Makes sense. Never mind. But, no, it's been fun. This is fun. I like talking to you guys. You guys are cool. If I get a VTuber model, it's def gonna cost a down payment of a new car. Bro, that's a fucking mood, though. That's a mood, though, because to be fair, to be completely fair, fucking VTubers are expensive. They are. They're not, like, I had to save for a long time for this model, and this model isn't even done. Models are expensive. That's so valid, though. But models are cool. Models are cool, though. How many teeth you got? Models are really cool, though. How does that look? Wrong, because I did it on the wrong side. God dang it. Other side. How many teeth you got? Can I have a tooth? Do your teeth, do they regenerate like shark teeth? Or is it more like you just have tooth? Can I have a tooth? If they regenerate, can I have a tooth? Make a necklace out of it. Or if it's a big tooth, I'll make a knife with it, like a knife handle. Have you guys seen that before? The knives with the tooth handle? Over time. Okay, well, if one happens to fall out, can I have one? Yeah, it's like this. Ew, wait, but like inverted. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, wait, look at that. Look at this tiny one. Wait, it's so tiny. What the fuck? What the fuck? No, this is not like this one. Like this one. Sure, yes. Unless I eventually learn to redraw. Unless I eventually relearn to draw. I haven't drawn since 2010. That's a mood, though, bro. I don't know how to draw. I know how to draw very simple things. Chat's gonna get mad at me. Chat's gonna get mad at me for saying that. Fancy ass letter opener, I know, right? I don't have a good grasp on drawing, I will say. I am very novice when it comes to drawing. Because the only thing, because like, I mean, I drew BLT. I drew BLT, the little guy on my shoulder. Did that guy. Dang it, why dang it? What's the matter? But I would not call myself a 2D artist. By any means of the stretch. I'm gonna do this like this. Half? Half? Yeah, half. 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 Drawing, but I'm good at drawing masked people. I try to draw someone remotely feminine, and dude, that's actually really cool though, because I know a lot of people that are inverse. So that's actually kind of cool. At least squint at the background currently there. That is 3D, you bitch. It's 3D. That's 3D. It's very different. Trust me, I know. I'm the other way around. I can do femme, but not mask. Yeah. Like, I know a lot of, like, the inverse of, like, being able to draw feminine, but not masculine. I think it's because masculine has a lot more muscles. And so it's kind of like, if you remember the muscles, like, more easily, then, like, it's easier to draw men. But if you're more, about, like, accentuating things, it can be easier to draw women. Still drawing. Alright, Odie. Alright, I'll take it. I'll take it, Odie. I went to get a snack, wanted spicy ramen, but was like, nah. Then thought about cereal, nah. Came back with garlic, stuffed olives. I know I'll still be hungry. It's okay. If you got more snacks in the fridge, you could always go get more snacks later. I mean, listen. Comfort, listen to me. You listening? Are you listening? Buff mommies, though. You listening? Buff mommies, though, are where it's at. And if that's what you're telling me is your main ability to be able to draw, fuck yeah, brother. Fuck yeah, brother. I love buff art. When I think one of my first art pieces, which actually is in my starting screen, I can show you guys. Wrong folder. The first art piece I ever like really got of myself that I liked was this. And I asked her to make me a little bit like to kind of, I just like how she did like the shoulders a lot. They're just a little buffer. I like it a lot. Except for when I try to draw twinks. That's valid. But we need more buff mommies in the world. And you will be able to draw twinks someday, I'm sure of it. But also, need more buff mommies. Parts that would take a while to rig is the vine roots, tentacles, and the mouth, tongue splits like a... Whoa, that's fucking sick, though. Whoever does your rig, I hope they make it a piece of the resistance. I bet it'll be sick as fuck. I mean, goodness, I haven't heard this song in ages. Holy cow. Holy crow. It's super cute, thanks. It was made by Rikukuchu, I believe is their name. But yeah, no, we listen to a lot of different type of music here. One of my only OCs is a buff biker lady. Oh! 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 That's great. That reminds me of an animation. Teehee. Teehee. Alrighty, how is this doing? It's starting to look... No. Can't pet that dog! Can't pet that dog! Thank you for the head pat pixels. Change my actions, good intentions. Bed got in the way. I cry because this looks better now that I have more of the colors on here. Dang it, I'm caving. I grab a different stack, whip out the art. Yeah, do it. Oh, thank you for the save check. Oh my god, this is not aligned with the chair. I'm screaming. I'm screaming. It's not actually aligned with the chair. That's fucking upsetting. No, no, don't look at that. Don't look at that. We don't need to look at that. Hold on. Let me do this part. We won't look at that. You didn't see anything. Lurk, thank you for the lurk. One of my OCs are a potato in a wheelchair with tater tot legs. What the fuck? That sounds so cute though. High key. Little guy energy. Kind of gives little guy energy though. Love it. I just have issues when I try to draw my other OC, who is an underweight twink guitarist. He's meant to look like he's dying, but he's not. Sounds valid. Malnutrition can be hard to draw because you gotta accentuate those bones. Which can be difficult. I think that was like no, I can't say it. I'll say malnourished. Orstis 55p, welcome on in and thank you for the follow. I hope you enjoyed the vibes. Hope you're saying comfy cozy on this Wednesday night. I keep thinking it's like Friday, but it's not. But it's okay because tomorrow I get to paint Warhammer Mini. For those of you who are maybe into some Warhammer painting, maybe a little on that little bit nerdier side, tomorrow we will be painting oh, thank you for the save check. Warhammer Squig. Casper, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Casper specifically, Casper2218. Welcome on in. We'll be painting these guys. I picked out 3 of them. It's we had a subathon for my birthday back in March. And I owe chat a Squig mini figure painting stream. So after we get done video editing, we'll be painting up some of these guys. We will be doing a purpley one in the name for the god Slanesh. We'll be doing, I believe, a green one for the god Nurgle. And then we will be doing a rainbow one in honor of Pride Month. I know that he's a King of Fighters OC, so he should be athletic, but the deal is he looks weak until he slams a guitar into your shins. Dude, that's fucking sick. That's fucking sick, though. I love it. I love it. I love it. Bloom Spike Gits. Hello. Welcome on in, Zozo. I have a small army of those lads. These guys? These guys? Slanesh supremacy. Listen, I thought I was a Nurgle lover because I love saying the word Papa Nurgle. And his wife though. High-key his wife though. But also, I am an indulgent lad. I get high on the weekends, I eat my fill, and I fall asleep. Because goblins are superior. Bro, my D&D character is a goblin. Her name is Biff, and she's a goblin bard, and she's great, and I love her. She shits rubies sometimes. If a giant makes her eat them, of course. But, yeah, so... yeah, so we'll be painting a Slanesh wig. It'll be my first time painting minifigures, though. So... you can give me tips tomorrow while I paint them. I even painted my nails pretty. They match my VTuber. My VTuber technically matches me, but whatever. But I painted my nails all pretty for you guys for tomorrow. So they're all nice and pretty. And I'm excited. I'm excited. I'm gonna do a lot of trial, but if you need tips, I would love to. It's something I do regularly. Fuck yeah, that's so cool. Also, don't know if you heard me earlier, Zozo, but I love your fucking name. Really love the name. But yeah, I'd love tips. The chair is pretty much done. I don't know if I wanna do... I think I do. What is this? Yeah, this is the alternate one, I think. Delete. Add paint. Main tip, depending on the paint you're using, thin it just a little. I believe I'll be using Citadel paints. So, but that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense in my brain. Thin them out. I don't know if this is 100% black or not. I don't think it is. No, it is. Interesting. I gotta look at the crisscross chair again. Thin it more in that case? Damn, that's crazy. So yeah, if it's not the contrast line, just a little water to thin it out for sure. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, thank you. It means a lot. Thank you. Yeah, I'll be sure to thin them. And hopefully they will come out nice and pretty. Or fucked up, technically, because they're squid. I think squids can be pretty. I think squids can be pretty. I don't think they all have to be gnarly. You know, I think they could be pretty. I just realized I fucked up. There you go. It's a beautiful nightmare for nutrition. What given. Actually, yo, that don't look bad though. Hey, yo, wait, hold on a second. What is wonderful? It's this one. Actually, I don't know if this actually looks that bad. Oh, my love. Of the ordinary. That it was. Okay, cool. And then if we do the same for this one. Am I upset about this? Not really. I'm just concerned about the lighting angle. I think I have to switch these. Yeah, I'm just gonna switch them. And by switch them, I mean I'm just gonna move these ones. I'm just gonna scoot this a little bit more so it's more contrasted. Oops. Changes up in the clouds. Yeah, I think that looks better. Yeah. It makes more sense because yeah. No, that makes a lot more sense to my brain. Yay. And then I think if I wanted to, I could do a generator on the UV mask. As a screen? Actually, no, I need the edge highlight. We could just grab an edge highlight from someone else. UV. Boop, boop, boop. Yeah, so now it looks like that. Contrast. Why are you being weird? Why are you being weird, my dude? Actually, you know what? This one. Oh, normal? Oh! And then add a filter and blur it a little bit. My heart is cold enough. Maybe like bigger. I like it. Oh, darn it. Can I put those in a group? Yeah. Maybe it's these two. Take me to the beach. That's a generator. What am I doing? Sick. Oh, add a black mask, add paint. There you go. When I first heard the song, I jammed to it for like 4 hours. I know, it's so fucking good. Especially Ado. Her part though, fucking sick. I really like it a lot. The mountains. I figured out why I'm so eepy. Why you eepy, bestie? What does it matter? Friends, somebody more than believe. I wonder if I put MC on the back of it like I did. I don't know, maybe. Maybe. Oh, this is also gotta go in here. The upper chair portion. This hurting, my feet don't go out of bed. I don't know where to go, so I lay here instead with my symptoms of. Okay, I kind of want to do the desk, and then I'll probably call it for today. Cause like I'm so close to finishing this. That's the bookshelf. Desk. I love. The weather's so hot, my body just wants to shut down. Yeah, that would be I think technically heat stroke, isn't it? You should definitely get some rest if you can. Stay cool, drink water, take a cold shower if you can. Shove your head in the fridge. I think that could all that could also help. What else? I don't know what else can help combat heat stroke. I wish I could. Thank you for the cheek, Pam. Mister's hiding. Why we don't go out of bed? I don't know where to go. Plus the breeze hitting diff right now, which isn't helping. Is it like hot air? Does it feel like a hot breeze, bro? Bro, I hate hot breezes. Hot breezes make me upset. I hate hot breezes. I love her. I love. Alright, what do I want to start with? I think I want to start with this guy. Which is gonna be this guy. Nah, it's a chill breeze. That's why it's making me even more EP. At least it's a cool breeze. I will say, at least it's a cool breeze. It's making me happy that to know that it's a cool breeze. But yeah, definitely be taking care of yourself. And if you just want to go take a nap, why not? You don't have class tomorrow. You know? Fuck up the sleep schedule a little bit. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to me. Instead, with my symptoms of sorrow, and I feel like I did these lines a little bit too much. Not that one. What is this one? You poop nanny? Heat stroke, you want to make sure you stay hydrated. Don't eat serious salted stuff. Put cold water on the head, inside of the wrist and neck, or key points to help. Oh, that's valid. True, but family function around because public holiday. Oh shit, what holiday is it? What holiday is that? I'm interested. But thank you, Mooncat, for letting us know. This is important information to know, especially as the summer days start rolling up. We gotta be sure to take care of ourselves. I don't want you guys dying of heat stroke. Why is this guy not as dark, I think? Oh, it's the bottom here. Fighting. Yep, lived in the desert most of my life. That's valid. That would make you heat stroke is very common. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. I mean, honestly, like if anyone is most equipped, it's people who live in the desert, right? So, which people from Arizona, I don't know how y'all live there. It's hot as fuck. Every summer, I see y'all are fucking cooking eggs on your car. Like, are you okay? You can move. Ed al-Ada, if I recall. I don't know what that is. I don't know if I said it right. I hope that I did. If I didn't, I'm sorry. I deeply apologize. Yeah, I'm just saying. There's a lot of cool things in Arizona. Like, don't get me wrong. I've had quite a few friends from Arizona. But though, to be fair, I'm a pussy about heat. I hate being hot and I hate sweating. They're gonna release Shin Godzilla on 4K. Whoa! Fuck yeah. I'll watch it. We'll have a movie night on it. Not when your Crocs melt to the sidewalks. That's so true. Thank you for the cheek pat. That is so true though. Like,
okay, I like it, Picasso.
Do you have to be somewhat rich to live in Arizona? Because all your things will melt. Like, things aren't meant to withstand. I feel the Arizona heat. Thank you for the wellness check. I did just drink water. I will drink more water in 2 seconds. Once I fix this. Okay. I swallowed my water weird. I swallowed it weird. You ever swallow water weird and then it makes like your boobies tense? That was weird. Okay, I'm good now. It's sad when it's so hot, even Legos melt and they have high melt rate. Like, oh, that's a good point. If Legos melt, dude, you're fucked. You're fucked. I gotta turn these off. I can't tell what's what with them on. Here we go. Alright, here we go. Brain! No, my brain's fine. Oh no, the wellness back right now. I'm good. I'm good. I'm fine. Don't worry. I'm okay. It was a sad day on wellness check. Yours? Oh my god, I'm sorry. Do you live in Arizona? I hope you don't take anything I said mean. I'm not mad at Arizona. I'm just saying your poor fucking Legos. My brain ain't. Oh no. Not your brain. I'm sorry. I could not imagine Legos melting. I'm gonna be honest. I cannot imagine Legos melting. That's high-key crazy. But I believe that Arizona can get it. It didn't all truth. Okay, good. Just Arizona's crazy, dog. At least you got like Breaking Bad, right? Breaking Bad is like in Arizona, I think. Bro, I have to burp. That water, I drank water and I need to burp. Excuse me. Apologies. Better out than in, though, yeah? Like Shrek always says, better out than in. Oops. You can't get enough. I think right here. Boop, boop. A full 2-pound solid gummy bear, leave it in the trunk of a car for 20 minutes, no longer gummy, has now melted goop. Why would you leave it in the trunk of a car? 2 pound, 20 pound? Why would you leave it? Hold on. Why would you leave it in the back of the car? You just forget? Dude, that's gonna be, okay, if the car has like fabric interior, you're fucked. You're just fucked. But hey, at least you have a snack to go now. If you were stranded with your car, you could suck on the car fabric. I got too excited, forgot to let go of shit. That's valid, but like, if it's still in your car, at least now, if you get stranded with your car, it's cooler in the morning? I mean, yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess so. But you could live off that shit. You could live off that shit for a little bit. Not a long time, but you could. You know, you'd have a little bit of a food source for a while. Until you, I don't know, got too much of a sugar rush or something. Bam, heat wave. That's valid. Your poor gummy bear. I guess, like, if you could, like, Kid Cthulhu, I love the name. Thank you for the lurk. I hope you have a wonderful time with whatever you're doing. And just like a Diamond 13, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. I hope you enjoy the vibes. Car smelled good for a bit. Oh, I'm sure. Did it start smelling bad? Did the sugar burn? Or did it just melt? I think you need higher temperatures for sugar to burn, but Arizona is Arizona, so I honestly wouldn't be surprised if it did burn. But, like, if it wasn't, like, oh my god, Kid Cthulhu 13, thank you for the follow. Sugar and heat do not a good combo. I mean, in controlled cases, it can be okay. Like, that's how you make tangulu. I think that's how you say it. The, fruit covered in sugar, and hardened sugar. Yeah, thankfully it didn't burn. Oh, that's good. If you had, like, those plastic interiors, though, I guess you could have, like, scraped it up and then put it in a gummy bear mold and then kept it, like, reformed it, rebirthed him, rebirthed gummy bear. But it'd be a lot of work if you wanted to. Technically, you could do that. Well, yeah, but, like, if you digested it, something can curdle. I didn't even think about that. Casper2218, I haven't heard Flyleaf in years. Holy hell, yeah. Welcome to Whiplash FM. I am the Whiplash VTuber. I will have you remembering memories that you didn't think you could remember. In the good, in the good year of 2025. Hi, that's me. Hi, I'm Elaine, and my life's a little crazy. You might be wondering how I got here. Well, all started. Nah, we had to replace the trunk fabric thingy. Got super melted. It was so bad. No, that's valid. Yeah, no, the fabric on it would be fucked. Like, fucked. Oh, we're just listening to my like songs playlist. Okay. Oh man, I honestly wish I could have seen that. That would be a good Reddit post though. Not as bad as decorating for Halloween of your second apartment story and bumping it. Oh my god, that'd be so scary. I live on the 3rd floor of my apartment, and one time it snowed, like this last winter it snowed, and we made a snowman. We made a snowman, and we put it on like the balcony, and I was so afraid it was just gonna fall off. But he stayed well. It even rained. Because it wasn't that cold. It was like just cold enough to snow. And so it was just cold enough to snow. So we made him and then put him on the balcony, and then he didn't fall, luckily. He did not fall. But he did melt. But he was a good boy. There was a fake blood splatter all over the balcony. Then the impact where a gallon hit, the cops came to visit me. That's crazy. Be like, I don't know how to tell you this, but it was an accident. And I can promise you, if you test the blood, you'll find a very coincidental surprise. That's how I imagine talking to the cops about it. I'm just like, you see, I would do the hi cops. So I'm Moocaf Peach, and my life's a little crazy. You might be wondering, how did this blood get here? Well, funny story. It's not blood. Just meme it the whole time. Oh, well, I guess that could get you arrested faster, though. Maybe don't do that? Or maybe do it. I don't know. Depends on how bad or how much you care about going to jail, to be honest. If you don't really care, why not have a good time with the cops? You know? Why not make up a funny story that they can tell to their kids? You know? Unless maybe you can't make bail. I don't know how much bail is. It was funny to show them the 2 other gallons I had, because I was working on a zombie-themed haunted house, so literally having them see all the zombie props, and that, it was funny. I'm glad. I'm sure they went home and were like, honey, you wouldn't believe what I saw today. I thought I had a serial murder on my hands. There was a gallon of blood. Turns out it was just this person decorating. And be like, oh really? And then just like, it's a whole story. I'm sure that's something that they'll remember for a while, which I think is fun. Alright, how's this desk looking? Desk is looking pretty desky. Alright, looking pretty nice actually. The chair, we'll take the side table, the bed, the shelf, the closet, the mattress, and blanket, and the pillows. Actually, I still have to do this one. But let's see how it looks with... Oh, and the curtain rod. The AO. Oh, it looks so nice! Oh, fuck, brother. I'm leaving. Ooh, fuck, this actually looks really nice. I'm actually really happy with how this is coming out. Yeah, the worst part was paying a bit of the fine because the fake blood ended up staining and it was scaring the crud out of neighbors. Pussies! Ain't never seen a little blood in their life. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. That sucks that they pay a fine. I mean, it was an accident. Damn, they're looking good. Thank you, thank you. This isn't even in material view. Which material view is where you get a lot of, like, the extra height information. It's what, It shows how things feel. Whereas the base color is just the base color. It is like flat colors. So I am actually glad this is turning out better than I was hoping. Yeah, even this looks kind of dimensional. I'm actually going to fix this though really quick because one of them should be lower in than... I don't want that one. This one. I have to rename all my layers. Be like that, so it's like a little bit more. But for now, all that matters is the base color. Nice. Hey, you have the head pet. All right, let's. I think this is where I'll stop for today. I don't want to talk myself out too much before tomorrow. Well, the downstairs neighbors were stoners. I got to watch. Oh, dude, if I was high as fuck and I saw a gallon of blood just fucking fall from the floor above me, I'd shit my pants. I'd be like, what the fuck? They freaked and were probably the ones that called. Oh, probably. I'm gonna be honest. Probably if I was high and that happened to me, dude, I'd be like, not today. I've seen them doctor shows. They say there's a lot more blood in them than you think. Alright, who are we gonna go raid? I don't know who this person is. They look cute though. Who's streaming at this hour? Owlet streaming. Good job today, wifey. Thank you, wife. Wish you well. I wish that you have the most wonderful of dreams for whenever you sleep, and that when you wake up on the right side of the bed. Thank you so much for the wish you well, Redeem Casper. It was the shatter impact, so just hearing the sound and the blood splatter, oh, I bet. It fucking sounds, I would have just shit my pants. I'm gonna be honest, I would have just shit my pants. I think my pants just would have been shat. Who are we rating? We're gonna raid, I think we're gonna raid Crimbo. Yeah, Crimbo's only been streaming for like an hour. We'll go raid Crimbo. I hope both sides of your pillow are cool. Thanks for the vibing. Thank you for hanging out. I will be back here tomorrow. I stream every day from Monday to Friday. And we have movie nights in the movie afternoons. We have cinema Saturdays in the Discord. So if you're interested in watching Shrek 4, which is Shrek something, it's not the newest one that looks bad. It's a different one. It has his kids in it. Feel free to come watch it with us. We're gonna go raid Crimbo. Crimbo's cool. Crimbo does cool art. Go hang out with them and their friends. I love you guys so much. Thank you guys so much for the raid. Especially to Gordy. We love Gordy in this household. You know we love him. And it means a lot that you guys would hang out with me for this long. It means so much. I'm sitting here because my dream come true. But thank you, and I'll try to catch you again. Sleep well. Thank you so much. And here's a raid message. I don't mind if you don't use it, but if you do use it, I appreciate it a lot because it tells them where you came from. And if you don't have the cheer emote, feel free to use the blue hearts. Hold on. You do the work, so you don't have to do the work. But thank you again, guys, for all the follows and hanging out. I love you guys so much. Have fun with Crimbo. Some might say hi. Be good in their chat. And I will see you guys again tomorrow for a fun stream. Bye, everyone. I love you.